what I'm saying, right? If they're driving their ship into mile-high waves, right?
The navies of the world have no problem with those ships anywhere. You know, they can take them anywhere.
Um,
So you're right. There's probably not like insane waves out there in the open ocean.
yeah, right. So, but we're asking about the open ocean where this video was taken, right? Or wherever this video is taken, there's no mile-high waves that are affecting the line of sight. And theoretically, if there is mile-high waves, then your radar is not going to be doing much, right? Because your ship is not a mile high, right? Even on a flat Earth, right? If you have mile-high waves, your ship's not going to do much, right?
Sorry, derailed that. Go back to the railgun.
Okay, so railguns are not line of sight, right? They're kinetic weapons, so you can angle them, right? You can angle them up. They're just like...
Yeah, you could angle them up, but how do you know what you're shooting at?
How do you know you're shooting at?
Yeah, you got to target something, right? You don't just use a kinetic weapon on like hospital or a school nearby. You know, those are war crimes. You have to hit your target.
Yeah, so there's probably plenty of ways. You get a helicopter, you fly it over. They have helicopters on Navy ships, right? They fly them over, they locate the ship, they get coordinates, they get the current speed of the ship, and then you can launch your weapon at them.
All right, can you back up your claim that a helicopter is required? Can you cite your source for that or show us what you're talking about?
I don't have any... I don't work for the Navy, so I don't have any Navy sources for you. But like saying a weapon has a certain range doesn't mean that, Earth is flat, right? So I could say ICBM has a range of across the world, but like, it's ICBM, so it's a rocket, right? It doesn't mean, the Earth is flat if it can fly across the world, right?
Over 100-mile distance, would you be able to use a weapon like that on a globe?
ICBM?
No, the projectile weapon.
Yeah.
The kinetic weapon.
You gotta angle it up so it goes over the curve,
How do you know you're going to hit what you're aiming at? I mean, what are you aiming at?
Over 100 miles.
There's a certain equation you can find for projectile. You have to take into account air resistance, and then you got to take into account all the other factors that affect the projectile, and you can probably calculate the distance that can go. You have some sort of like initial speed, and all the math stuff. It's like simple. It's like a high school projectile equation, but it gets a little complicated because you have a round Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like you could fly
exactly.
over.
You can't see it. You can't see anything.
You can still hit
so much Earth is in the way.
Right. So let's say your ship wants to hit a base in, I don't know, where you're be. Let's say you're invading Ukraine and you're Russian, right? Or I don't know. That's not bad. That's a controversial topic. Let's say you're America, you want to hit like a Mexico base or something. Not a controversial topic. And you know where the base is. You have the initial conditions, so you could calculate, based off of curvature Earth, how high it needs to be to go over everything. How all the math that goes into that, right? So
is that what they do when they fire these railguns, these kinetic weapons?
The little math is done automatically for them, right? They probably enter coordinates in or something, or they have a mission plan. They have a mission missions. They have some sort of mission program they enter into the system.
Bro, you're kind of going on for a minute. Try to be a little more concise and sit closer to your microphone. You're kind of fading text. Yeah, help us out, bro.
So I don't know. I don't work on Navy ships, right? So I don't know exactly how. But like for example, airplanes, they enter in, or helicopters. At least I know for helicopters, right? Because I haven't worked on them, but I know people who worked on helicopters. Enter in the mission and all the targets into the computer, and they calculate certain things for you, before they do all this stuff, right? They give you enter in the mission plan, and they give you, how to attack.
No, I get it. Attack helicopters, identify targets, computer systems. Yeah, I get all that. But we're talking about the curve of the Earth, right, and how line of sight works.
Yeah.
So there's been plenty of time that we've seen too far. No one's really arguing that point, that we can see too far all over the plane, right? You might say all over the globe, right? We're talking about the same thing, right? Is it a globe? Can you prove it? Do you have any curvature? Can you show us things disappearing from the bottom up? Anything like that. And, try to avoid the sun, moon, and stars and measuring shadows, because we're talking about directly measuring the Earth here. And you can take an Earth curve calculator and go outside and do it yourself.
And you got the physics.
So the easiest way would be the power lines images I showed you, where they seem, the farther they go, there's a certain point where they start shrinking in height, right? They start going over the curve, as you would say, right?
No, as you would say.
Yeah, as I would say, actually, over the curve. Where they seem to go under. Their height decreases. And the height doesn't decrease in the, the linear, on the really far away.
What's the height? I mean, it looks like they're on a boat. Looks like they're pretty high up.
The image I sent?
Yeah, and this image right here. I mean, what is the distance to
I don't know.
The cutoff point? I mean, what do we look? All I can see is a picture of something that just eventually blurs into the distance on a very, cloudy, windy day. I felt like if there was more light, maybe I could see further.
But the issue is not that you have a hard time seeing it, right? If it was just a hard time seeing it, if you look far away, what's the?
I mean, this is a bad weather day. Would you agree? To sit in like a sunshine,
pretty sunny. It may be a little cloudy.
It looks like a bad weather day. I don't think I'd be able to see very far on this day to begin with.
But the issue is not that you can see far away, because if you see far away, you see that big tower there, right? There's that big electrical tower far away. The issue is not that you can't see far away, right? Because you can see that big electrical tower. The issue is you look at this image and you see the electrical cables go down. It's not you can't see far away. You can see the electrical cable, structures, but it seems like they go down as the farther they go.
Yeah, like the redhead appears to get shorter and shorter the further she walks away.
So the difference between that and this is not that it gets shorter, it's that it goes down, right? There's a curve to how the cables go down, right? If it was just getting shorter, it would be pretty obvious. There would be a direct line from, if you look at the start of the cable, I'll resend the image so people can see.
I bet if that picture you posted showed actual curvature, the Earth would be way too small.
You don't know, the amplification
if that was
of the
actual
image.
Curvature in that image, which it's not.
It's hard to know, this
but
is
the Earth would be
stuff.
tiny if that was true.
Let's imagine you zoom in on something, a mile becomes not a mile.
Yeah, but you can see how many pillars there are. I mean, how far apart are those pillars?
It gets shorter the farther it goes out. It looks like it gets shorter, but the angle from you and the other pillars gets shorter as it goes out, right? That's how you
All right. We've heard what you got to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you've heard what we got to say. So I'm going to get you to watch something.
Okay.
And if you don't understand what's going on after you watch this, then you may have to do a little more research. So check this out. I just posted it for you. We completely get your argument about it looks like it's going down.
It's the GIF.
Yeah, the GIF that I just posted.
Mm-hmm.
So you could do little snapshots of each one of these and kind of check them out and think about it. Think about how it works. Angular size is what I was talking about. How your eye sees things.
Mm-hmm. Distance affects angular size.
Hey, did I hear this guy saying something goes down? It has to go up before it goes down on a curve, right? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Have you
On
ever
a ball, is
have
it
you ever
up
ridden
or
on a
down?
roller coaster? You have to go up before you go down, right?
Yeah, because you got to get that
So,
potential energy.
yeah, so if the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, then you have to go up toward the horizon and then go down after you hit the horizon, correct? Yeah, I mean, you see how dumb this is?
I don't think you have to go up to hit horizon, right?
All right, cool. Check this out. So when you hit the horizon, or when you're an observer from the beach or whatever, and you see a ship go away from you, and you can't see it anymore, and then you zoom in on it, now you can see it again. Did it actually start to go down over the horizon as it was traveling up the curvature of?
Has the ship gone up?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. This is your claim.
So I think you ever walk up to a building, and it seems like the building goes up higher, right? Because the angle from your vision to the top of the building as you walk towards it.
No, we're talking about looking straight across level stationary water, or you can call it curved water if you want to. You're claiming the horizon is where the Earth is. It's the ball Earth, right? It's the
geometric
level.
curve.
Yeah, the geometric curve. It's a physical place that once you reach that, then you start going down after you go up, reaching it, and then you're going down. But you're not going down because you're just observing. See, and then a lot of people say, I can go to the horizon. Once you start moving, then you can't observe. You're going to still observe the horizon the same way. Every time you move from your observation point, there's a new horizon, right? We can all agree on that, correct?
You move and there's a different horizon, yeah.
Yeah, if you move from your observation point, then that's a new horizon, right?
Yeah.
All right, so when you stand somewhere and you watch something go away from you, and once it reaches the horizon, you have to consider whether you think the Earth, that horizon is the Earth curvature or just the limits of your vision. Because the definition of horizon is where the ground appears to meet the sky. But hey, little secret.
Yeah, it's so simple.
The ground never touches the sky.
So
Right. It's so simple.
So you're saying things go up before they go down, which doesn't make any sense, right?
No, there's
Is
a
that what
limit.
you're
Right, because
There's
that's
a
what I'm
limit to
asking
your
him. Does
vision.
it travel up before it goes down? That's what I'm saying.
So, what's the best example I could give?
It's not an argument, bro. It's what we observe. There's no argument left for you, Ethan.
Just answer his question, dude.
Do things go up before they go down? Is what you're asking.
You tell me. You're the one claiming that the horizon is the Earth curve.
So, let me give you an example. Let's see if I can think of a good example. I'm like 6 beers in, so it's kind of hard for me to think, you know.
I'm way beyond that, so just tell me.
Hold on, let me think of a good example.
I think welcome to flat Earth is what I think.
Welcome.
Hell yeah, he's here. Pick up a ball. Pick up a football. Or no.
Oh, I have a question then.
And look at a football in front of your face and run your finger across the surface of that football, that ball, beach ball, whatever. It goes up before it goes down. You could scale that infinitely if you want to, or you could admit it's flat.
So you got football, and it goes up before it goes down.
So a soccer ball, real football, a soccer ball.
Soccer ball.
It's like when you kick the soccer ball and it goes over the horizon. Is the horizon the curvature of the soccer or the field or the whatever? It's just weird, man. Some people. This weird idea about the sphere is it confuses a lot of people. And
if it's a sphere, it's always got to go up before it goes down. That's just how a ball works.
Goes up before it goes down.
But locally, it's flat, right? Like on a soccer field, it's a flat soccer field, right? So
yeah.
All right, so locally, it's flat, but over distance, it's not flat. How much distance? When you see the horizon looks flat, but Ethan, do you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth? That's a yes or no question.
Do I think the horizon is the curvature of Earth?
Why are you asking me the same question that I just asked you?
I'm just making sure that's the question you're asking me. I'm not asking. I'm not asking you it. I'm asking if you ask me that.
Yeah, because you don't want to say yes or no. That's why you're asking me the same question back. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, I'm trying to confirm that you asked me the question so I can answer it. I'm like, like.
Do you want me to ask it again? I can ask you the same.
Yeah, ask you again.
Do you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay, cool. So the horizon in your mind is not the curvature of the Earth. So when you watch a ship move away from you and you're using a camera, binoculars, or your own eyes or whatever, when you see a ship disappear from you looking straight at the ship, or could be laterally or whatever, however you're looking at the ship, see it disappear, is it due to Earth curvature?
It's due to many things. So, like, maybe clouds are there and the ship disappears, like...
Right, the clouds touch the horizon, too. You see clouds right above your head, and then when you look across the ocean, you see the clouds touch the water. Are the clouds actually touching the water?
The clouds itself, there's, like, vapor in the sky.
Listen, I'm talking about vision. We're not talking about weather. We're talking about the clouds that you see. You can only see so far, bro.
Yeah, sure.
Do the clouds ever actually touch the ocean when you look across the ocean? Why are you saying that's a no answer. You should say no.
I'm trying to think about it because I'm trying to remember when I was a kid, looking at the ocean.
You don't have to listen, man. This isn't a gotcha question. I mean, this is a common sense question.
Yeah, I'm trying
we know that the clouds don't actually touch the ocean unless there's like some type of fog or something. A fog can be involved. Fog, people experience fog.
Yeah, I agree.
On land and across the seas. But when you're looking at a clear day and you see the clouds above your head, and then you look across the ocean, you see that it's a clear day. Those clouds aren't actually touching the ocean. It's perspective. You can just, they appear to touch the ocean, but they actually don't.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, they
Yeah,
look
see,
like they're fishing.
all right, cool. See how easy this is?
Yeah, I see how easy this is.
Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. So anyone else can continue.
But you would agree, right? You can't see if you're in New York City, you're on the what's
On the coast.
what's the
Yeah,
new
you can
tower
be.
called?
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
if
know.
you're in New York City, standing on the coast, you won't be able to see the Eiffel Tower from
Yeah, because there's
New
stuff in the
York
way.
because it's too like due to perspective. The Eiffel Tower is too small for you to see from that distance. It's like 1,500 miles, I think.
Well, if you had
across
a
the Atlantic.
telescope, you could see
No,
farther.
you can't. You couldn't even do it with a telescope.
That
Okay,
may be
well,
true. I don't know the angular size of
look it up.
Eiffel
No,
Tower.
you wouldn't be able to do it.
I think there's a formula for this you could
No,
calculate.
no, you're not gonna find it, dude.
So,
If it was possible, I would have found it by now.
well, there's stuff in the way, right? There's air vapor, there's sky, there's stuff in the sky that blocks light.
Sure, but it's definitely not curvature of Earth. That's my point. So thank you for proving that, Ethan.
Well, I'm saying it's part of the formula, of seeing far
No.
away. Right?
No.
No. Well, that's what I'm
Even I
saying.
mean, even like all of us flat earthers know that we wouldn't be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York. It doesn't even matter if you're standing on top of the One World Tower, that's a weird name for a tower in New York.
Is that what the tower's called? The biggest tower? I don't even know what it's called.
Yeah, they might have like a huge, powerful telescope. You wouldn't be able to even see the Eiffel Tower from there.
Well, yeah, because of the error. I think technically, if you have a big enough telescope, and the Earth, let's assume the Earth was flat. Even if you had the biggest telescope in the whole entire world, right? You probably couldn't see it. Probably true.
Yeah, when you take some of the largest telescopes and point them laterally across Earth, there's so much atmosphere involved,
Mm-hmm.
but it has nothing to do with Earth curvature at all.
If you
Just does that make sense to you now that I've explained how it and
yeah, I never think if the Earth was flat. Let's assume the Earth is flat. I wouldn't ever think that you could see the Eiffel Tower. I wouldn't assume.
Yeah, sure. So you are sensible. A lot of people come in here and say, well, you could see Mount Everest from New York or whatever, if the Earth was flat. It's just like, are you serious, man? That's 3,000 miles away from New York. You think you could see Mount Everest that far away? You're
I honestly don't know
out of your mind.
I don't know the math behind that, but I assume that you can't because of I've been on I've been on Empire State Building when I was a kid. I couldn't see anything. It was just cloudy. I couldn't see that far away.
Yeah, it's cool. And like I was saying earlier, I just wanted to point out that the horizon, and you admitted, no, the horizon that you see is not the curvature of the Earth. It can't be.
Well, the curve. So,
all right. So if
it?
it's not, all right. So it can be, but there's an R word that you're not wanting to bring up because we're gonna destroy that nonsense.
What's the R word? The radius of Earth?
No, refraction.
Mm-hmm.
That's the R word.
That is the R word, right?
It is. It's like the F word.
It's like the N word of the flat Earth.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh man. But anyway, I mean, you're out of your mind if you think you could see across the Atlantic and see the freaking Eiffel Tower, if you could see all the way across through Africa and see Mount Everest. That's fucking crazy,
I agree. I don't think you see even if you're on a flat Earth, even if you're in the flattest, world there is, you're not going to be able to see beyond, I don't even know how many miles light would be, the clouds would affect. It would depend on the
Well,
weather, right?
it's really about understanding how. See, if you're trying to go with like, okay, if Earth was a globe, I might be able to see this far. And if you start talking about the horizon, and it's like, well, there's a refraction of. Then you have to do math, and it's like, well, the horizon is the curvature of Earth, but it's not because of these mathematical calculations. But it's this and that. You really get yourself into a conundrum here because you're saying the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, or it's not the curvature of the Earth.
So, yeah, I guess it depends how you define horizon. I guess horizon is what would you define like?
Hey, but it's really fine. Just look up definition of horizon. It's the apparent position where the ground meets the sky, right? It's not
true.
It's not a physical place.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is very simple.
I'm actually curious about this.
You should be.
I'm curious.
It begs the question why they use that as their number one evidence too.
Do they use it as a number one?
They use it, dude.
I guess they have that laser experiment where they fired it.
No, dude, they use it. They say when you see the ship going over the horizon, man, that's the start. That's where it starts to curve. That's the curve of the Earth. They say this all the time, bro.
Maybe they did it in like the early ages,
Nah, dude. You can just go on YouTube and look it up. It's right there, man.
If I search proof of flat round Earth,
No, don't do that. Just look up what is the horizon. Just do that. What is the horizon?
The horizon. What is the horizon? I'll use Google so I get the most.
I accept the definition from Wikipedia. I mean, they'll tell you it's the apparent position where the ground meets the sky. You're going to find exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Yep.
Sky meets.
Told you.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, cool.
Although the question is, of horizon. Let's say perfect weather. I can see, perfect weather situation.
Huh.
How far away is the horizon? Is the question.
Oh no, that's not the question, because they gave us a radius of a ball, Earth, and so where they claim the horizon should be, according to their physical ball, Earth, we can calculate where the horizon should be. And if you see the horizon further than that point, then we actually have something to talk about here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's what our problem is here with this ball measurement of the horizon. From a 1 foot observer height, the horizon cannot be more than 1.22 miles away. And we have hundreds and hundreds of observations of the horizon being much further than that. I mean, it doesn't have to be 1 foot. You can go 2 foot, 5, 5, 10 foot, 100 feet. You can see the horizon is much, much further away than claimed by the, said ball Earth, because it's not our fault they gave us this number of, 3,959 miles radius. So we compare what we see to what they claim.
So I think I agree that you can compare what you can see. However, I think it gets a little bit more complicated than that, right? Because you agree light can, clouds and stuff can affect how far you can see, right?
What are you talking about, dude?
He's
So-
avoiding the word refraction. He's just avoiding it.
It's like the N word, I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible.
Yeah, but how can you explain it without that?
That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to get you to agree that light, atmosphere affects light. That's what I'm trying to agree. I'm not trying to.
To what degree?
Oh, you agree, right? I can't see from London to New York, right?
Right.
But,
So to what degree does the atmosphere affect the light? It causes it to scatter, right?
It causes scatter, causes to reflect.
Extinct, right? Yeah, all these sorts of things, right?
I can.
Can it cause you to see something that's behind a 6-story building?
Can it cause something?
Can it cause you to see something that's behind a 6-story building, like a 6-story hump of water curve?
Can you see behind a 6-story building? I think theoretically, right? Depends how much.
How?
Because
How?
let's say you have a building, and the light goes
Come
over
on,
the
dude.
building. It travels
You know how
beyond.
militaries work, right? They have controlled explosions in these tubes with rifling, and the projectiles basically like throwing a rock at somebody, right? So it's, a little metal rock that they're throwing at each other, and they're actually hitting each other. If all the targets were refracted targets, they wouldn't be able to shoot each other from long distances, right?
Well, I would just say when they do these calculations, they assume around Earth, right? That's what I would assume. But they have the target, right? They have a location of the target. They have the helicopter. They have the drones.
No, line of sight warfare like World War II.
Line of sight warfare.
Like World War II. How were
I
they
don't think
killing
that.
people in World War II?
I
They were
don't think
using
it
guns,
was.
right?
I don't think it was actually line of sight, right? Like you could say, they have some Marines landing somewhere, and the boat could be far away, and they could still aim a shot, right? It's not line of sight. They don't actually see the place they're aiming for. I honestly don't know about World War II. I'm not a.
You think they're just like shooting out in random spots?
Well, they
I
have
know there was artillery in World War II, right? But I'm talking about guns. How do guns work on a refracted horizon?
small arms.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the height you are at, right? If you're at if you're in a tower, you can see farther, right? That's why.
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, but I'm saying if you're shooting at stuff that isn't there, it's actually bent around a curve. Then how are you actually hitting it? Because we know drop rate of bullets, right?
Yeah, it drops at 9.81
Okay.
meters.
So we know that they drop.
Yeah.
So why do they drop? Who knows? But they drop, right? Eventually they hit the ground.
They eventually hit the ground.
So, according to you, if you tilt it up, you could shoot around the sphere and hit people that you can't even see that are that just doesn't make sense. That
Right.
kind of light bending doesn't happen. That's why I said to what degree. I meant literally degrees. Does it bend
Right.
to?
I'm actually gonna go to bed right now because I'm
wasted.
I'm actually wasted, but
Yeah, but you weren't too bad.
I wasn't too bad. I'm not mean, I'm not gonna make fun. I'm not gonna call you names or anything, I'll try to have an intellectual debate with you. I don't want to make fun of you. I think you have some points. You have some observations that.
Go to bed, bro. Go to bed.
Yeah, I'll go to bed. The world's moving around me right now, But
no, it's cool, Ethan, man. Yeah, get some sleep. Yeah, come back another time.
I'll come back.
Think about what we talked about tonight. It's good stuff, man.
I'll look at the evidence that you showed me. I'll think about it.
Sure.
It was a good conversation.
Have you ever talked to any flat earthers before this tonight?
I have talked before on the stream before, I think, but a while ago. I've been busy with work, so I haven't been able to.
Yeah, I'm busy with work too. I try to. I can't talk here while I'm working, of course, but I talk on the weekends and stuff. So
it was a good conversation. You guys are on. I'm not going to call you guys like dumb or anything. I think you guys have evidence, and I just think you're misinformed. That's all I think. I don't think you're like evil human beings trying to corrupt the world.
See, my information comes from my senses directly. So if I went out to the water and measured it myself, then my information is from the earth. So where did you get your information from? A ball earth? From a magazine, a teacher, a government program?
I got
some rich guy. I mean, I got it directly from the earth.
I got my bachelor's in computer engineering. I got it straight from college. I got all this data from college.
Yeah, I'm sure you're great with computers and cell phones and stuff like that. So, but what did that have to do with
physics class?
I have eyes, right? I can see stuff, and I saw stuff that I shouldn't have been able to see.
Yeah, it's complicated, right? Because you think you could.
Not for me. It works out just fine for me. It's complicated for your side.
Yeah, it gets complicated. Yeah.
But Ethan, it's good that you've studied, and you've done your studies in college and everything. And I've been to college as well. It's this isn't what we're talking about is what you experience in reality, not what you believe because of your studies.
I don't think any I think you should question everything you study. You're taught something, you should question it. You should do experiments.
And that way we're on the same page.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I'm gonna actually go to bed because.
All right, cool. Well, think about what we talked about tonight. Good stuff.
I'll think about it.
Yeah, and come back.
I always think about it.
Paying off that college debt, also.
I don't have any college debt because my parents were rich.
Yeah,
I was paying for it.
I was born.
My parents are poor.
I'm glad it worked out for you, bro.
I was born poor, so whatever.
And we all have.
Don't waste it, right?
Yeah.
So,
all right.
If you got that kind of privilege, don't waste it, bro. Make a change in the world.
Yep.
All right.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Good talk to you, Ethan, man. Get some good sleep, and then come back and talk to us another time. Good stuff.
Yeah, I will. Have a good one, guys. Honestly, I thought I had conversation with you guys last time. I thought about everything you told me. I actually thought about it. I didn't.
Once you see it, once you see some of the stuff we're talking about, you can't unsee it. So it's your fault for coming here. It's not our fault.
I agree. I came here on my own whim. I think about every single thing you say. I think about it, and I don't just disregard it. Oh, these guys are crazy. I think about it, and how do I explain this observation on the flat earth? I don't just throw it away and say, oh, these guys are crazy. I think about it. So yeah,
a lot of people on the globe side really give us.
There's nothing you really can concretely point at or know. You're just saying it's a ball just because no real reason. You don't really have anything to even stand on to even say that, though. So you got to think about why you're even saying it's a ball to begin with. I mean, I agree with you if that was the case, but what are you even saying?
Honestly, I think it's a good thought experiment. Why do I think these things? I assume Earth is round, right? I think about it. You guys bring up points, and I think about it. I don't just throw away.
You're just assuming at this point.
Yeah, I assume.
Wemmer, to be honest, I think he's really considering some of the things we're saying, compared to some of the other globe Earth assholes that we get in here, I think he's really considering a lot of things we're saying. So
Yeah, I
No,
don't
that's
dislike.
fine. Just as
I
long as you know you're assuming that it's a ball to begin with. That already tells you didn't really know if it was a ball or not. You assumed it.
well, I'm saying I
That's what an
did assume.
assumption is. You're not really going based. You're assuming it.
Well, I'm saying I did assume it, right? But I'm thinking about it, right? I'm thinking about why we think these things are true, right? And you guys made me think this. I'm going through,
Isn't it
you guys.
interesting though, right off the grip though, right off the rip, you had assumed it, so you didn't know right off the rip either way. You just assumed it, so it's not as if you came in here knowing. That's kind of interesting, you know.
well, it's cool that he's actually, having an open conversation with us instead of like obfuscating and all that kind of shit. Ethan seems pretty cool.
Yeah, that's what I said. He did good. I was giving him a hard time about get out of here, because I told him he did good because I really thought so.
Yeah, and I
Especially
think he'll do good next time. I think he's going to be back.
he'll be
Ethan,
drunk next time too.
if you need to get, he's only 6 beers in. He's not necessarily drunk, but
More than 6.
I don't know. I don't know anybody.
I don't want to
I'm
count.
not a judge. Anyway, Ethan, if you really have to go, then go
I'm
and
gonna
sleep
go
on it. You'll be having dreams about flat Earth and globe Earth.
Yeah,
But
I don't just disregard everything you say. I'm not I'm not like politically charged or anything. I think about everything you say. I think of arguments against it and with it and everything. All right, you guys have a good night.
All right, you too, bro. Pleasure.
All right, good night.
yeah, I just wanted if he really has to go. It sounded like he really wanted to get off here, and Whammer jumped in. I just wanted to let him do his thing because I guarantee he'll be back and talk more about it.
I mean, it's interesting, right? You come in with an assumption, so like you didn't even know to begin with. I mean, that's
What the hell's going on with your microphone, Whammer?
So
Whammer, you sound
just right there. You don't even know to begin with.
Whammer, your mic sounds like shit, bro. Speak again, Whammer.
Mine.
Yeah, there's like some scratchy, weird shit. Do you have your beard scratching against your freaking microphone or something?
It sounds like you're sanding the
It's
phone
always
or the
something.
microphone.
Oh, that sounds better. Say it again. I guess he's gonna fix it. Anyway. But yeah, Ethan's got a pretty cool dude, man. You can come back.
He seemed all right. Well, like an assumption, right? I mean, we all assumed it. It's crazy how you can take an assumption as fact, because that's really what it is. That's what's you assumed it to be true.
What specifically did he say that you're talking about the horizon?
Not just the globe in general. He assumed it to be a globe. He assumed it.
Well, we all did as well before we came across.
I know, but I think that's a good thing to a lot of people think that's fact, though. It equals fact. It's when it's not. It's an assumption.
Well, to us, it was fact because
I know that's the thing, right? Even though we did assume it from someone, you know what I mean?
But you don't know you're assuming it. It's what you were taught. It's like, this is Earth. This is politics. This is education. This is politics, education, Earth. It's pretty much what they teach in education now. It's just Earth and politics, basically. It's just like globe, crisis. You learn it in college. It's
Keyword.
crisis. It's all crisis.
Crisis.
And freaking, if you watch the news, you'll it's just like, oh, this person went to school and college, and they're going to tell us about what's going on this ball Earth. Crisis, war. Freaking get the fuck away from the mainstream news, please.
Crisis.
Yeah, apparently there's some crisis about there going on with Ukraine, but could turn into something, but it may turn into nothing. I don't know. I don't live in Ukraine.
It's like these guys just spin this shit up. You know, they've got some new part of the world that they spin up every few years.
I like that, rookie. Get unbanned for free card. But that doesn't apply to everyone, though. I'll just say that much. There are some people that can't get unbanned for free. Yeah, February is Global Earth Amnesty Month. Okay, well, February's almost over, so yeah. I guess I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't. There are certain people I don't even want back in here. But Zanuck came back in. The same dipshit that he was years ago.
Yeah, but he was claiming to know the distance to stars, or okay, he claimed that we know that's not the distance, implying that he knows the actual distance. Because you have to know the actual distance to know what all the wrong answers are, or at least to claim it, right? So it's just weird. That was weird.
Yeah,
I didn't understand it at first because I couldn't believe what he was saying.
You can't believe a goddamn word he says because he just spouts bullshit all the time. That's why he's for the most part not allowed, here because he just.
And then they claim victory, like QE knows that I got him on this, and that's why he won't let me talk. And it's like, no, bro, your argument is whack.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I was saying, that get unbanned for free card is not valid for everyone. Yeah, Zanuck is one of those people. I mean, if you guys want him here, that's fine. I'll let you do it. But it's just, he's so dumb. No, actually, I think he's smart, but he just obfuscates and makes shit up just to disrail everything we're trying to do. And I think he's an asshole. So if anyone here likes Zanuck, go ahead and fucking have a conversation with him. Go ahead.
When you listen to what Zanuck is actually saying, like his word for word, it's just like, dude, that's the worst.
If he's actually serious, I really feel bad for the guy because he's insane. He makes so much shit up. He's very creative, but he doesn't know. He makes his own globe model up. I mean, he talks about multiple reference frames and shit. I mean, he doesn't even. It's like when the Coriolis effect comes up, he just talks about multiple reference frames. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It has nothing to do with the Coriolis effect at all.
Multiple reference frames.
Yeah, I mean, the Coriolis effect is 2 reference frames. Only 2, one and the other. Parent deflection. But when you talk to Zanuck, he's like, well, I mean, what about the other reference frames, outside of the other reference frames with this reference frame? And it's just like, dude, just get the fuck out. That's not the Coriolis effect. We got the Zanuck effect now. And he's not here, but I'll talk shit about Zanuck. He's been here multiple times. We've given him multiple chances, so I can talk shit about him. That's okay. Because every time he jumps in, he pisses other people off and makes shit up and just weird. He's from MSU, making shit up university.
The deeper levels of indoctrination is going to be,
No,
exactly what you
I
expect.
think it's something. I think it's something other than that with Zanuck. Because
Well, what do you think?
think that he only wants to be here to be an antagonist. It's like some spirit he has. He wants to be an antagonist, play an antagonist, not to agree with us about anything. He just wants to argue about any good points we have. He'll just make some shit up against any good points we have. And so that's why I don't think he should be in here. And anyway, so.
He thinks the world is such a great, honest place, and they've rid corruption out of every corner of the world, and it's impossible that something like this could happen. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I know that type. Many.
Yeah, and that's why I don't, the people that are perma-banned, there's a reason. You can call us assholes for perma-banning people, but we have a reason. Anyway, Jack Whispers, I see. I haven't talked to you before. VC Verified. I'm not sure. I don't think I've talked to you before. Jack, you want to open your mic and shout out? You don't have to. I'm just don't want to bitch about some of the trolls that mess with us all the time.
I'm not sure, but I think Jack Whispers might have had many names, but like renamed by mods or whatever. And he might have been the guy who said, "How do you know water's real?" But I might be wrong there. If you remember that conversation.
I thought he was a flat earther, if I remember right.
Well, he's got VC Verified and 3 points participant, so somebody's obviously talked to him before. And
I thought QE's response to that was really interesting. He said, "There's some things that you just don't talk about. You don't question out loud. You just hold it to the end of your career, and then, once you ended your career and you made your money, then you could talk about it." It was like that was what he was talking about when he was talking about water not being H2O. I thought that was weird.
what? Is he like with the?
Apparently, we're not supposed to question that. Can't question everything. Like, you can't go too far.
I mean, there's some aspects of chemistry that
I've asked that before.
It could be questioned, but that's another
just like
topic.
Oxygen, right? I mean, it's this. You can't have consciousness without it, right? So it's something important.
It's like I took chemistry, and I didn't take chemistry. I was forced into chemistry in high school, which I like chemistry. I like the idea. But my chemistry teacher was not really good at teaching chemistry. But I got the gist of it.
I'm just sick and tired of all this chemistry going on this flat earth here. I'm not taking it anymore.
Are you talking about the emotional?
I'm not taking this chemistry anymore. I've had it with this thermodynamics.
We're not getting to psychoanalysis here.
Well, if I were a Glober, I wouldn't be wanting to take thermodynamics anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, the laws of thermodynamics are pretty established. I mean, once you understand it, it's pretty standard. To understand it correctly.
First thing they teach you in high school, chemistry or physics.
No, they don't teach it right, though, man. See, that's why we have to actually expose people to the natural function of the laws of physics, the thermodynamic, shit.
They're laws of nature.
I think the first
laws
thing
of
that
nature, the thermodynamics laws.
I remember
They
that being the
first-
very first thing they taught me in like junior high chemistry class was conservation of matter and energy, right? Thermodynamics, law 1.
Sure, but if they're teaching you that along with the globe idea, it's really going to confuse you, you know. But you know, in physics, you know, I mean, it can work, but it's just you always have this globe idea, you know, in the reference frame of that shit while you're learning it. You know, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, they try not to really mix the two too much when they're talking about one or the other, it seems like. I mean, I don't know if they try. It just naturally doesn't happen because the globe is just a given. They don't really back it up with anything. They just say, here it is, and it's like this, and then, you know, here's thermodynamics, conservation of matter and energy, and, you know, the second law, entropy. Never mind this whole business of the atmosphere not fucking off into this infinite vacuum we just taught you about. Never mind that. And nobody really seems to think about it. Like, nobody really notices that huge discrepancy there until you come to the flat Earth Discord.
How could you unless you already were exposed to some of this information? And I think a lot of people that come to this server that are like, hey, I've been studying chemistry or I've been studying physics and stuff, and my physics teacher says that, and you know, like, you know, example, like the guy that just left, what was his name?
Ethan.
I'm bad at names. Ethan, yeah. I mean, he's like, I think he was really genuine. He was like, bro, man, I've been studying this stuff, and you guys are kind of making sense. He'll be back. It's like we were all subject to that when we grew up in the educational system. You know, believing the Earth is a globe and all that kind of stuff. So, but we do have a general understanding of physics and chemistry and reality and geometry. You know, it's like, you know, we've talked a lot about the sextant and traveling across the globe, right? Nobody uses a sextant anymore to travel across the globe, but when you look at the traveling systems and where they travel, you know, the world map and with ships and airplanes, they don't travel across the South Pacific. That's just too far. And airplanes can't fly around a globe. That's impossible. They can't fly straight in a straight line around a globe. Right?
No such thing as a straight line on a ball.
Especially when it comes to airplanes, right? When they
it's got to be curved. Everything's got to be curved all the time. The Earth itself, space-time itself, everything's got to be curving everywhere all the time.
That's the strangest thing. It's like pilots, any pilot that is traveling from London to New York or back and forth or any distance across, you know, Earth, especially over the ocean. They
just don't adjust for it.
Bro. They just don't be better. There's just no way, bro.
Yeah, or it's just the other thing that I was talking about a second ago, where it's right in your face and you just never put two together. You just never really think about it.
Yeah, but somebody that has gone through school and learned how to, you know, navigate the Earth that way, you can't be that dumb, bro.
I mean, it's not just them. It's been in all our faces all this time. Like, anytime I go for a drive on the highway, I mean, there's a lot of really big lakes and stuff like that around here where you can see pretty far. And probably this entire time, my entire life, I've been going around. I've been seeing too far. I've been debunking the globe without even realizing it. Like, I mean, just everything about our experience of the Earth, I think, falsifies the globe pretty much. It's just most of the time you don't notice it because you don't take the time to really think about it.
Earth is badass.
Yeah, it is. And water doesn't curve.
Who the fuck just posted that? That was Hank Hill. Yeah, that's not Earth. Hey, how could you even see? Wouldn't
The
listen?
moon landing video? Moon landing video? Yeah, that's Earth. Oh, I'm in live stream too. Never mind.
No, Hank. Yeah, let's go over that picture you just posted. That's from
Epic.
that's from the Epic satellite, right?
That's right.
That's
All right.
so stupid.
So if go ahead, you explain it. Go ahead. You're probably going to say the same thing I'm going to say.
Who, me or Hank?
No, Hank.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to chime in.
Okay, well, this image from the Epic satellite, I mean, this is not. If you look up the, they have like RGB. Well, this is what they claim. This satellite is 1 million miles away from Earth. Now look, this is an image. See, Hank, you explain it, bro.
That looks horrible, and there's a green screen outline around the fake CGI moon.
It's so dumb. It's so
pretty
dumb.
easy to spot.
Yeah, this is the backside of the moon, from 1 million miles away. And why can you even fucking see it? And for one thing, and that's not Earth at all.
No, it's all cartoons. Sloppy too, man.
Oh, dude, 1 million miles away, and look at the scale of the moon.
So this is where you have to know that they're trolling us, because like with the budget that they have, with the capacity that they have, they could do such a better job than that.
No, they can't. Well, they could fake it better, but they don't. That's why they're trolling us. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, to be honest, we know where we're at. I mean, they're relying on whatever strange tactics for those people to believe in the ridiculous stuff, right? And it's working, just not on everybody.
Yeah, I mean, there's also that. They probably don't really have to try too hard. They can just say whatever they want, and those people that are on board with them are just gonna. They're just the people that are on board with them are just gonna guzzle the Kool-Aid no matter what it looks like.
There you go.
And another one that Hank just posted. They would never capture Earthrise on the moon from their moon landings.
Like it's actually
where they land, where they claim to land on the moon, the Earth would be directly above their head. There would be no Earthrise. There would be no Earthrise because they say the moon is tidally locked. That's why they say we see the same side of the moon.
Right.
Constantly. So there would be no Earthrise. So if any NASA image has an Earthrise from the moon, it's complete fucking bullshit. Because everywhere they landed on the moon, the Earth was directly above their head. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, no, totally. Anything that they show you from the moon is complete bullshit. It's not a thing you can land on. And don't you love it how they twist that too? How they twist the fact that you can only see the one face of the moon into being a globe proof, as if that's a good globe proof. The people who watch the Professor Dave videos and then they come here and they're like, how come no matter where I am on the Earth, I can only see one side of the moon? Like, that's really not a good argument for your globe. I mean, any of the celestial stuff is not a good argument because you're already bypassing the surface of the Earth, which is the thing in question. But that, really? The fact that we can only see the one face of the thing, that's what you're using? Like, that already doesn't make any sense. That's already a fish story. I mean, for me, the default in that situation is just to think that that's the only face that it has. Why am I presupposing sphericity onto something that just looks flat or like a disc? Sorry if I'm kind of rambling. I've had a few. It's Friday.
All makes very, very much sense.
Yeah.
Yep, they're lost in space.
I just think that that's one of the. I mean, obviously they bring that one here because they just watched the Professor Dave videos where he says that, and they come in here not even really thinking about it, and they just say it because it's just such a terrible proof for the globe.
If you come from the perspective that it can't, like the other thing can't be possible, it's.
I mean, they already have to use all this Gorilla Glue and all these Band-Aids on the fact that the moon only presents the one face of itself, and they have to come up with this tidal-locking explanation, and then they flip that into somehow being a good argument for the ball. It's just so stupid. I'd be running away from that dumpster fire if I were them, but they run straight into it.
Well, when you're a monkey, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, just fling poo, whatever. Something will stick, hopefully. I don't know. There must be an uptick in like people watching Professor Dave videos over the last few days because I've heard that same argument like 5 times in just a couple of days here from a bunch of different people.
I think there's a ball earther school.
Yeah, it's Dave, Professor Dave, and the other one, Simon Dan.
It's like dummy day camp.
Sure is, yeah. They promote it too. Like when I'm scrolling through Facebook, like that's one of the things that comes up pretty often is like, have you ever wondered how people can fall for something like flat Earth? And Simon Dan breaks it down. And
Yeah,
so
we were talking.
I now know what the backside of the moon, the dark side of the moon, looks like. That laughing guy. So there's like a man on the moon on this side, but he's all fresh and clean on the dark side of the moon. You gotta believe me. We got video. There's
yeah, we got a
man on the
video.
moon.
Got a video of Godzilla. You gotta believe me.
I just posted some curvature. Thought everybody should see it. Although it's not very consistent with reality.
Looks like they're a bit off with their curvature measurements. They're actually the opposite of what they said they were. It's bending up, not down. Oops, it's not a ball, it's something else.
Most people are lost worrying about wanting an Alexa in their home.
Yeah. And then they're like, flat Earth is stupid, am I right? Flat Earth is stupid. Yeah, I'm right? I got a friend last night who did that too. He just inserted that somewhere into a conversation. Can't remember what we were talking about. It was something stupid. He's like, man, that's stupid. That's like flat Earth. Am I right? That's so stupid.
Yeah,
It's like,
you're right. You're right.
yeah. I was like, oh, is flat Earth stupid? I was like, I was wondering though, is the Earth a globe? And so I just pressed him kind of like that subtly to get him to prove it. And by the end of it, his mind was just broken.
Don't take the globe.
He's like, oh my God, people are going to think I'm crazy now. I have no proof of it being a globe. No.
Dude, the flat Earth makes so much sense.
It's
not even.
This globe thing is just pure groupthink.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because that was what the conversation I had last night boiled down to, is he just didn't want to be ostracized. He didn't want to be seen as crazy by other people, right? And that was literally it. It's just complete social conditioning.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Yeah, you ask him, well, why is the globe though? How do we know that? Well, everybody knows that. And that's basically the only answer you get. Well, smart people like hundreds of years ago figured it out. Oh, okay.
Right. It's all figured out. Nothing to worry about.
How'd they measure the radius? Radius? What? Huh?
Except for the
Yeah, you know a ball has a radius, right?
Let's worry about the NBA and that kind of nonsense. I'm sure fake asses is trending. Disgusting.
Why look at the Earth when you got a TV? TV can show you what the Earth is. No need to look at the Earth. Yeah, I just can't believe it. All this time that I've been going to the beach around here, there actually is a location here where someone did one of the laser tests that Taboo Conspiracy uploaded. And so I've been going to that same spot for years. All this time I was looking out at a flat Earth proof and just never even knew it. I mean, I know it now, but I'm like years past, of course. I was disproving the ball, not even noticing it. My own eyes were disproving it, and I did not. Yeah, so anyway, I'm just saying the same thing again, different words for the 10th time.
Posted the Starlink deal. And I mean, if you think about 17,000 miles an hour orbiting and things like that, it completely breaks down into complete nonsense. Looking at that video, you know, like are these things small? They're probably not that big, you know. How far away are we seeing these things? What are we talking about here? It's so easy to fool people with that video, I guess, right? Some things going across the sky, some lights that don't look even interesting.
Yeah, that's a wild conversation. Yeah, somebody will start talking about a light that they saw move across the sky, and they'll act like that's definitive, conclusive proof of this specific thing that they think it was.
Like, check.
I liked Matthew Learns' so-called globe proof, one of the ones where he keeps talking about satellite dishes on the equator pointing straight up. Well, that's where they put all of their geostationary, or I guess most of their geostationary so-called satellites, which then are obviously just satelloons, right?
Yeah, how would you get them to lock the rate of the Earth's orbit
Yeah, wouldn't it?
at all these different altitudes? Wouldn't it make sense just to send it up?
Yeah, wouldn't it be a lot simpler if it was just a stationary balloon?
Right, that way it's looking over the area that you want it to look at, the area that you launched it from.
Yeah, and he even said that in the conversation. It's like, or yeah, it could just be a Satelloon. It's like, yeah. All right, that's enough drunk talk from me on the live stream for tonight. See you guys later.
Love to hear it. Night, man.
Hey, well, if it's dead, Fat Carrie just messaged me and said he want to be unmuted. So, Fat Carrie, speak your mind.
Hey, good morning, Kanye.
How you doing?
It's cold as shit out in Chicago right now. I'm chilling. I'm in busy
Cold
as
as
hell.
shit here too, bro. It's freaking 25 degrees, Fahrenheit.
Yeah. My thermometer's looking at 24 right now.
Well, if you've been watching the radar, man, there's ice everywhere in Arkansas. Northwestern Arkansas, where I'm at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, shit's going crazy.
I tried to go to work this morning, and I got about a quarter mile down the road, and I was like, you know what, fuck this. I'm not going to risk going to work. I'm not going to risk wrecking.
Dude, I worked from home today. Most of the people in my office try and do work from home on Fridays, and most of the time I just like chat and show up to like outdo them. But I got drunk as shit on Thursday night for no fucking reason because my building was having an event at a bar like across the street. They had an open bar from like 7 to 9. I just got way more drunk than I thought I was.
Really? Like, you got free drinks?
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I mean, I'm like, fuck, they're definitely making a shit ton of money off of us in this fucking building. So I'm like, yeah, fuck it. That's like part of my rent right there. I gotta go.
If you're an employee, they make shit tons of money off of you anyway, and no matter where you work.
Yeah, no, 100%. No, I work for a
Doesn't
big
matter
company.
if you get free drinks, So that's another thing. So, have you? Are you familiar with this flat Earth topic? Is this your first time here?
No, I've been here for a while. Last time I got muted because I was super drunk. Last time I was on, I passed out on the call. I think I was snoring or something. I was connected on my phone.
Okay, so where do you stand? I mean, what do you think about what we've been talking about? So obviously, you're familiar with our Discord and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think I've been in for a little bit now, a couple months, something like that.
Cool. So, what do you think so far?
No, I mean, this is a topic I've done a bunch of my own research on for years and years. I've never really like joined a community like that, but I definitely would consider myself not an expert, but know a bunch of bullshit about a lot of stuff. Definitely.
Here's another
been
question.
through a bunch of propaganda.
Have you ever talked to anyone on a live stream before?
I've done like podcast type bullshit.
Yeah. Talking about what?
More like government conspiracy type stuff.
All right, cool. So you've already been looking into conspiracies for quite a while, and
yeah, no. So one thing I wanted to propose and see if this was a topic that was allowed for the rules in the server is understanding how this whole system works and why this big lie of the whole thing here. I'm just going to use that as an analogy for, just the entire theory and just everything.
The theory of everything is
right. No, but I mean the
theory of
ball
every
earth and the bullshit.
conspiracy.
Yeah.
All right,
Kind
the
of all in
bullshit.
one.
Or
Yeah.
hold on, though. Before you came across flat Earth, you were already looking into some other conspiracies, right?
Bunch of shit. Like 9/11 was kind of the thing that was like, for me, that's when I immediately knew, like, yeah, it's exactly what I thought this bullshit was.
All right. Well, the Federal Reserve kind of triggered me on some stuff,
Yeah, I feel that.
back
I feel that.
like before 9/11, I was already kind of looking into the Federal Reserve stuff.
Yeah.
And so that was over 20 years ago.
The creature from Jekyll Island.
Yeah. So see. All right. Cool. So yeah, let's hear about it, man. What you got?
No, so my whole thing on this is like, all right, so obviously, there's the slaves and the owners, and I'm talking about the real owners here, the historic bank, the Red Shield bankers, the Rothschilds and the likes like that, the people that are, poking the chest of the kings and queens of this world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bloodlines.
Yeah. It's so that obviously there's a whole
flatline. There's no superior bloodline. That's from B.O.B. You know what I'm talking about. Right?
Oh yeah. No, it's
B.O.B. just put some new shit out.
Actually,
yeah.
I actually got to look into that. All right.
Yeah. B.O.B.
But basically this whole thing has been cooked up in a sense, right? And it's all to, like, there's got to be a reason for why, why lie, why all this other thing. It all kind of connects together. And that's my bigger thing going into this is like, it's classic Nazi propaganda quotes from Goebbels and all these people that were part of the SS and the Wehrmacht and all this crazy shit. And they did these psychological experiments on big populations of people. Like they figured this shit out down to a science. And then when the war ended, we took a fucking third of them. The Russians took them, and then the Europeans took a third of them and split them up between the European Union nations after fucking all that bullshit happened.
Oh, you're talking about Operation Paperclip, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just the thing that's on the books. In reality, it's estimated that it's probably closer to 30
it's
to
like
50,
they can't
000.
deny that shit. Operation Paperclip, they put it on the books.
They just say, oh, it was only 10,000 scientists and researchers. But, Werner von Braun is on all the fucking bullshit for NASA, and he's in every fucking picture and with Hitler in the rooms with the maps and looking at he was this guy. That was this dude. That was the guy who made the fucking V2, in the V1s, all the fucking.
Yeah.
It's just,
all
these
don't
people
understand the whole map, but keep going.
Yeah, everything keeps going. Everything's connected. Everything keeps going deeper. Like these are the people that fucking made up this shit. Like Werner von Braun came to America, got into all that weird fucking Nazi bullshit because it's not like they were re-educated or denazified. Like these motherfuckers didn't get thrown into a gulag.
No, they wanted this shit. They wanted this shit to happen. They
won. The war was won. Like the Nazis won. Like that's not. It didn't end how people think it ended. Like
right.
The bankers just made everything exactly. It's just all some fucking bullshit for money.
Gotcha.
That's how every war has been. The Americans let the Japanese bomb their harbor and just made sure all the carriers were out of the
they knew they were coming. They knew the Japs.
Just a matter of time. And they said, keep every ship fully manned. Oh, even the old World War I battleships? Yeah, all of them. Like, they needed to incite the American public to fucking get that shit to happen. There was no chance we were ever going to join that war. And the bankers need that shit to fucking happen. They bet big on that shit, and they thought we were going to do it when that one thing happened. The American public still said, fuck all. We'll send them materials. We're not going to fight. So they had to do something. But anyways, tangent there.
It's really, I don't know. To be honest, a lot of some of this stuff we can't talk about necessarily here because we're live on YouTube, and YouTube doesn't like us to talk about the truth.
Yeah, no, fair
Sometimes.
enough. No, fair enough. My whole thing was I was just trying to lead into the Werner von Braun and Walt Disney connect, because
Yeah.
that's
leading up to
where
NASA, right?
that's how all that shit eventually happened. You know, got into the weird shit in Hollywood early on when that stuff was happening back in the day in the fucking early 50s, late 40s, all that weird shit just originally starting, the evil deep rooting just originally starting to grow and sow the seeds and getting all this shit out there. Like, they came up with I want to see the fucking back, green room, wherever the hell they fucking came up with this shit.
Oh man, it's deep. It's fucking deep.
There's a reason for all this, and I think we've all recognized, just with the level of propaganda we've all been put under the last however amount of time. It's like there's a reason that we're told this specific story, and it's supposed to make us feel isolated. It's supposed to do this thing to us mentally that's preparing us for the next step in their doctrination, right? It's all part of this whole thing to get us to be what they want us to be. They're trying to mold us into shit, because we're basically just flesh computers, and we're just getting programmed from the first day we walk on this bitch, and it's constantly just this, that, and the other.
I prefer to actually think of us better than that, especially when you come across this information and you're aware of it. You become a super power. You have a superpower of knowledge.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but you don't know everything, but you know what the agenda is, basically, when you come across a lot of this knowledge.
Yeah, fuck machines.
And you can figure it out. You figure out the whole, you either have that moment of realization and it all clicks, or you're still just in that cognitive dissonance stage, and it's just going to take more. And some people will never leave that. Just like in the fucking Matrix, some people don't want to fucking leave. Some people really like their slavery. Some people crave it and want more. And that's what makes it so hard for people like us trying to just get people to literally use their eyes and see, and they will refuse. They will lie to themselves from what they're seeing from their own eyes. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen, and I know everybody in this probably similar experience at some point, and it's just holy shit. I don't know. I'm at the point. I mean, this happened a long time ago for me, but I stopped trying to wake people up on the shit, because it's just it's not really my business anymore.
Well, it's almost impossible. I've tried to do it myself, with people that I know, directly, and they watch the news and believe it. And that's their problem.
They're legit drinking the Kool-Aid, and there's not much you can do about that. I'll always have my opinions. If people want to ask me, I'll say my shit, but I'm not going to get too deep into it.
Hey, Fat Carrie, let me ask you something. Are you a flat earther? I mean, I don't necessarily like the term flat earther, but it's obvious. To you, is it obviously not what they told us it was? Earth.
That's exactly my position. My position is this: anything told us, probably it is true. In most cases,
the reason I'm asking you this, because you sound like a flat earther. I just want to ask you a couple of questions, because I can give you the flat earth role. If you answer. I already know you're gonna. So tell me about the flat earth. Well, all right. So have you ever come across any evidence of the Earth? Seems redundant. I mean, I can tell you're a fucking flat earther.
What? Come across of it as a ball?
Yeah, a ball. I mean, measurement of curvature of Earth.
Yeah, like when I spin a basketball on my finger. That's definitely when I figured. I was like, Bill Nye. It was totally legit. No, I'd say about every goddamn time I've flown in a plane, I'm just sitting there thinking, and they're eating this up, aren't they?
All right. So, second question: do you have any scientific proof of the spin of Earth?
Definitely not.
And like Earth
Definitely
is
not.
rotating with
No shot. I don't think that's even possible for modern.
Oh.
But I don't even think they have lies that explain that.
As an addendum to that, do you know how they claim that the Earth is rotating?
I'm sure I read it in some bullshit science class when I was like 14 and probably just went, yeah, what a crock of shit.
No, cool. But you know, do you know the globe Earth claim about how they prove?
I
You
don't.
know, to
Honestly,
themselves.
I'd love to hear it.
Well, listen. All right, cool.
Scared.
So, listen, the sun, moon, and stars rotate above us, right?
Yeah. They're saying we're spinning and everything's spinning with us, and we're traveling down the line, right? That fucking whole crazy shit.
Yeah. See, that's what I was. These are not.
Was that the thing you were talking about? I wasn't sure. I was like,
yeah, that's exactly what I was talking
okay,
about. So
all right.
you're standing on Earth and you're rolling backwards away from the sun when sunset. You know, you're standing on a ball and you see the sunset because you're moving away from it on the ball Earth.
Right. Just it was so not the first time I ever was taught about it as a kid. I just could never really believed any of the bullshit.
Really? So, like, pretty much your whole life, you didn't buy into this globe Earth stuff?
I mean, you got to drink the Kool-Aid when you're going through college to get the degree, but that was because I had recognized it at that time.
So you
I was a
finished
bad
college?
kid in school. Yeah, I got some bullshit. I'm fortunate enough to finish and was able to work it off, and I didn't have any debt at the time I graduated. All the bullshit.
So what was your degree? What was your degree?
Integrated science, business, and technology.
Mm-hmm. So you're a business guy.
Yeah, my minor was entrepreneurship. I work in sales now. I'm a huge business. I'm playing the game. I'm fully playing the fucking game. I'm going hard. But I know this shit.
So, hey, third question. Can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
I mean, maybe in your fantasy world, if that's how we want to create it, I think you can set that up on No Man's Sky. But other than that, I don't think that's fucking possible.
Yeah, all right. I'm going to go ahead and give you the flat earth roll. You sound like a flat earther to me.
Actually, I heard No Man's Sky got updated, and my buddy's like, dude, you got to re-download it. I'm like, I mean, maybe. Space Minecraft? I don't know.
So I'm going to give you a flat earth roll, and I'm going to remove the VC verified roll. And so I'm not sure if you're familiar with how the server works. You just flat earther. If you're a flat earther, which you obviously are, then you'll have certain privileges. If which I'll go ahead and give you image embed roll, which will you'll be able to post links. And
how do you do that, Helio?
What you do is just click on their name, right click on their name. On your phone, it's a little more difficult, but
I got a computer.
If you're on PC, you just click on their name and then hit the plus button.
Cool.
Where their roles are. Click on the plus button, and then I'm going to give him image embed because he's
all right. I'm going to be back in 10 seconds. I just got to grab some water.
Yeah, you just see if you right click, it gives you a different way. But if you click on their name, Hank, then you
said
click
right click
and
then
no right click. Yeah, right click on their name, and then you see the plus button where the roles are. You can add roles that way, and you can search for roles because there's so many roles it's hard to find. You don't want to scroll down the
And you
list.
can search for roles. Okay.
Yeah, once you click that plus button, then you can type in a role that you want to give them. So if you click the plus button, then it'll give you a search option there. So you can, if you want to give them Flat Earth role, you just type in FL, and then Flat Earther will pop up at the top of the list.
A lot of roles.
Nice.
Know what I mean? Try it on me. Like right click on my name.
Yeah, I got you. I did it earlier. I tried
All
to type it in, and I suck at that apparently.
You don't know how to type? What the
Yeah, I know
fuck?
how to type. Talk about doing it on the phone.
Fair
No,
enough.
on the phone, yeah, it's like I was saying, on the phone it's more difficult.
Yeah,
Yeah.
phones.
Yeah, if you're on a PC,
Like I said, I tried
it's
it on my
easy.
phone. It was hard, so I just did it with the computer.
Yeah, it's easy on the computer. So, but yeah, if you right click, you can do roles, but you have to scroll down through the roles. But if you wait, right click.
Damn, so live on
No
YouTube.
shit, I'm wrong. If you left click on their name, then you hit the plus button, you can add a role to them.
Oh, now I'm on board. Yeah, that looks easy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was wrong. I said it wrong. It's been a long day for me. I've been stuck in frozen Northwest Arkansas for a couple of days and drinking too much.
Frozen traffic.
Dude, I tried to go to work this morning. I was slipping all over the road. A whole freaking road out of here is ice, man. I was just like, you know what? I'm going to go back home. I can't go to work. So I didn't want to end up in a ditch somewhere. You get it now, Hank?
Some of these. Oh, God damn it. Oh. Are you at the point where, like, when you see, like, mainstream media shit, like, you just laugh at it because it's just so goddamn ridiculous?
No, man, if you don't laugh, you're going to cry.
It's just, oh my God, man. It's funny as shit sometimes.
Serious. I actually want to cry about it a lot of times.
No, I know the feel, man. It's bad. It's soul-suckingly bad. I think a lot of people feel that because it's it's like that movie They Live. Once you put the glasses on,
It's like you have to kick. That's what happened in They Live. He's like he had to kick his friend's ass and force him to put the glasses on.
Yeah, literally.
Like motherfucker, put these glasses on. Look,
open your eyes. Look and see for once in your life. Look at something and actually look at it.
Anyway, I got you hooked up with Flat Earther Roll and Lincoln Bed, so you can go ahead and post. I think you already probably know that.
World War III is a guerrilla information war with no division between military and civilian participation.
Yeah, again, like just anything that we see in the mainstream media or any type of media sources, really, like I'm just immediately skeptical, and I'm like, I don't really know what the fuck's going on over there. A lot of people have said a bunch of things, and a lot of media places have like reported a bunch of things. I've seen a lot of different theories about a lot of different things from everywhere, and I'm just kind of sitting and watching and observing. Man,
All right. Well, you know how like you're skeptical of like something that comes on CNN, right? Because it's CNN.
Yeah.
Well, even they have to tell the truth sometimes, so you can't discount it. So the way that you look at it is a little skeptical eye, like you said. But even if you get that kind of information, even if you get information from someone you do like a flat earther, or someone you do respect, like fill in the blank XYZ, right? You treat that information just as valid as the CNN stuff until you can validate it, right?
I mean, basically, yeah. That's kind of just how I look at everything now, because I'm like, we live in such a crazy world. Like everything is essentially a form of propaganda at this point. Everything's been influenced by some type of ulterior motive. Almost every single piece of anything we're going to buy, use, or consume, especially if you live in a fucking city or a big town or anything like that. Like they don't want people living out in the sticks, living out by themselves with land and doing their own thing. That's not what they want at all. And
Do you
it's
mind if I ask what type of business you're in? You said you were killing it. I'm just curious.
I'm in tech sales. Yeah, I work
Good
for
time for that.
yeah, I work for a technology company. Yeah.
So you're selling websites or like
Essentially, yeah, it's a certain piece of visibility tech for supply chain.
cool.
You sound like you could be Cyrus's brother just from your voice and laugh.
I don't. Who's that?
He's one of our main guys here.
Yeah, he's one of the moderators here.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. Where's he from? I don't know.
He lives in Washington
Egypt.
State.
Egypt. That's not where he's from, but that's funny.
No, I'm from Philadelphia. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not an accent so much as just a personality type thing. But yeah, you're right. It's like what's the news telling us? And even if some of the news information is valid, what's the reason, like valid as far as like this is actually what's happening or not happening? But the subterfuge is usually around the corner. It's why they're telling you certain information.
There's truth sprinkled into everything a little bit, and everything, you know, like the way they phrase everything is always fucky. So you got to like consume a bunch of different sources and try and like get an idea on what's actually going on. And it's just it's just
they're
so
always holding on to plausible deniability and all that. Yeah.
Exactly. So like, you know, they can openly lie and know they're doing that and still get away with it. So
well, and legally too. After this,
yeah, I mean, isn't that the standard?
Yeah.
Isn't that the standard?
Yeah,
you.
It's the standard of care in every hospital right now. So
yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, it's like you lie and try to get away with it, and if
they don't
someone
have to
catches
try.
you on it, if you try,
they've got license. They've got license to get away with it.
Yeah, if you get caught, then they have lawyers.
If you or me did it, we'd get in trouble. But
there's no promise that anything they tell us is true. There's no promise that they could be sued for.
Yeah, I mean,
it's fully entertainment. Fully entertainment at this point.
Yep.
Like it's not anything other than that. So like that's just how you got to look at that.
And it seems like sometimes they're trying to do it like. Seems like they're trying to do it poorly on purpose so that they can then, you know, not feel so guilty about it.
Right. I mean, it's the PR. It's the PR industry.
They have to let us know the shit they're doing before they do it, and they're like, "Oh well, they're fucking so stupid. They're wanting us." Like,
in fact, Carrie, is like it's sort of what you're doing is like a PR thing. You're promoting. Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what your job is, but like PR, you know what PR is, public relations or whatever.
No,
So
I definitely do part of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of your. So it's just like.
Yeah, I have like a public persona that's like on LinkedIn. Like I'm doing the whole thing. Like, yeah, for sure.
All right, cool. So it's all PR, but it doesn't necessarily have to be true as long as it sells, right?
I mean, for what we're doing,
I don't know specifically your job, but
I was gonna say, yeah, we don't really even need to do that because our shit is super robust now. So we're kind of like the best in the business right now for what we're doing.
Real shit.
Yeah, so we're actually not lying about the shit that we can provide. So
but with PR, you know how to sell bullshit too, right?
Oh, there's a reason I got hired for this. Let me tell you what. Yeah, you know, I used to be a financial
advisor. Though. It's just really sad. It's really sad.
You know, I was dialing for dollars, man. That's how my whole shit worked out. You know, it's one of those jobs. Big sales guy. That's just always how it's been for me.
Cool, man. You're successful doing what you do, man. It's all good.
You got to play the game. You know, that was the number one advice my dad ever gave me ever, and it's like, you know, recognize what this shit is. First of all, you know what's going on, but understand that there's things that we don't really have a crazy amount of power to change or affect. So we really need to focus on what we can do in our lives. And, if you can blow up and do some shit in the game and go crazy, all of a sudden you get all these fake numbers in your account, then you have the fake power in our fake world. And that's when you can actually make something real fucking happen. So that's kind of been my whole goal
Right on.
in this
That's
is
good.
just to
Yep.
just
Exactly
go as
right.
hard as you fucking can. Hit the gym and fucking work and do all your shit and grind out. And anybody who wants to tell you otherwise can get fucked. And that's how you need to look at it. Anything that's in your way of that can also get fucked.
Well, unless you're stepping on people's heads.
Bye,
that you
Felicia.
respect,
No, I mean, we practice a level of decorum where we're professionals here. But there is a time and a place.
All right. Cool. Yep. And then hopefully you'll do something really affecting for this.
No, I'm hoping that the world, this can will get kicked out a little bit longer, and I'll have enough time to work until I get a certain amount saved up. So then probably around the time I'm like maybe 30, mid 30s, I could get start my own business at that point. Then it would be like another 5-10 years after starting that by then it would probably have been blown up and fully good. And that's when it's like, oh shit, you hit the $1 billion valuation. You're set. You're done. You're good.
All right. Absent of all of that, as far as like what we talk about here, I mean, we all have different, paths,
All different backgrounds.
for different backgrounds, careers, and everything. What you're obviously a flat earther. We talked about that before. What and we, when new people join here, if you want to promote, if you're curious about how, this idea, and not idea, it's not an idea, it's reality, it's Earth. And it sounds like you want to be a participant. It doesn't. You don't have to be if you don't want to be, but we're trying to find different ways to actually promote this server to help people understand that the Earth is not what they told us it is. So
You want to know how to do that? Get active in the other social medias. Go watch some YouTube videos. Leave some comments when they, have a new video pop up.
Well, I do that a lot, but I was just curious about if Carrie is more curious about making money, or I mean, he's here today. I don't give a shit if you give a shit about our server, but anyway, but you're here, and obviously you're a successful guy. But dude, do you want to talk to some more people about Flat Earth? Spend some time here, man. It's fun.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, it's
How
just
long
hard.
ago? How long ago did you realize that the Earth is not a spinning ball?
I don't think I ever actually realized that it was spinning.
Right. I heard you say that. Yeah.
That's kind of.
When did you actually? I think that most of us that are in the game earlier on already kind of already had that intuition. A lot of us here, kind of never really thought it made sense. But when did you actually get into the information that has confirmed that for you?
Probably actually when I was a young ass kid, when I was 12 or 13 or something like that.
Was your dad a flat earther? He sounds like he might be.
Nah, he was. I mean, kind of. Not. He's not going to be going into any of that. But frame of reference. In college, went to 55 Dead shows. Blah blah blah. Full bust out. Did all the shit. Full. Classic 80s hippie. Done all the shit.
Total hippie girl. Oh, that's fucking
all
badass.
that. But huge sales guy. Gets into sales. Starts his own business. Blows up. Does all this shit. Country Billy made a couple milli. That's the.
Right.
No, he's.
Did you end up talking to him about flat Earth?
Nah, not. We don't really talk about shit like this. Our relationship is a little weird, just because I was a bad child as well. But there was some other shit that happened. But
okay. Well, it'd be interesting.
We just talk about business and life on a more philosophical level.
I was a
Nobody,
deadhead for
nobody.
years, and I find it interesting that most of my deadhead friends will not talk to me about flat Earth, and I always thought that was the craziest thing. Like, what? Wait a minute, dude.
What are you missing
Like,
here,
aren't you
right?
supposed to be the most open-minded
Right?
of all
No,
the
I
people?
know.
We were
No, I know.
deadheads together.
And it's just, we got to understand, like, that boomer generation and, like, coming from that time, and, like, I guess the boomers were their parents, like, the trauma, the fucking, like, the
Dude,
level of
trauma-based mind
propaganda.
control. Dude.
They were just under
Yeah.
some different propaganda. Like, I have no frame
Yeah.
of reference for it, and it was
Well,
just
anybody
Tied
that
to
was
faith.
back
crazy,
then.
they take you to the insane asylum, right? And these insane asylums are like all these old Tartarian buildings with like all this huge amount for population, right? Just empty buildings wait for people to come in and get lobotomized. Like, what'd you say? Oh, you crazy.
Literally.
Lobotomy. Have a nice
You
day.
you're a free thinker. We're gonna disconnect your
Oh
frontal lobe.
shit! Yeah. Oh my god, this reminds me of Batman. The fucking.
No, well, and you know why that happened? Because the fucking Nazis won World War II, and people don't fucking know that shit. They have no idea what actually happened.
The
They
Germans
have
lost,
no
though.
idea.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
the
no,
Germans
no.
lost. The Nazis didn't, though. The
Wait.
Germans lost for sure. Germany lost. Nazism did not die. It thrived.
Dude, it's even deeper than that. That's what I'm saying. That's why there's certain things we can't necessarily go into.
You guys got like an ash can? You know, like if you smoke a lot, do you like dump all your ashes in like one can? That's your ash can.
My toilet. That shit. I mean, I got this shitty trash can. I definitely have ashed into a million fucking times
So
throughout
that's
this
your
life.
ash can. What were we talking about? Ash can. Nazi.
Fucking Hank, man, this motherfucker. Oh, that was a
Yeah,
that was a gold joke. If you didn't get it, you just didn't get it. That's gold. That's gold right there.
That was good. That was good. But we are the Fourth Reich, and I think that is something a lot of people, even woke people, don't realize.
And people don't realize it. Everybody's like seeing the police and like all the stuff that's happening from the thing that I'm not going to mention in its name. But like everybody's, we've all been witness to this shit, and everyone's just like, oh my God. And like, but nobody, like nothing actually happens. Like this trucker thing has been like one of the coolest things I've seen.
That's.
Yeah, but cause and effect. If those truckers aren't moving goods,
That actually hurts our population.
And the war in
because
the grain belt.
I mean, it's just like, are they woke? These are the woke truckers stifling production, and it's like, okay, they're woke now.
Well, technically, it takes two to tango now. Technically, Trudeau is playing awfully hardball with them. He wouldn't even listen to what their demands
You mean
were.
Trudeau Castro's son, that dude?
Yeah,
he's
but
clearly.
This is all information.
It'd be one thing if he was
could
like,
be a total controlled
clearly
opposition
his
thing
son.
going.
It's hilarious. Like
Yeah,
if you
it
look
is,
at a picture of his fucking alleged dad, you're like, you're joking. You have to be joking,
Look
right?
at Liam Neeson and Castro. Isn't that the
dude? I know it's actually really bad. People don't fucking know shit.
Yeah, it's like this shit goes on my head. I don't say it on here a lot, but because we shouldn't. But wasn't there a female voice that wanted to say something when we brought up Trudeau? Who was
that was my wife in the background. But yeah, Trudeau,
she's like, yeah, that motherfucker.
If Trudeau would have said, "Okay, guys, what do you want?" and they were like, "We want A, B, and C," and he was like, "Nah, we ain't doing that." That'd be one thing. But
he just
didn't
looks
even
like
ask what they
such a
wanted.
putz. Like, how tall is his bitch ass? Like, he just looks so beat upable. Like, what is it about him that just looks completely
I've seen evidence that he's funding neo-Nazis in Ukraine because our side is the neo-Nazi. You guys know that, right?
That's what I've heard.
Yeah,
neo means new.
Yep. Ashcan Nazi.
Ashcan means it's same thing. Yeah, it's a renewal. Yeah,
I don't think the Ukrainians are going to win the war. I think The
I
matchup.
don't think I
well,
have any
to be
idea what
honest,
the hell's going on over there. I just
yeah, I don't either.
seen
But at
so
the
many
same
conflicting
time,
things.
if America gets involved, I guess we're going to have something to do with it and have an opinion about it. But I'll tell you what, this, since it's like Russia has a short border with Ukraine. I've been looking at the maps and shit. Not like I'm not paying attention to it, but as far as their political reasonings and all that kind of shit, there's not been a lot of activity in the media, like supporting or against, what Russia is supposedly doing. I have no idea. But I've, to be honest, I don't know much about Russian
I
politics.
just gotta say, man, bro, for real, it's simple. It's like this. Can you imagine me complaining because someone is getting tips? Like those people are getting tips. Wait a minute, I've gotten tips for like the past 20 years. Who am I to say anything about somebody getting a tip, right? That's exactly what's going on, right? Because we've been invading countries for like hundreds of years. And it's like
We're bombing Somalia right now. We launched multiple airstrikes today. Like we're doing
Americans
exactly
are
what the
bombing
fuck they're doing.
Somalia.
Yeah, we launched a strike in Somalia, the first one since like August of fucking a year ago. Like
All right, so Biden ordered a strike on Somalia today.
Yep. Well, I guess it's technically yesterday. I guess at this point, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Yesterday. Well, what the
Yeah.
fuck for what?
We blew a building up in Somalia. It killed some fucking Terry, some bullshit. I don't know. I just see the bullshit. And I just stop even caring because I'm just so fucking disgusted with this society and this goddamn fucking country.
Hey, but this is why I'm asking the details about this, because it's for.
Yeah, no, I'll pull it up. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, U.S. carries out first airstrike in Somalia since August.
Dude, if the U.S. is bombing Somalia today, I'm fucking pissed, and I'm going to say something about it. That's fucking nonsense, bro. I'm pissed now if they actually just bomb Somalia.
Yeah. Launched an airstrike against Al-Shabaab in Somalia on Tuesday. U.S. Africa Command, AFRICOM, said on Wednesday.
Dude, I'm fucking pissed now.
Conducted the strike in a remote location near Dabul, Somalia, in support of U.S.-backed government. The Somali military said its special forces, known as the Danab, killed 60 Al-Shabaab fighters on Tuesday in operations.
For what?
Who knows? They're fighting a war over there. We're fighting
What
war in
war?
like 5 countries. Yeah, not ours. That's all I know.
Dude, I'm pissed.
We're still doing shit in Syria. We're still in like 5 countries right now. It's a joke.
I know.
We just left Afghanistan.
It's not a joke,
you mean that bitch is getting tips? Man, that's wrong.
I mean, it's just like.
Okay, here we go.
We can laugh about it, but look at what's happening. I mean, it's just
listen to this. This is the funniest. This is the funniest part of the article. AFRICOM now declares almost all of its strikes in Somalia, but the CIA also conducts drone strikes and raids in the country in secret. So it's tough to know how active the U.S. is in the war against Al-Shabaab.
Guess why they can do this now? They took out Gaddafi a long time ago.
Yeah.
That's why they can do this now. Yep. And just call it the same bullshit. Gaddafi was really like fighting for Africa.
So just so you guys know, the thing about AFRICOM, that's military president of Africa, that's operating over the authorization that was given for use of force after fucking
this
September
is a replay of what
in 2001.
This is a replay of what London or the English or whatever did to Africa, freaking 200 years ago.
Yep. No, it's just it's just the new
Fucking
lapdogs
disgusting.
doing it this time around. Basically, is all it is. We're just doing the work for the owners. That's just how that shit goes.
Hey, where the owners live. In England. And there's another place they're in conjunction. There's another place in the Mediterranean, near the Eastern Mediterranean. I won't say the word.
I was gonna say there is another place.
Yeah,
it is a few groupings of islands that a certain sitting president might own one who's sits next to an island that was owned by a man who was hung in his cell. But that's pretty vague now because a lot of that's happened. So that could be anybody.
It could be. I mean, have you ever looked at Santos Bonacci's stuff about his the history of the kingdoms around the Mediterranean Sea?
I don't think I have actually.
Yeah,
the name kind of sounds familiar. I don't know. Maybe it'll ring a bell.
He's an Italian. He was born in Italy, but he's like speaks like 6 different languages, and he makes all kinds of videos. And he talks about theology and also he calls it astrotheology. Also, anyway, so it's really about history of Earth, mankind.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So anyway. Yeah, what with the atheists and their world freaking crazy worldview about like Big Bang Theory and everything and how everything came together, that's their idea. But they don't really have any scientific evidence for that. They have a story. And when you press them on their scientific evidence, and this is what we come in, as an affront here, when we're talking about flat Earth, they come in here and say, "You flat Earthers don't have any evidence," and it's like, shit, just walk out your front door.
Yeah. How about look up?
Look up, look out, look across. Looks flat, doesn't it?
Just fucking
like, no, you're so dumb because you don't believe the creators of the globe model. It's like, you know what? You're right. I don't believe those assholes. I think they're full of shit.
Yeah, so that's kind of how I try and get into stuff. Like I'll hint at stuff like that. Especially with like full normies, and I won't fully explicitly say anything, but I'll just be like, my firm position is that anything that is backed in credibility by our seated government that is corrupted to its core, it has to be manipulated and is probably not true. And
yeah, it's
just leave it at that. Basically, be like,
and they know they may or may not know it's flat because a lot of the leaders don't even consider this type of topic, right? They're more concentrated on money and control, and so they might think it's a globe, but they still want to utilize it as a tool to have control and power. But it's still Earth, right? Earth is the only place that exists. Now, with these NASA motherfuckers, let's try to go to Mars and we can build tents on Mars and fucking live there or some shit. They make movies about it.
You are a NASA heretic.
I'm a NASA heretic.
Yeah. Globe heretic.
Yeah, I'm a globe
Absolutely.
heretic. All right, I'll own that. I'll own that label. Go ahead and give it to me.
Take that label. I'll take that label all day.
Me too.
NASA's Nazis to me, so I'm like, we're good with that. I'm definitely a heretic or whatever they're pushing.
Hey, have you met Jebby Jet? Hey, Fat Carrie, have you met Jebby Jet yet?
Potentially. The voice sounds a little familiar. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you said you've been listening to this for a while. Yeah, this is Jebby Jet. He's in Germany.
Ukrainian. Yeah.
But he's not from Germany.
I want to suck your blood.
He's from Transylvania. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
Why do you do this to me, Jimmy?
I know you like hearing me saying that. Yeah.
He's from Romania, but don't you live in Germany now though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
And
I'm
man,
not wrong.
they
I'm
have
not wrong.
these people have such a messed up view. Like they blame the Russians for what they're doing, like they're invading Ukraine. The German politicians here say, "Oh, don't do war, don't do this, stop invasion, stop
Well,
bombing
they just have to
Ukraine."
spit the same, Western propaganda that, all their NATO allies are spitting, which is the American bullshit,
Yeah,
which is, Russia's
yeah.
always the bad guy. That's just they have to. They're on
Mm,
our side. They do the deals with us, blah blah blah. It's all part of the show.
mm,
Um, and Putin's in on it too, right? This is just all part of the show. Every world
yeah.
leader is compromised. Anybody who sits on the UN is compromised. The entire thing is
Well,
completely rigged. That's why I'm like, they don't respect us. They don't care about us. They view us. They laugh at us. They don't give a fuck about any of us. That's why I
Well,
say
I
you got to
wouldn't
play
say
the game.
that's necessarily true, but
We are
Jimmy Jazz wants.
expendable
that's
collateral
a
at
very
the end of the day
rabbit
when it
hole.
comes
Yeah,
down to it.
that's a very deep
He's
one.
closer.
100%.
He's closer to the action. Go ahead, Jimmy. What's going on over there?
What I'm talking with people here, I ask for their opinion on this war, and they say, "Oh, Russia, Putin, bad, he's invading, he's making war near Europe and NATO's borders and stuff like this." And I tell them, "Dude, in winter, do you use gas to heat your house?" "Yeah, I
Well,
do."
it
"Well,
came from
you're
Russia.
buying the gas. It's coming from Russia through a pipe which is going through Ukraine. And these motherfuckers, they steal the gas, yeah? European Union pays Russia for gas. The Russians deliver it, but in Europe, we get only like a quarter of it, of what we pay. And our prices to gas, every year, they go higher and higher like crazy,
Yep.
because we get less and less. And these Ukrainians, not that they just steal it, but they punch holes in the pipe and just let it flow outside in the air.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. They
Yeah,
don't do that shit, do they? Really?
No,
yeah,
I
yeah,
believe it.
yeah,
Why not?
Just to raise the gas prices?
Fuck you. Yeah,
Do
get
they
yeah,
fucked.
fucking let
Fuck you.
gas just explode on the
yeah.
ground?
Well, they
This
need
Just
to
so it
make it
this
raises.
seem like it's
country,
scarce and
yeah,
it's not. So they,
this country. I mean, I don't know who activates in that country, who does what. But I'm 100% that there are CIA mercenaries in Ukraine doing all this bullshit, to instigate Russians to start a war with Ukraine.
well, we installed a puppet regime during the Obama administration in 2014, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so like
I
they're
know.
completely
Yeah,
compromised and
this
controlled.
this is it's a long term plan, and
Exactly.
yeah, so yeah, I mean, so Jebby J, you didn't know that already? Come on, man.
Know about
Nah, I
what?
wasn't trying to say it like that, but no, it's like
Well, I
it's
mean,
totally
it
compromised. So
works the same way. Like
there's
it worked.
100%
It was the same
CIA
way before
guys down there.
9/11 with Iraq. It was the
Yeah.
same fucking thing.
Yep.
I know, of course.
right,
that's
cool.
why I'm
So,
very skeptical of like what's actually going on in the Ukraine, because I'm like that could be. I feel like it's very. The truth is often, much stranger than fiction.
You
I
know,
I
you
think what's really
know
happening
when
is probably a lot crazier than anything they're
no,
even trying to
fiction
say.
is the truth, and they'll tell you 20 years later in movies,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
So anyway,
Look at The
like
Boys
they.
from Brazil. That's a movie I probably think about uh every fucking day.
You know, when you slap a barking dog with a newspaper, he's gonna be sitting with his mouth on his feet. He's gonna be
Well,
sitting silent
here's a
after
simple
that.
example.
Yeah,
I mean, that movie Wag the Dog. Have you seen that one with uh fucking Robert De
yeah,
Niro and what the hell? It's a movie Wag the Dog. It's
yeah.
about politics and how they manipulate. This is a simple example of how they manipulate inside, and it's a Hollywood film that just kind of exposes. It's not the only Hollywood movie that exposes how politics works.
Well,
And
politics
if
for me.
you know what's really strange to me is
I
that
mean, Eyes Wide Shut, Kubrick.
yeah, Eyes Wide Shut, of
It's
course.
classic. There's all these things. They
Yeah,
have to
I,
expose themselves to us through their sick, perverse ways. It's
it's
part of their
really
fucking religion.
strange to me that
Some weird shit.
people
Part of their
will
religion.
watch them films and still participate in democracy as if they are a
I'm
part
like,
of the
I,
system.
if anybody has some paper currency by them and you're an American, I advise you to grab a $1 bill and look at the fucking back of it and just actually look at that for a second and tell me that's not some weird fucking shit on your
It's
Oh
money.
fucking weird shit, right? I mean,
What the fuck
shit!
is that?
I got
no
some
There's
one
a
is like,
pyramid with what the fuck is that, dude? And did any of you take Latin in fucking school? Because if you
New World Order.
translate the fucking it's just like, hey yo, it's right on your fucking dollar. Like, open your fucking eyeballs, retard. Like, it's just sometimes I can't even deal with it. It pisses me off so much
Yeah, I
because
know. It's just like the $1 bill has that on it, but guess what? The other bills don't have on it.
exactly.
The $1 bill has a pluribus unum, the one
Which
world order.
the other
It
bills
only
don't have
takes
that.
it's one. It's one.
No,
But when one is 666, but 666 doesn't actually equal one.
no, the $1 bill literally says New World Order. Like,
Yeah, I know.
on the
E
back.
pluribus unum.
No, it says something like, I don't know Latin, but like
No, and
Novo. Yeah,
No,
if you
that's it.
if
E
you look at the
pluribus
front of
unum.
it, also, if you look at the front of any of them, also any bill, if you'll notice at the top above where it says United States of America, it says Federal Reserve Note. Okay, so if you know anything about the American financial system, you'll know that a dollar currency and a note are two very different things. People do not understand anything. It's honestly fucking hysterical when I'm like at work and I hear somebody's idle conversation about just like random bullshit, and I'm just like, I know everybody's a little bit deeper because it's at the office.
Yes, Novus Ordo Seclorum. That's the one. My bad.
Yeah, no, you got you.
Yeah,
We got
Novus Ordo Seclorum.
it.
Yeah.
It's like the whole
pluribus
thing, though.
unum, is another thing. But
That's a whole different thing.
Novus Ordo Seclorum is the one world order.
No, and it has the other phrase at the top that's announcing the birth or the arrival. It's just some really weird shit, and you look back, but if you understand the shit about the notes and currency, then that kind of that led me down the path of understanding fractional reserve banking and getting to the point of, oh, we're all getting fucked, and then going, oh, all right, wait, all world economies are currently doing this, and they're all run by the same. Oh, all right, I got it. There's actually these global law systems that all governments have to abide by, and they're actually instituted by world banks that actually own all of us and the whole shit. Like we're
Isn't
all
it
branded and
interesting
numbered at
though?
birth with a
Even
birth
though
certificate.
I'm sucked into it too. I love all these New World Order movies that come out, like the end of humanity, like zombie movies and fucking New World Order movies and robots and implementation implementation of AI into humans and all that kinds of and all of that shit, right? Well, I'm a huge fan of fiction, and that started from when I was very young, on Star Trek and shit. So now I'm still a huge fan of that shit, and I watch it. And I was watching this, this new show that came out last year, Raised by Wolves. Fucking totally weird. It's an HBO series. Anyway, I've been watching that one, and it's another AI implementation of like space kind of weird shit. I still love that shit, even though I know it. That's
No,
one of the best.
I
One of the
love
best
it.
sci-fi shows that you'll ever see. In fact, by the way.
Yeah, like one of my favorite movies is probably like Interstellar, but like I know it's some bullshit. Like that's just
Yeah, I mean
it's
this
a
show I've
movie,
been watching.
It's just fantasy.
It's like the second
I'm saying
season
it's
Like
just
Tokyo.
came out a few weeks ago, and it was just like, this is the weirdest shit I've ever seen. So I'm a huge
Dude,
fan of
second
fiction.
season came out. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Everybody,
do you watch the
everybody's
first
got to
one?
watch Raised. Yeah, everybody's got to watch Raised by Wolves. Just for the sheer excellence of the production value for
Dude,
its
it's
popularity.
fucking
Like it's
crazy,
better than
bro.
most sci-fi movies you'll ever see. Just the first
Yeah,
series. It's beyond belief
there's
without
5
the
episodes.
popularity. It's
There's
Ridley
5.
Scott.
Yeah, there's 5 of. Yeah, it's Ridley Scott. Yeah, it's a guy that made. Who was the fucking star of? Yeah.
Aliens.
Anyway.
No, I
Oh,
have to give it
Ridley
a watch.
Scott did
I
Aliens,
gotta get
right? Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I gotta
Yeah,
get
and
some.
he did
I think
several
one of
other
my
movies
buddies
too.
has got the HBO Max shit. Oh, I'm a
No,
huge like
I'll send you a link. You can watch it without having to subscribe. I'll
base.
send you a link.
Oh, send me that link too, Helio.
This
Helio, send me
show
that link.
is. Did you watch the first season?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
All
it's
right,
great.
cool. So the second season, there's 5 episodes out now.
I haven't seen it.
And right before I came in to talk to you guys, this is what I mean. It's just like, this is the weird second season gets so fucking weird. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
Well, I'm a huge Star Wars guy, so I don't know if you guys are into that at
Yeah,
all.
but this
course,
is
yeah.
something else. This is something else.
This is really on another level, and I can't believe that more people don't know about it.
It's really
The
But yeah,
famous
judging from the end of the first
lightsabers,
season,
that's
I imagine
gay.
that's
No,
I'll send you
I'm a
guys a
huge.
link. I'll send
I
you
love
guys a link.
the fan. I'm like a huge fan of Mandalorian and shit. So I don't know if you guys.
Yeah, I love the Mandalorian.
Watch the Book of Boba Fett. That shit's fire. I would
Yeah, I would
highly
watch.
recommend.
Yeah, I watched that too. Yeah.
That shit
See,
was
like I'm
ass.
saying, I watch all that shit before I come and talk to you guys, and it's like, oh, you flat earther, you just love the space shows. It's like, well, yeah, they're fiction, and that's why
I'm allowed. Like
that's
we're
why I
allowed
love
to.
it.
Like I'm allowed to like
We
shit
could
that I know.
pretend,
Like that's what,
we could pretend as as good as anyone else.
that's what I mean. We're storytellers. That's what humans do, and that's that's a big trait for
It
us. I
seems
think.
like some of the biggest truth drops are in sci-fi too. It's like they're putting
Absolutely.
it
Oh
in
my
this
god.
setting.
Yeah,
It's in there.
Giving us some
No,
truth
it's
in
in
there.
there.
Yeah.
I mean, how many more analogies for corrupt government do you need? Star Wars is
Right?
another great
Exactly.
one. Also,
yeah.
religion.
For sure.
Religion's
It's like
another
the
huge thing in
rebels
Star
and the
Wars.
empire, right?
The Force, the good side, the dark side. Fucking
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
It's all.
Yeah, the Force and the dark side. Yeah,
And then
everything. It's all there.
Darth Vader, obviously the sacrifice and the the death of and turn to sin.
Yeah,
Like
I can pretend space is real and enjoy stories about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mando's
But it's
badass.
not.
That shit's
It's
sick.
not. But space is not real, not in reality. Like here, as far as we experience Earth, but I love stories about space.
All right, see, I'm way more keen into believing in some like ancient, not ancient, but like pirate conspiracies where it's the shit like fucking from Pirates of the Caribbean, because it's like, you know, they do it in that one movie where it's as below as above, and they
Yeah,
flip the
they get
boat
to the edge of the Earth
and
in
they
that
go,
movie too,
yeah,
right?
no, they do like some like there's some big I'm a huge nerd out for those fucking movies anyways, because I like pirate shit. Pirates are like the true embodiment of freedom to me.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the same way with some of the space movies. It's all on ships, right? It's like
They're on ships.
they're
Notice they're called
fantastic. They're
space ship.
fantastical stories, right?
Why
They're
do we give
fantasy.
it that name of a sea-bearing vessel? Why ship? Why is it so that's the name?
Dude,
Space ship.
Dude, that's what's so fascinating about Star Trek and Star Wars and all that kind of
All that stuff. I think it's trying to tell us something.
we've never experienced that, from Earth. All we have is the ISS that's supposedly falling around the Earth and boosting itself up every once in a while to
You mean the
maintain
thing
orbit.
that's in a massive swimming pool in California somewhere?
No, it's in Houston.
It's in Houston. All right. Okay. Yeah. Wherever the fuck they could find a space big enough to
Anyway,
put a roof
so
over a
that's
pool.
but the stories about space are fucking amazing coming from Hollywood. They're fucking amazing.
Like, I love the videos from the ISS where it's like someone in the background of the video and they like drop something and it just clearly falls like right to the ground, and they're like, oh shit, and like move in front of it, and you can just like see the fucking lines pulling in the back of their shirt from their harness, and they're just like clearly going down the thing. You're just like,
and that's the weirdest part about all that is that they
you're just like, are
it
people
seems
buying
like
this?
they're showing that shit to us on purpose.
Like, I'm just like,
there's no way that all of those harness videos just happen to leak. I mean,
like,
totally
exactly. No, it's part of their they have to expose themselves to us, but saying it without saying it. That's
Revelation
how
of the
the thing
method.
works.
My favorite is the bathroom tour, where they show you this 3-inch pipe hole that you're supposed to there's no seat. It's just a 3-inch pipe hole that you hover over while you're holding the number 1 cone with yellow cone to pee in. I mean, the whole thing's ridiculous. And then she even says at the end, it might get a little messy in here, if things get out of control, we have some wipes here for you. Like, they're totally fucking laughing at us the whole time.
Like, they think we're
You know what?
They laugh at us. They think they're better than us. This is all part of it. Like,
hey, listen.
Well, they're also giving the people a wink and a nod that do understand it.
Oh my God, yeah. No, and and it's funny because I had a couple professors that were deep in the industry and worked in aerospace and did this shit for like 20, 25 years, and then became like a professor and is burnt out and smoked, has the family now and whatever. But like, private contracted for all those companies, Northrop Grumman, fucking Lockheed Martin, all those fucking aerospace companies, Boeing, obviously. But he's still on NDAs. He can't actually talk specifically what it was about. But he would always just joke and be like, "Oh yeah, I did Star Wars stuff. Oh yeah, we made Star Wars stuff real. That's what we did for our job. We made Star Wars stuff." Like, he always joked about that. But like, he would always
say that much. Like, he'll make fun of it. Okay.
He would joke about it, but he would always give the wink and the nod. And like, there was me and a couple guys in class who were always staying late because we were doing our other bullshit, and like, we had some other clubs we were running and doing some other stuff. Sometimes we'd be getting into deep conversations like that, and like, he would like say something that would be like pushing the envelope kind of on that type of shit. Especially like other stuff. A lot. I'm not going to be able to specifically what he made him, but it was alluding at Earth. But we were talking about planes. He's a big, plane guy. Obviously, worked aerospace stuff. That was what he did for 25 years. So it's
So you already knew about flat Earth by the time.
I've well been into it for almost 10 years at that point. So.
And your friends too.
I mean, no, not that deep, but he just knows it's all bullshit.
Okay.
Probably wasn't fully there, so he still was just like, oh, like, he's saying it, like, that's fucking funny. Like, he thought it was funny as shit. I'm like, yeah, like he's based. He's incredibly based.
Yeah, a lot of us
Listen,
kind of interpret
Yeah,
this
yeah,
whole,
that's
this
oh,
whole,
I
this
love
whole.
that. That's so yeah, that's such a classic post right there. No, like this like breaks a normie's brain. They're like, oh, that's like some fake stuff that you just like like I I've shown that to someone in like the fucking response. It's just like, yeah,
What are you talking about? What I posted?
yeah, the swastika thing. It's
Yeah, yeah. Nobody can trump that shit.
it's just like holy shit. Like
Yeah.
I personally don't like this kind of people who say they worked like in a company and they have a non-disclosure contract, or even coming from the military, like
yeah, fully coming from military industrial
I
complex.
deal with military secrets and that stuff I cannot tell you, you know, because it's secret. I hate this kind of people. I personally had a cousin who worked in the military, and he didn't had a high rank, but his function in the army was very important. Um, he was a very good student in the military academy. He finished it with A plus on straight line. Then he did the cybernetics university, straight 8 plus with, you know, they give you also money when you are such a good student. Then he also did the IT university, and while he was already working in the military, he was also doing the University of IT. And he came home and he told me he was actually the supervisor of the radar system of my country. My country was split in 3 areas. There were like 3 main center areas where these radar antennas, the military air traffic surveillance were centralized in 3 centers. And one of these, he was the supervisor of one of these centers, and he was in direct communication with the most important generals of Romanian army. He came home and he told me, many military secrets. He told me, look, this stuff I'm telling you is a military secret. It does not mean that I'm not allowed to tell you, like to a civilian. But when I tell you this, you cannot go to a newspaper or to a journalist and have this story published in the newspaper or broadcasted on radio or national television, because when you do that, you are officially disclosing military secret information, which you do not have a reliable source evidence for it, you know. But the army will see that you know that stuff, you know, and then they have the right to come and take you down, make you disappear, you
Yep,
know.
100%.
And yeah, he told me, uh, I can tell you because you're a civilian, you are nobody, you're an ordinary man. I can tell you, I can share with you this knowledge, information, but you cannot make use of it. That's the thing which people don't understand. And also this, I spoke also with police colonel about cases he was working on or cases he worked on, and I knew the radio or TV news narrative about that case in that time, but he gave me some more information, and the story of that event was a totally different one in the police case file. It was totally different than what they presented on the TV. And I had this perspective, but he told me, look, you cannot go to a television and say this because you don't have our archived file. Nobody's gonna give it to you because that's secret. As simple as that. And when you make a story like this, even and you go to a national television or to a journalist, they will ask you for some evidence, and if you don't provide evidence, they just ignore your story.
No, 100%. Yeah, I think the reason
Yeah.
my professor held that
Mm.
level of candor is because he was probably still getting
Yeah.
paid from a lot of these companies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that these kind of people who say, "Oh, I worked there and I had a non-disclosure contract. I worked with secrets. Blah blah. If I tell you, I have to kill you." Those people are lunatics. They have no fucking idea what they are talking about, and they just do that to show themselves as some, to give some credit to themselves that they are such important and intelligent and superior to you.
Oh no,
But they are not.
absolutely. No. I
Yeah,
fully
yeah,
agree with what you said right there. That's
yeah.
it's definitely a thing that you do. Um, but I mean, I see.
Mm.
I'm able to. That doesn't affect me.
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, my
And a lot of times,
cousin
maybe
told
those
me a
guys were
very
given
funny
information that
thing.
wasn't actually top secret. They were given bullshit.
Yeah,
There's
That
like
happens
psyop
a
within
lot.
a psyop within a psyop, even within the compartmentalizations.
Yeah, because they gotta keep it
compartmentalization, yeah.
exactly,
They
exactly. They
tell
gotta keep it up.
them bullshit just to not to have an idea what they are working on, you know.
I'm just wondering what the hell split off multiverse episode it was that fucking how they came up with the whole Half-Life theory for that game. Something like that. That basically is government compartmentalization right there. If you've ever played Half-Life, I don't know.
It's for me when I hear someone saying it's a secret, if I tell you I have to kill you. That's such a turn off for me. It just inside me, everything gets shut down. I have no interest, no will any longer to carry any kind of conversation with that person, because I know how dumb he is. And all
Yeah, but
this
you're
thanks to
talking
my
about me,
cousin.
bro. I used to work at a sandwich place, and at the sandwich
Yeah,
place, I really did sign an NDA, right? So that person that you hate
yeah,
talking to, that's me, bro.
yeah. But you
Sandwich
see,
place had
you
recipes.
can you can share that information, but there has you can't allow to exist like a log which traces to you. So if you open a company, yeah, like restaurant, and you actually do that recipe, yeah, you will have troubles, because that other company which you sign the NDA with, you are using that secret information, their secret recipe, yeah, to run your company. But if you go to someone that already owns a restaurant and you tell him that recipe, and nobody is recording that conversation, nobody has any evidence that you told him, and he will make in his restaurant that recipe and stuff, they will call it like pure coincidence, you know?
Just pure coincidence.
Yeah. That someone
You got to
managed
be able to prove it in
to.
court.
Yeah, but it's also something like similar with the Coca-Cola company. Their recipe for the juice. uh, there's no other company which sells Coca-Cola. I mean, that substance, that special recipe. And that's because not many companies have laboratories where they can extract these alkaloids from the coca plant. You know, they don't have those licenses which Coca-Cola has.
Coca-Cola is like a massive corporate conglomerate at this point. They're just
Well,
they're under another umbrella.
you see, actually, Coca-Cola is the first corporation which enters a country after a war. Like in Romania, when communism went down, was demolished, the first corporation that came to Romania was Coca-Cola. In Afghanistan, after the war, yeah, the first corporation was Coca-Cola that's going in that country. Iraq, the same. Probably in Iraq they were even before, but yeah. Coca-Cola is like the head of the phallus.
And multiple board member executives are on tape saying they don't allow any of their family members to drink any Coca-Cola product.
It's the Goyim's drink.
No, it's that bad. It's that deep.
Yeah.
You know, there's a war going on outside that no man is safe from. It's been going on for a long time, and it's kind of in a global coordinated effort. And it's funny that it all kind of starts when you're a kid, and they put a globe in your hands, and whatever fucking first grade or whatever the shit is. It's like
Well,
the
I
lies
can tell you,
start from the youngest age. That's why they laugh the hardest at this one in particular, like we were
Coca-Cola,
talking about earlier, because
this drink,
the
this
thing on
drink,
the ISS with the
Coca-Cola.
how obvious that shit is. Like they laugh at us so fucking hard for that, because they're like, look at this toddler. They still believe the thing we fucking taught them in preschool. How funny is that? And they're like, they got to be just laughing their asses off at this shit. Like they think they're so smart, so much better than it. Like it's just
Heroin addiction is not subtle. It's like in your face. But Coca-Cola addiction is very subtle. But heroin will not make you displease drinking water. But Coca-Cola does. It will make you not like to drink water anymore, which is very, very bad thing for the life of a man. Drinking water is extremely important.
you just can't drink sugar water. Like just stop. The soda just shouldn't even be on the table. Like
Oh, it's not the sugar that does the addiction.
well, it's definitely a part of it. And there's
Wait,
just,
wait, wait. What is the addiction then? When it comes to,
well, it's loaded with a bunch of
I
chemicals.
like. Well, yeah, sure. There's a lot of chemicals. I
The
love
alkaloid.
water. I like water. I drink Ozarka spring water. Comes from Texas. I like
Yeah,
that. You know,
okay, Hugo,
I'll
you're
slam.
an
I'll slam
adult.
that.
You're an adult. You already know the importance of drinking water from time to time, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
But give it.
So when you're a child, it's up to your parents to
Well, yeah. If
show
you
you.
allow the child to have access 24/7 to Coca-Cola and water,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
that's
the
terrible.
child will be drinking exclusively Coca-Cola only.
Yeah.
He will never drink
But
water again.
most parents don't let
Yeah.
their child drink Coke all the time, right?
I would
Yeah,
think
but
so.
quite a lot.
I would hope so, you know, but some do. Some do.
I would say that most parents actually allow children to drink Coca-Cola.
Well, you know, actually, I have had experience, you know, with family members that do let their kids drink whatever
Yeah.
the fuck they want to drink all the time, and that's not good. But I actually have to. I have to make myself drink water because I grew up drinking sodas and stuff, and I still do drink sodas sometimes, and as an adult, there's a lot of adults that are addicted to coffee, right? They just freaking drink coffee all day, and there's water in that, but there's also. I mean, coffee's not necessarily bad for you, but it's not good for you to drink all day long.
I mean, everything in moderation. Like you can have one every once in a while, but like I'm
It's
so
like
turned off
drink
to it. I just
16
don't even
ounces
do
of
it.
coffee, drink 16 ounces of water. You know,
Yeah, I don't drink coffee.
but not tap water because that shit.
Definitely don't drink tap. The last thing you want to do is fucking drink out of the goddamn tap. Don't drink that shit. Do not fucking drink that shit.
Well, it's better than rainwater.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, hey, it'd be good to collect. It'd be good to collect rainwater, but filter it and then drink it after you filter it
And distill it,
through
filter it, and
through
then
a charcoal
distill it.
filter.
Nah,
No,
you still have to distill it. You
I
still
don't
have to
know. I mean,
distill
the
it.
charcoal filters aren't so bad.
Nah, you
If you
100% have to distill it.
If you distill it, that's not natural water. It's man-made.
Hard water,
No, it's
right?
not. It's
It doesn't
taken
mean
nature
it's
makes it.
bad.
I'm not saying distilled water is
Because
bad, but if you
rainwater is
filter
man-made.
if you
Right?
charcoal filter it, it's not that bad. But anyway,
The
go ahead.
rainwater is
distilled?
man-made. It's definitely not.
But
That's why I'm like,
distilled water is for therapeutical purposes only.
no. It's the best water to drink by far. That's all I drink basically.
Listen, that's not good if you drink exclusively distilled water. That's
I
not
distill
good.
all my water.
If
I have
you
a
are
water
ill,
distiller.
and drink it, occasional. If you are ill and you drink it for a period of time, for therapeutical purposes, yeah, that's okay. And you can drink it in therapeutical purposes also like once or twice a month or a week.
Where are you
Once
pulling
or
this
twice a
evidence
week.
from? Like, where did you get this belief?
Yeah, I kind
Listen,
of disagree with you, Jippy Jet,
distilled
on that
water,
one, bro.
distilled water is the strongest solvent in nature. Once you ingest distilled water, it will absorb a lot of body minerals, salts, metals, sodium, etc., magnesium, everything that gets dissolved in water, yeah, the
But
water will absorb from your body all those things, and this isn't a bad thing because we
because
ingest a lot of minerals, but
it could
a
pull
lot
bad
of
shit out
minerals
too.
are not organics, are not in an organic state. They are nanoparticles, and water washes those away with the good ones. And now, when you have eliminated these bad, not bad, but minerals which your body doesn't assimilate, doesn't use them, so you make room for new minerals, yeah, and vast majority will be organic because they come from our foods.
Well,
Now
when
your
you do,
body,
hold on though.
yeah,
When you put water in a distiller, it will take all of the minerals from the water, and you'll get, I guess, pure water. Is that what
Yeah,
a
I
distiller
was
does?
gonna say that's basically all it does. Like, if you
All right.
put even if you put bottled water or anything like that, even if it says it's like just like there like some shit is
No,
gonna
it's
come out of it.
filter. It's filter.
Yeah.
Even spring water, whatever. So I drink a lot of Ozarka water, which is it's from Texas, but I drink a lot of
well,
that.
yeah, but
It's good.
there's
I
still in
guarantee
tap
you, if you
water,
put it
for
through a distiller,
example.
some stuff would come out of it.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, when you distill water, what it does is just boils the water, and then you're
So let me
getting
still
a
man
pure.
this guy.
It's kind of like it's like a still. That's why it's
Yeah,
called distilled. It's like a
water.
still when
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
Let
Yeah.
me
when
still
you
man get
make
baguette.
pure alcohol, you still you use a still
Yep.
to make
No,
it.
same,
Anyway,
same,
go ahead.
same.
Yeah,
All
Yeah.
right,
same thing.
so get baguette.
Same thing.
What you're saying is
Yeah,
that if you drink distilled water, you should only do it like once or
yeah,
twice a month, and when you're sick, because what it does is that starved water causes your water to bond with all the minerals in your body, the good and the bad, the
yes,
ones that you
and it
can and
takes
can't
them
process.
away. Yeah,
Right, and then you piss them out.
sorry. Yeah,
So that was your argument. So normally drink spring water, which we clean, and then once or twice a month, or when you're sick.
Hey,
And
Hank's from Texas. Do you drink Ozarka?
hell yeah.
I do too. Like every day, I drink Ozarka.
you see, these bad minerals, not bad, non-assimilatable minerals, which they are not organic. The body doesn't take them, doesn't use them. They get deposited in the body. In time, they build up. You don't feel anything side effect. It shouldn't affect your health or anything. But when you do have an illness, this is something extra which will make you feel very sick. The body knows that you have magnesium already, enough quantity, but that's not the magnesium which your body uses, and you will be lacking actually magnesium in your body, good magnesium, and you will have mental issues because of that, you know. Like when you walk on the street and you are face to face to a person, you cannot decide which way you turn, things like this. They are very subtle,
Come
but
on,
this is
bro.
actually like nanosecond decisions.
It
inside
sounds
our
like you're
mind.
talking about people that drink tap water, not people that are actually paying attention.
Yeah, but you see, distilled water helps eliminate those
No,
minerals.
sure.
And now, when you
Hey,
have
you
a
know what?
new
You know what's funny?
intake
Hold
of
on, Jimmy
minerals,
Chat. We're
yeah,
agreeing with you that drinking distilled water and who's the other guy? Fat Carrie.
Yeah.
Bro, yeah, the drinking distilled water can help extract
yeah,
bad minerals from your body when you drink it, but I don't think you should drink it all the time. But I mean,
yeah.
that's just my opinion. I drink a lot of spring
I'm definitely
water.
not drinking it all the time. I still have a lot of bottled water, but I
All right.
definitely drink it a lot. I think.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
I
that's a
just
very good
my
thing.
old
Like,
head great uncle who was like a
yeah,
legit World War II vet. He used to he was smoked out about it. He would only drink distilled water. And that was like his whole thing. And this
Well, there's a lot of
motherfucker,
people that come on here and say the same thing. Oh, I only drink distilled water. It's like, well, I mean, you can do that if you want to, but I don't think you
you can
should.
drink you can drink half liter of distilled water every day. You know, you drink it at whenever you feel, but after 1 or 2 hours later, you have to drink also normal water. You know, mineral
Well, I
water.
mean, you can distill water and then pour a tablespoon or two of
Yeah.
uh uh pure apple cider vinegar in it. That will put some minerals back in, and just drink it that way. That's what I've heard
Oh,
from.
organic minerals, but also a
Yeah,
lot of
organic apple cider vinegar. You just pour
bacteria
it. You won't
and
even taste it, but it'll
yeah.
add some of the minerals back, in there. That's just natural. So you wouldn't. But
I've looked into this a lot, and I can't say that I'm 100% on one way or the other because there's a lot of subterfuge seeming to surround this particular debate about whether it's good to just drink distilled water or if you should add something to distilled water like Himalayan salt. And at this point, I think that I'm convinced more so to agree with Fat Carrie that basically the purest water is the best to drink if possible. And we get our minerals from our food already. So adding something to get minerals into your water isn't necessarily the best thing to do or necessary. And in fact, I don't know. That's where I'm at. And I'd encourage you guys to exchange links and try to get to some agreement about it, because I don't know exactly what is the truth about it, but from what I see, there is a cover up going on, and distilled water does seem to be the best for you, as far as I can tell.
all I know is back in the day for the military, when they were out in the sticks and they were in the boonies and they were out somewhere and they needed to get water from a local source, they always distilled it every time to make sure that all the fucking shit in it.
Oh, dude! I mean, it's
all
just
the
like you
plants.
remember back in the day. When you're a little kid, it's just like add these
Well, I'm talking
little
like 40s,
like it's just like you take stream
Vietnam
water.
shit.
Yeah, you take stream water and you put these little freaking pellets in there. And it's just like, all right, this is gonna be a thing that might give you dysentery, and you just but that's something else, But you don't have a distiller out in the wild,
No, I mean, if you're fully rucked up and doing a big thing for a military op, you definitely got that. Somebody's got it in their pack for sure.
Can you show me a
Back in the
plant or a
40s,
tree
50s, 60s,
able?
definitely.
Can you show me a plant or a tree able to extract minerals from the soil where there is no water?
dude. You could extract water from a tree.
No, I'm saying show me a tree or a plant then that can extract minerals from the soil which has no water in it. It's 100% dry.
No, of course not.
Yeah. Any plant or tree or whatever in such a medium where there is no water, it will dry off. it will die.
That's what I was saying. You
So
extract
yeah,
water from a tree.
water is
If
the element which carries
the
all
tree
these
can live, the
elements.
tree lives off of the water. You
Yeah,
could
yeah.
freaking put a freaking. I mean, how do you think they get maple syrup, right? I mean, it's freaking. But that's. I mean, there's part of the syrup this water, right?
Yeah.
So you can.
But if you put the tree, like, if you put a lot of soil in a big container, yeah, inside the giant building, and you dry it up perfectly, all that soil, there is zero water, no water in it, you know, and then you plant a tree or whatever, and you keep also the atmosphere in that room dry.
You
So you
can't
have
grow
no
anything. You
water
can't
vapor.
grow anything without water. What are you
Nothing will
saying?
grow. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, water is necessary.
Yeah.
This is necessary. Life feeds on life. Yeah, it's water is necessary. I mean, that was a Tool reference, but anyway, you guys know it. Some of you know. But yes, the water is necessary for life. No matter
Go to
how you
Mars.
go ahead.
So much water on Mars.
The squatter. Did you say squatter on Mars?
Yes, I said squatter. Right.
That's hilarious. I like that. It's funny.
I love how there's like posts from people finding pictures of the fucking Mars rovers like in a desert somewhere on Google Maps, and they're like, oh. And they're like, oh yeah, like that's one we're testing. I know it looks exactly the same, but like that's one we're testing for, we gotta for the next one. Fucking joke.
Yeah, and they'll put out stories they'll put out stories to bait us, and then have the answer already prepared. I find this with a lot of times, like a baller.
Hey, guess what? How many NASA stories are as good as the Hollywood stories?
None.
Zero.
None of them are as good as the Hollywood stories.
Right. But the art of subterfuge is the most interesting thing about the whole thing. Like they will put out a story that they already have a sufficient answer for, or at least acceptable, and then they'll put it out there and make it obvious, and then let conspiracy theorists jump all over it, and then they'll bring out the answer, so it'll be a win for their side. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what happens? New perspective. You know what happens? They come in here and try to defend their Mars stories and their moon landings and their ISS, and they're just like, you flat earthers are so dumb.
In sales, we would call that a trap setting question. You get the prospect into a situation where you've worked them into a corner. You're getting them to ask a question. You're baiting them into something where you already have a prepared answer for that is they're going to want to say yes to. So that's a classic sales and marketing tactic of how to manipulate your prospect into a buy. Like it's
do they ever use the word
sales.
subterfuge directly?
Yeah, it's a buy. It's a buy, right?
They're selling you. They're selling you on this idea. If they can fucking sell you, there's
and
a reason.
what about the takeaway? What about the takeaway? I'll use the takeaway in a debate sometimes. Like someone will come in here and I'll be like, "You don't want this, man. You really, I don't think you probably aren't."
Well, it's actually they're not ready for this. You're not.
Maybe I'll reach back out in 6 months and check on you guys and see how you're doing. Maybe your business is increased by then, and then we can help you guys out with our solution.
Right. And then they're like, "Wait a minute, no,
I'm
I'm missing out. I'm missing out." Yep.
We're super busy. I'll see if I can get something on the calendar for you next week. I know I got to circle back around with my team. We'll see if we can find a slot on the calendar for you.
Damn it, you're too good at this, bro. This is fucking funny.
There's a reason that's what I do for work.
I know.
Now,
so
You know, it's funny how a bacteria on Mars is life, but a beating heart of a human embryo is not.
Yeah, no, that's a whole nother argument. That's just classic. I'm waiting until it's like when I'm a
Well, I mean,
grandpa.
you just look at a set, and then you just
No,
like
when it's like 70 years from now and like the third generation down from what's happening right now and like nobody like 1 in fucking 20 is able to have kids and like everything's just all fucked and like no
oh
everybody's just like
yeah, but
I don't know how did we get
you're
here?
looking at future where you failed at the end in the future, but it's just like
Nah, my people will be on an island somewhere disconnected from this society. We're breaking
yeah. I
away.
mean, all of us kind of want to be there, but
We're gonna find
unfortunately,
a way to break away. I think there's enough
we're
of
still
us.
here.
I think people
China,
are waking up
they
enough.
all have Apple iPhones. What islands?
Fair enough. I think we'll have to make our. We'll do something. There's got to be a way. I think there's going to be in the next 8 years a lot of really weird stuff is going to happen, and really the next 13 years it's going to be just a lot of stuff is going to happen.
Hey, guess what? You live on Earth. You exist here. We have no choice but to exist here. There's no
Exactly.
other place to be.
No, so we gotta go hard, and I think a lot of people are waking up right now. And if
I
if
think
everybody can
so
come
too.
together, I think there is going to be some type of fulmination from all of this energy that's getting put into the system of just people who are fed up with this bullshit, who are
Wait,
finally
I think
done with
you're
it.
the first person that I've heard use the word fulmination in the entire time I've been here, besides me. I use that word a lot. Fulmination.
Are
Go
you in
ahead.
sales?
Yeah, this generation really needs to understand that we are in a closed system. There's no other place to go.
There's no other way out. We are,
Yeah.
I am. We all
What about
are.
the what? Come on, guys.
Bill
What about the outer
Nye
ponds?
and Neil
The outer
Nye.
ponds. Come on, outer pond are party people.
I mean, I'm thinking maybe if I
We're
get
the party
super
people
drunk,
in the We're the party people in the place to be.
if I get marooned
And
on a
then there might
pirate
be outer
island and
ponders.
drink
There
rum
might
for
be.
like 5 days, and then get on a pirate ship and flip it over and get really drunk, maybe there's a chance.
That's a fucking craziness. I've never heard anyone else use the term fulmination besides me in this room. So yeah, shout out to you, bro.
Based.
I think there might be outer pond or potty people that are going to save us from this mess.
There's a lot of things that are going to happen in the show soon, so who knows?
Yeah, who knows what's gonna happen in the future? Yeah, fuck it.
It's always you always need to have that mindset that who knows what the next day is going to carry. If you can train your brain to always be expecting something new, you'll be very surprised at the type of things that just fall into your lap.
I think we're gonna have to go in. You know what I mean? Like you grew up experiencing out, right? Looking out. You gotta go play. You gotta go take in the outside world, food, smells, everything, right? Like you had to go
Yeah.
out there to do that, right? But how many of us have really gone out to experience the world, right? I
Not a lot.
experienced the world. Yeah. And not a lot, not even many of us, right? It's like all of my experiences of the world, right, when I was little was through a book. First it was through books, then it was
Yeah.
through TV. But I've never really gone out. I never really had to go out to experience what was out there, to take it all in. I could just take it all in from a TV. So you know how we're saying, oh, we need to explore more stuff. We gotta go out more. It was like out more. No, we have to go in this time, right? Because you didn't have to go out, right? To get the world into your mind, right? Do you really need to go out anymore? No. You go in to the metaverse, into the digital. It's an infinite world waiting for us. And we have artificial intelligence to help us create reality
Nah,
in that world. See?
I'm
What I'm
a
saying is,
metaverse hater. I'll burn that fucking server to the ground and chop it up
well,
with a fucking axe.
the metaverse I'm talking about
Joy.
is really bullshit. It's nothing compared to what's really going to be in like 10 years. Like real. What I'm saying is, what if we didn't have to? What if we could just stay in our houses and go in, use our mind, and the internet?
I'd
Go
blow my
Mm,
fucking brains out if that was how this whole Facebook
outer
thing works.
body experience. Yeah.
exactly.
I
Yeah,
I mean, if we're
exactly.
talking some fifth brain, going on some astral shit, that's totally different. But the metaverse, Facebook's fucking
Me- Call it the metaphysical world.
all
So you
right,
got
all
the
right.
physical world, right? Mhm.
I'll entertain that line of reasoning.
Man, like, what is the hallucination? When you are looking at a virtual reality, right? You can kind of tell the difference, right? But we're eventually probably going to not be able to tell the difference between what the real world is and, you know, there's going to be some kind of mixing of the realities, because your mind
I
is
mean, we're
where
already
everything
living in
is.
something like that right now.
Right, right. The ball. See, the ball. People are
I was gonna
living it
say,
in their
no,
mind.
everybody
Right.
wakes up and believes these things that they've been told, and it just keeps it rolling. They don't know anything else. There's a lot of people who, I mean, think about it. There's like a third of people don't even have an inner monologue. Think about that. These are people who just, there's no thoughts. Like that's like an actual study. Like there's a shit ton of people out there that have no type of inner monologue, inner type of thinking, like that can go deeper into any type of level. Like I can't even conceptualize that. Like to me, like I just don't even understand how that's possible. How you're able to be a human and not have that. But there's literally going to be a bunch of Agent Smiths. Those are essentially the Agent Smiths of the world that just are
I mean, it
regurgitating.
sounds like you're really agitated now, but just calm down, bro. Check out what we have to say. You don't have to get too excited. It sounds
I'm
like
just
you're
baked
already
out of my
there,
mind.
bro. No, it's cool. Cool.
What he was saying, I totally thought the same exact thing. I haven't heard the study, but just the idea that there's anybody could not have an inner monologue, that doesn't even seem right. How do they make any decisions? How do they think about what they're going to do that day? It doesn't make.
They're
Maybe
literally
Hold
NPCs.
on. I mean,
They're quite
so look
literally
at.
NPCs. All their interactions are based off of something else, that somebody else coming into their life. Like that's literally how their whole shit functions. They don't
a
do stuff.
third of people. That's a pretty high number.
Yeah,
Probably
well, I saw what
embellishing a
you
bit there.
posted earlier, though, and it's not that many. I mean, it's not as dire as you might think it be. It is from this point. We're here as partners, in this flat Earth idea or globe Earth idea. I mean, it doesn't matter what a conclusion you come to. This is
No, I think it's an interesting claim, though. I don't think he's making the claim. I think that somebody is, maybe for
sure.
whatever reason. But
I'm
I
just
don't think
trying to help
a
him
third
out.
of us, with no inner dialogue is crazy. I've heard about that existing, and it is mind blowing just to think that that's even possible to begin with.
I'm trying to find the study on it right now, but I just keep seeing all these bullshit articles that are all just like saying the same thing. That yeah, there are people that don't.
Yeah, welcome to our
Here we
place.
go. Wait, this might be an NCBI article. Here we go. Nah, but continue. I didn't mean to cut you guys off.
No, we're actually, if do you actually have genuine questions about why people think the Earth is flat, or how we've come across this information?
No, he
It
totally
really
knows.
should be
He's
a
already
more
on board.
calm conversation. Yeah, I know
Well,
that, but I mean,
only you have
this is for the sake of people that are listening. Yeah, he's already on board, but
So
yeah.
I think one big one for me was if you just look at the plane flight routes, on, the globe model versus on the flat Earth map. It's I don't know. That was like a pretty big eye opener for me of just being like, oh yeah, like I fully know the quote unquote science behind how planes fly and how that whole thing works. So seeing, certain routes like flights to Australia and certain things to South America to Europe, where the route on the globe model just looks like absolutely insane. But then if you do it on the other map, it's basically a straight line, like a direct straight line. And it's,
Hey, you know what? Some of those are put out there to trap us. Just found out recently that
I've
there's
also
actually
seen
on this
content
server.
on that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen
there's some of those that are just put out
they
there
have
for
an
flat
answer.
Earth.
Yeah, they
They have an answer
some
to
of
it
them.
and all that.
Yeah.
But you know what's even better as far as planes go, though? Do you know about how the Coriolis effect fucks up the planes?
Somewhat familiar. I was like, that rings a bell, but I can't put it.
Okay, this kills the globe. Okay. Now they claim that they need to take the Coriolis effect into account when they're using projectiles, right? Like shooting rifles long distance, north to south.
Yeah.
So think about it, if the bullet's flying north to south, or south to north, in any angle, south, southeast, whatever, it's going to have to go over the land that is rotating below it from west to east at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, or 700 miles per hour if it's a smaller circle, or there's longitudinal speeds that'll be different because the circles get smaller, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when you're in a plane and you're flying north or south, they will deny that the pilot needs to take into account the idea that the Earth would literally be moving separately from the plane below it, from west to east, right? Now, if that's the case, when they land, even if they were corrected for that Coriolis, right? It's like if you're taking off from New York going to Florida, well, you might as well just aim for Florida, because by the time you get there, Dallas will be below you, right? So all the flight routes would be totally different if that were true. And I always say, put a camera on the bottom of a plane or a jet that can fly 1,000 miles per hour and hover in the air at 400 miles with 400 pounds of thrust resistance and all that. And they will claim, this is when you get into the argument with them, they'll claim that the wind is causing the plane to always keep the illusion of a stationary Earth relative to its own direction and speed. Somehow the wind is keeping the plane, whatever it is, somehow the wind is making this plane have that illusion consistent, which is ridiculous.
No,
right?
I've heard that. I've actually heard that exact thing, and it's just completely preposterous.
And even then, they have to at least accept that there would be a Coriolis displacement of some sort, because the Earth is moving independently of the plane. But when the plane lands, it would have to accelerate sideways to be able to land on any runway that's facing north or south. But no matter what runway in any direction, the plane always lands the same, and it sees the runway way before it lands on it. It's not aiming at a runway that's not there, which it would have to do if this were actually a spinning Earth. So that kills it.
So he actually agrees with you that planes never do that.
Oh yeah, of course.
So
we've all seen it. We've all been in an airplane. Yeah, he agrees. Right. He gets it. He gets it. But we've all been in airplanes, and we know that the runway's way ahead of us as we're approaching.
And there's old military patents that have come out from FOIA requests that are literally stating how planes work, and all of them are based off of a flat, non-rotating plane. It doesn't say.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why they're called.
All the simulators are based on that. All the manuals
because they fly over a flat,
treat it as if it's
plane.
stationary. Yeah,
exactly. Everything.
It kills it for them. And there'll be people that somehow try to still argue that.
And guess what? That's why I always say, what globe are airplanes flying over? What globe?
Yeah. The inertial and the non-inertial reference frame. That'll kill it.
That's just the one thing that bothers me with a lot of normies. It's like, dude, you've been in a plane. You still don't get it? They think we're idiots. They laugh at us. They just locked us inside for 2 years and they're laughing. They went and partied. They went and made $1 billion and invested in the market and manipulated stock and fucking did all this shit that if we did it, we'd be in prison. We'd be in a fucking federal gulag somewhere. But they're sitting there like, it just bothers me because I'm like, damn, bro, like, how do you live your life?
And they made it obvious. They made
blatantly obvious. It's blatantly obvious.
Oh, blatantly obvious. Yeah.
How do you live your
people-
life and take yourself seriously and you look at that shit and you believe it? I just
Because it paralyzes them with fear because it's so obvious. It's like the perfect psychological trick. They know how to do it. They know how to make it so like,
like
they
they're all
couldn't
under
be.
hypnosis.
It couldn't be that they're lying to us about this. I mean, they went like all in with this, but did it in a way that was so obvious and crazy that it just frightened anybody to think that that's not. And then they made it a requirement, like to keep your job and all that other stuff. You gotta feel for the normie that has a job that requires this. When they have a family and everything to. I mean, it's really the biggest crime ever.
Just think about that. You have like, obviously I'm younger. It's not my shit right now, but like, having kids, having all this type of responsibility, all this type of other shit, and like, you got to put on the face, going to the office, and doing all that. Like, it's just
my sister's a teacher.
The whole game.
My sister's a teacher, and she's got to try to keep the mask on her kids all day. They can hardly keep their clothes on sometimes, And they're walking around with the mask with snot in it all day long and breathing their own air. It's the most unhealthy thing you could ever.
No,
getting tested every other day.
Unhealthy. Are you saying kids are dangerous?
No, I'm saying kids
because they have snot.
She said that the kids are having the masks on. She has to keep the masks on the kids all day long as a teacher.
Which is just fucked. Like that, and that's
I'm not saying the kids are dangerous. I'm saying the kids are rebreathing their own air with the masks on.
It's
that they're required to wear all day long.
Like they just dropped the mask
and
vaccine mandate in a bunch of cities. Like they did it in Chicago, but not for schools. So everybody else gets to drop the mask and vaccine mandate because they don't want a fucking trucker protest in their city. But
I'd say even the trucker protest is controlled opposition, probably.
It has to be at this point. It has to be.
Yeah.
It's I like the effect that it's having in the short term, but I know long term it's probably not going to be great. It's probably just
they're being made examples of. They're showing us what happens to people that do that kind of thing.
And no other world government is acting like there's anything wrong with this. It's just like, okay, so I can kill a guy, I can do anything crazy like that, and my bank account won't get frozen. But if
the whole mask thing is obviously nonsense. I mean, there's no masks don't do shit. Everybody knows. Maybe if you don't
arbitrary.
Then you're a dumbass.
But they're making the kids wear them all day long.
Those doctor masks, they don't do anything. But the PFA2 kind model mask, those are good.
No.
Well, if you're trying to act,
I'm just like they're not good for a developing child. They need to be able to see fucking faces, or they're going to be scarred and fucked for their whole fucking life.
Right, and it's the most unhealthy thing you could ever do.
It's
going to make them
hey, the next mommy, I can see your eyes, but I can't see your mouth.
Like,
what the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
It's literally destroyed like an entire generation, and it's really bad. And I think it's part of the plan because they've essentially just created a whole generation of kids that are going to end up being super anti-government because they feel like they've been wronged by their government.
Like, or they're going to have Stockholm syndrome, and they're going to be like so.
No, that's already done.
They're going to be like, oh wait, I can't admit that I was wearing that mask for nothing. It sucks so bad, I have to accept it. Because at one point they just have to accept that they're doing it. They have to have that fear, or they'll hate it every second they're wearing it.
I mean, I think a lot of kids did hate it every second they were wearing it and still see it as
torture and being wrong. You remember?
I hope so. Look at the picture I just posted, by the way.
Wasn't there like a cartoon back in the 70s, where who was the guy that had the security blanket?
Yeah, no, that's it right there.
Like he had the blanket, it's like he had to have his blanket all the time.
Kids are gonna remember that shit. All the adults not wearing it and them sitting there fucking pissed.
Yeah, it's just like he had his fucking blankie all the time. You remember the shit from back in the day? Like I had my
Linus.
blankie. Linus. That's what it was. It was Linus. Lucy was the guy that kicked Charlie Brown in the face all the time. And
Lucy's
Linus
like
was
the government, and we're Charlie Brown. They're holding the football, letting us try to kick it, and just pulling it away.
See how easy that is to figure out. But everybody's just like, no, it's not that easy. Like, motherfucker, don't you see what you're doing? What they're doing to you?
They don't though. And it's a classic Goebbels quote again. Thank you, Nazi propagandists. The more we seem to do to them, the less they seem to believe we're doing it to them.
Yeah. Make the lie big. It makes the lie as big as possible.
The bigger the lie, the less they believe it's fucking happening to them.
And the more paralyzed they are that it might be true.
Yeah, it's the blanket. It's the blanket, bro.
When I walk in the store with a mask on my face, I like to stick my tongue out and lick the mask.
You slice the mask and stick your tongue out.
Yeah.
I like to hold my hand. I like to hold my hand in my pocket like I got a gun when I walk up to the register.
Yeah.
I literally never wear it unless somebody comes
Well,
up
it's
to
just
me.
like, I want to buy these, and here's the money. Give me all my change. And stick your finger out.
I just, no matter what, I never wear it unless somebody actually comes up to me and says it, and then so I can get to.
I'll just pretend to put it on and take it off.
Well, I mean, it's not an issue. It's not an issue where I live now, but yeah, there are still people walking around with masks. Just like, did you?
I feel sorry for all the employees that still have to wear it, even though the mandate's gone. It's like, wait a minute, didn't we take the mandate
To be
away?
honest, it's starting to fall off here where I live. I mean, some of the employees don't have to wear the mask anymore. So it's cool.
Good. It needs to end.
What I do is I put the mask so it covers my chin and not actually covers my mouth or my nose, but I have it there.
I have a Spider-Man mask that I could probably wear if I'm like, motherfucker, I'm gonna go buy some potatoes. I'm Spider-Man.
Don't you think they've underreported probably a lot of the armed robberies that have happened since this whole mandate? Like people were walking in with a mask.
It used to be like I can't go into the bank unless I have a mask on. But prior to that, it was like if you come into the bank with a mask on, they're gonna call the fucking cops.
Yeah. No, literally. I saw some shit of like an attack in New York where it was a dude who like beat some woman in with a fucking hammer, like, and just stole all her shit, like just some straight lowest of the low fucking scumbag shit.
Oh
just
shit! I'm sure all the time they got masks on. They're blending in with all the people. They can never.
No,
be recognized.
literally, it's insane. I'm like, they're never gonna fucking find the dude who did that.
It's like, then they'll be like, it's okay. He was wearing a mask. He didn't really mean anything by that.
Well, at least you didn't catch the coronavirus from him.
It was
exactly.
peaceful protests. It was actually an art piece for Black History Month.
But she actually died from coronavirus.
Not that I'm trying to encourage any criminal activity, but you guys are thinking small going into the banks. You can fit $100,000 gem in your pocket a lot easier than you can carry $100,000 in cash. Jewelry stores, guys, that's where it's at.
So you can't go buy jewelry. You can't go into a jewelry store unless you have a mask on.
Just what a world.
Imagine.
Just fucking, what are we? Is it payday now? Like, are we actually paying payday?
It's like the jewelers are wearing the mask, and I'm wearing a mask, and it's like, Do you know who I am?
If you go loud,
He's
you're gonna
like,
have to take hostages.
like,
Do
bitch,
this.
all that shit. Everybody has masks on. And it's like, I'm taking all that shit. Can you recognize me?
Police assault wave inbound. Bum 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 bum. Fucking payday. Goddamn.
Yeah, it's robber's payday with all this mask going around, you know. Fuck it.
It is so
Like
dumb.
it's like the movie The Purge. Like rob anybody you want for 2 years, coming to a theater.
No, it's one night on. Look, come on, man. I mean,
No, I'm talking about 2 years for this thing, right?
yeah, it might as well be. Yeah, 2 years.
A 2-year purge. Oh
It's
my
like, don't come in this motherfucking jewelry store or this bank with without a mask on. You know, it's like, holy fucking shit. I can come in and be anonymous and do whatever the fuck I want to in this bank. Holy fucking shit. Give me access.
It would be one polite ass world after a 2-year purge. Did you just insult? No, not at all. Not at
Oh my god.
Nobody keeps their money in the bank anymore. Everybody's moving to cryptocurrency. So it's like,
Nah.
weeks.
Crypto is also a scam. Wait until that rug gets pulled out. Oh, that's gonna be funny.
Well, they're still going to go digital. I was thinking they were going to use the robberies that happen from the masks as a way to get rid of cash and say, well, we can't keep cash on us because there's been so many robberies.
No, I think that might be something we see coming
transfer
soon.
the bitcoins now.
The
You know what's really
potential
sad is
World War thing. I think we're gonna.
since the mask thing has happened, there used to be a lot of robberies, like in Little Rock. You know, I there was a lot of like bank robberies in Little Rock. Since this mask shit, I haven't seen any information about bank robberies in Little Rock. Everybody's scared shitless of, I guess, COVID. I don't know what the fuck they're scared of. And it's like you would think there's like, oh, I can't go into the bank unless I have a mask on. Fuck yeah! I mean, it's
You'd
like,
think, right?
How many banks have you robbed?
I haven't robbed any banks, but there was a
So you're
lot
not
of
a
bank
bank robber,
robberies.
Allegedly,
Dude,
Rob. Allegedly.
You
Language
sounded
is
like
really
I have to
important
be.
here, guys.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like there were a lot of bank robberies in Little Rock several years ago, and they were always wearing masks. And that's the contradiction. Is just like, all right, so since this CV thing, the only way you can come into our bank is if you have a mask on.
Well, do we think that
I saw Dumbest Criminals, and these days the guy robbed it without the mask. He got caught instantly.
Fucking idiot.
you guys think when they were planning the pandemic that they didn't think about it, right? Like, hey, what about stuff like
I think they
people
stopped
robbing?
robbing banks during the pandemic.
I don't think
like,
they give
you know
them
what?
off shits to even think about that. They're like they're all scared. They're not gonna do shit. Like that's how
Or
they
maybe the robbers are so dumb they're scared of this fucking fake virus. I don't know. It's weird. You stop robbing
I'm not
banks.
robbing the bank. The getaway driver didn't get his Fauci ouchie.
God damn it.
Insured? Isn't that just
All the
Bank
dumbass
is a
robbers are
public
scared
place.
of
We
getting
can't go there. We could get COVID.
They're scared of getting.
I don't
Oh
think
my
bank
goodness.
robberies were a concern, right?
As flat earthers, the most important point about this whole thing might be that this is the epitome of scientism that we're dealing with. I mean, they like you're saying they're afraid of this fake virus. And of course, yeah. If you listen to Dr. Andrew Kaufman about the whole thing, I'll post a link. But I mean, viruses. I mean, I don't know how much we can say on here, but there's good reason to think that it's just another way of claiming something about the microscopic, the way they have with the macroscopic.
To be, well, I mean, in my opinion, when you're scared of something, it will get you.
Right.
That's very true.
But I ain't scared of that shit, so it ain't gonna get me.
I ain't scared of nothing. That's not how this shit works.
I ain't scared of no ghost.
There you go. That's another. I ain't scared no ghost. Yeah, fuck yeah. I ain't scared no COVID. I had a cold a few months ago, but I didn't call it that.
I guarantee you, if you took a PCR test,
I get a cold every year. Yeah, yeah, me too. But I didn't take it. So
yeah, because you know how to use a brain.
Dude, I get a cold every year. Fucking what the fuck?
I haven't had a cold in years, man.
Well, I mean, not every year. I mean, sometimes I get a cold. It could be in the summer, it could be in the winter. I get a cold for a couple weeks, and I just like blow my snot out and cough a lot, and then fucking fine afterwards. I ain't scared no.
Yeah, I'm more suspicious that
I ain't scared no ghost.
That the test is going to give me whatever it is they're talking about, rather than the people around me.
No, right. but wait, the PCR test wasn't designed to test for that anyway. But that's another discussion because whatever. It was never designed to test this.
Yeah, and the creator of it explicitly said that multiple times and was like, Dr. Fauci's
multiple times.
He's lied to you before, blah blah blah.
What's up today? We have clearance to talk about this.
Turning up dead, right? Didn't he die?
Yeah,
we have
Gary Mullins. Yeah, he's dead.
We're allowed to talk about this today, but we can't talk about the Ukraine-Russian thing. Is that what's up?
Well, we can. Well, we talk about abstract kind of things. It's like even I was talking about the Ukraine-Russia thing abstractly earlier, but I mean, if you can figure out a way to abstractly talk about the nonsense.
Are we not allowed to talk about that? I don't know what's going on. Are we not allowed to talk about that?
No, that was a joke because now it's no longer in the mainstream MSN, but now it's the Ukraine-Russia thing. So in here we can't talk about what they talk about in the MSM shit, That was the inside joke.
No, it's just like we just kind of be like,
yeah, no, the C word's over now. The new thing is whatever this shit is.
Right, it's just like everything has to be like talked about like.
We're on to the next chapter in the book. We've passed the last chapter. We're on to the next one.
You want drama? We've got drama.
Well, to be honest, I mean, I haven't followed what's going on in the mainstream news with Ukraine and stuff. I hope it's not as bad as they're saying in the news. From what I've seen,
it's going to happen. Nothing we can do about it. Let it happen. Fuck them.
Not our problem.
Well, it might eventually be our problem, but
it's hugely not our problem.
All right, well, fuck it.
But I guarantee you, it'll escalate to a point where our government will have to do something.
No shit, that's what I'm saying. I'm just gonna wait until it's our problem, then we.
Yeah, no, it's.
Can we attack now? What do we do?
It's shit. It's part of the plan that they need. They need us to, It's been a while, man. How long has it been since we've had a good old war?
Yeah, I don't.
We've been in an information war for the past,
Oh well, that's
it hasn't stopped.
That's just the war that's going on outside. That's every day.
Yeah,
we haven't had a war where a bunch of people die. You know what I mean? How long has it been since we had a bloody ass war? Yeah, I miss those.
Like a real a real conflict. Some
Yeah,
crazy big powers fighting against each other, doing
don't get me fucking
some
started
war
on
games
that shit.
History repeats itself. We just followed up a pandemic. Now we're
No.
facing, tensions
No,
are rising.
this is a short portion of history, and it's a very bloody, fucking crazy mind psyop, fucking
Just
crazy
think about what
portion of
happened
history.
after the last pandemic that ever existed on a global scale like this did.
Well, we're gonna see what happens with Ukraine, but yeah, it's kind of settled down, but it hasn't, because what's happened in Afghanistan and all that kind of shit, after 9/11, that shit hasn't settled down, but that was all based on bullshit,
Yeah,
altogether.
they knew that there was no WMDs, and they told us anyways, and that's how it happened.
Yeah, sure, but that was with Iraq and then Afghanistan and everything. So that it's never settled down. There's always been occupation, as far as that goes. So I've never pretended to be like, okay, now we have peace.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, we don't do that. That's not something we do.
No,
We
peace is
also don't. We also
peace
don't
is
do
not part of the
anything else.
plan.
We don't choose if we want to go to war or not. We're just gonna go to war. We don't do anything. We just sit here and
we've been in
let
an
it be done to us.
emergency. They've been under emergency powers for 20 years now, over 20 years. So they can do whatever they want.
Who was it that said 100 years war? Who was that?
I've heard that a bunch. I don't know.
What was his name? Bong, you remember?
No.
Years war.
I remember from school. I don't remember it.
Oh, goddamn, what was his name?
As if anybody's keeping track of history and timelines and shit that really happens, right?
And to be honest, that term 100 years war.
There's been 100 years war before.
Yeah, and it's happening.
I don't know that.
So anyway, the wars never stop.
What he tells you history is. And you fill out the questions, right? The answers, and you get a passing grade, and then you get a nice job. How about that? History,
dude. What they're teaching. Did you have? Hey, Bong, did you have social studies when you went to school?
Yes.
Do you think they're teaching the same thing in social studies to young people these days?
No.
It's completely opposite. They don't even teach social studies.
Relevant much.
Not the way that they taught it to us.
Yeah, so much has changed since we were little. It doesn't,
Dude, that's only 20, 30 years, bro. They don't even teach social studies anymore. The way that we learned it. As a matter of fact, social study was like American, they taught the Constitution, for the most part. And it was like,
I remember reading about Yugoslavia.
I'm just a bill. I'm only a bill. And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. See, oh shit, Michael Jason. You remember that shit, right? So they used to teach us social studies, but social studies really had to do with government. But now social studies has more to do with social events, not pure, governmental influence. How you can, defend yourself with government. Really what they're teaching with social studies is how you can just bitch about how you're pissed off because you don't understand your rights and you just want to be free, but you don't even know how to be free because you
don't even know what freedom
you're
is.
You're just making shit up about your own freedom. Fucking
These
weirdos.
people don't even know what freedom is. They've been slaves their whole lives, and
I'm free to go to work, man.
Work? What the fuck is work?
I'm free to have a job to make money and to work until I die.
What money? What money? Where'd the money come from?
Actually, it's not even money. It's their reserve notes. It's not even actual money.
Yeah, that's why I feel really bad for a lot of kids. I mean, they go social studies. I don't even think they actually do that anymore with social studies.
I'm free to believe anything I want to believe as long as it doesn't go against the narrative that my government pushes to us.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Basically. Freedom. Yeah. You're allowed to do your own research within this approved box of sources that we have pre-screened and approved and also funded.
I feel bad, man. There's a lot of people my age that are total libtards, man. And I'm like, and then back when we were younger, they were totally like rebels and shit. They were like against the system and
Yeah, they were
shit.
listening to Rage Against the Machine, and now they're like,
Yeah,
seize their bank accounts, freeze their
and they're
assets.
like, you can't even come into our club when we book a show unless you have a vaccine notice. And I'm like, motherfucker, well, I guess you're not going to get my motherfucking money, bitch.
No, and all the businesses have hurt a lot from this shit. They all don't like it. They're all pissed with it. You're
No, well,
segregating.
that's not necessarily true in a lot of places. It's just like there's like I was playing live shows back in the day or whatever, and I used to go to a lot of live shows, local shows. And there's this one club. They're like, hey, you can't even come into this club unless you have your card or you've been tested.
Yeah.
Stick the big ass Q-tip up in your brain and show that you're testing positive. I mean negative, or you had your jab or whatever. You can't even go watch this show unless you come into this club. Now this is a club. It's not a mandate. It's not a mandate citywide. It's just this club said we won't let you in unless you've been tested or jabbed. What the fuck? It's not even it's not even a mandate citywide. It's this club. This is a popular club in Little Rock. They won't even let you in there.
Damn.
Unless you've been tested or jabbed.
No, and I know some spots are going to be like that probably.
Worst business model post-pandemic clubs, bars. Come on, man. I want a club from my house. Okay, I want to turn it on and party with people on the internet from my house because it's safe. I mean, I don't want to go out to.
That's what we're doing now. We're partying. We're partying right now. It's safe. I'm safe from the pandemic, but I'm safe from the pandemic everywhere I go because there is no such thing.
I don't know. Is it worth it? What worth it? Going all the way out there to get a drink from that place, surrounded drinking with assholes, and I mean, what do you get out of it? I mean,
I don't
probably
know. I mean,
get your ass vaccinated.
I do like to go out. Get your ass vaccinated.
Imagine being one of
them.
Oh,
like, I hate
dude.
to say it like that, but holy shit! Imagine trusting that,
dude. Look at the stupid bowl, man. There were freaking 100,000 people there, and they're all just like sitting right next to each other, and it's like, did you get the stab or where? Well, fuck it. This is gonna be fun, and I might die. Well, who's afraid of this fucking stupid pandemic? And this is so weird, man. It's like
risking my
people are
life
so
to go
dumb.
Myself tonight.
I'm risking my life to go watch fucking 50 Cent hang upside down.
I thought I'd go jump off a building tonight. See if I live. Where are you going? Clubbing? Oh, good luck. Good luck to you too.
like literally.
Guys, I'm gonna go walk on that on that thing up there. I might fall and die. What are you doing tonight? Like, I'm gonna go clubbing. I might catch something and die, but it's worth it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go home and play Russian roulette by myself. What are you doing? Clubbing
Oh,
seems pretty risky, dude. You sure you want to do that?
sounds boring,
I'm
man.
playing.
Well, I mean,
I'm
if you do go clubbing, make sure you cover your face.
Make sure you wear your mask.
I'm playing Russian roulette with my 1911 holds 15 in the clip.
50. But you're only gonna put one in, right?
Well, if you make it back from the club and I haven't, and I guess we can consider ourselves lucky.
I'm so lucky that I haven't caught the thing. It's been 2 years. I'm blessed. I haven't caught the thing. I did have. I usually get a cold every year. Like it could be a summer cold, it could be like autumn, and I get a cold and I just blow snot for a couple of weeks, and I'm just like, fuck, I feel like shit. But then that's a common occurrence for me. It's happened for me like all the time. But if they stuck a Q-tip in my nose, if I asked for the test, they'd probably twist it around, stick it halfway into my brain, and they'd be like, yeah, I think you got quarantine, bitch. I'd be like, motherfucker, you. I get a cold all the time. I get that shit every year. I'm cool. I'm good.
Yeah, I don't even care about that. Like, I'll know I have COVID and go out somewhere. Like, it's just huge, not my problem.
It's not my problem. Yeah.
If your immune system's shitty, why are you out?
Dude, I'll just blow that shit out. I'll get like 15 rolls of toilet paper, blow all that shit out. Fucking.
How do you know you have COVID, not a regular plain cold?
Okay,
Exactly.
well,
There's no way to know. That's
What?
why I'm just like, it's probably just a regular
Well,
cold.
wait.
Don't be a fucking
They
cuck and
say
just live your life
that
like a
they
normal
have a
human.
test. The guy that invented the test said you can't tell whether it's the COVID, CV by the test, and the inventor of the test said you cannot tell that they have this virus, which the virus probably doesn't even exist. But they'll just be like, there's drive-through testing. You remember when they were like people driving up, just like, hey, drive up, roll your window down. We're gonna stick this shit in your brain. And hey, well, give us a call. We'll give you the result. And they're just like, I feel fine. And then like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Are they asking to be fucked up by this weird system? I guess so, because they watch the news a lot. I don't know. Where is it?
They're bought in.
Supposed to be.
They can't have it any other way.
They're doing what they're told to do. Yeah.
It'll break their whole existence.
Oh, it's like I watched the morning news, and before I go to work, hey, I'm sorry I'm late to work, but I had to go get my COVID test. I had to do the drive-through COVID test, and they stuck that shit up my nose. And I'll let you know in a couple of days whether or not I'm positive or negative. But I'm going to go to work today, and it's going to be okay. Even if I am positive, you'll find out later because you're going to be testing behind me because you drove up behind me and got your positive or negative COVID test, they stuck this Q-tip in your brain. It's fucking weird. What the fuck is wrong with people?
It's all just for money. A lot of people can't see that.
Oh, you show up with your anal tips tipped, and you just hand them to them. Here
I think
you
they
go.
would probably let them stick up their ass if that was the way the test was done. They'd probably let them stick up their ass. So they'd drive through, stick the fucking COVID test up my ass.
The way these idiots are, at this point, they're going to convince them that the doctor and government agent needs to fuck their wife, and then, but for safety, for public health.
All right, I'm being. We need to calm it down a little bit because we're live stream.
Yeah, calm down.
I'm calming down.
Nothing's wrong with people. Something is wrong with you. See, just because you woke up, right, doesn't mean the whole world is just gonna change. Like people that have
I get it.
us, right? Like they've been fighting. They've probably been fighting their whole lives, right? And just because we woke up, like we shouldn't be all surprised. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like, something's wrong with us. You woke up. You're not supposed to wake up. You know what I mean? So it's like,
I get that. It's
like
and for the sake of the live stream, we even though we're frustrated and all this stuff, we shouldn't do this on the live stream. Yeah, I'm very frustrated with this nonsense, but
relax,
we
young lion. There is plenty of fight coming. Yeah,
take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
I know this is new. It's all new to you, but this is normal. This is how things always have been. Since the beginning. You should have seen the guys that came before you. they were going crazy about like, oh my God, what's wrong with people? It's like nothing's wrong with people. Something's wrong with you. You woke up. Well, how do you like it? You like what we've done with the place? Yeah, like
you like what we've done with the
decorating,
No, I mean it's just like once I get on a roll, I like to get really sarcastic and stuff. So anyway,
got electricity. Yeah, we got all kinds of cool shit now. Yeah. What are you gonna do? You gonna like stop all this? Is that what you're gonna do, little man?
No. This live stream, Bong. We've been doing this for a long time. This live stream is to help people to introduce them to
real world,
flat Earth, and different ideas. About concerns that they might or might not have about what they've understood about reality. And so, we don't want to go too far.
Take the red pill, and you stay in Wonderland. And classic,
yeah,
dude. When new people come in here and they actually do take the red pill, which we've experienced quite a bit, right, Bong? They have a lot of questions afterwards, and so you have to go. I mean, just like Neo in the Matrix is just like, okay.
Why do my eyes hurt? Right? Because you've never used them before.
You've never used them before, right? See,
yep.
Yeah, we've experienced that with some people here before, so it's fine. It's fine,
and that's why your eyes are hurting. And that's why you're frustrated. You can't stay. You don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. Oh, you'll get used to it.
It's like once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's freaking.
You'll be able to spot the person you should talk to, and the person you shouldn't talk to. You know what I mean? Because it's an agent. So it's like, that guy looks like I should talk to him. I'll tell you know what I mean. Spurns.
Did you say spurns?
Experience.
Oh, experience.
Like Morgan, like Morgan.
You mean experience?
Experience.
Are you using the ghetto version of experience, like experience?
Yeah, bro. experience right there. Gosh. I was trying to take the fun out of my cup, man. Like, put it back. Leave it in there, man.
I have to fuck with you, Bong.
I mean, some people you should definitely talk to, but they're like, yeah, all their walls are up. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to fight through this one. Like like not fight him, but fight the walls. But it's definitely a person you should talk to, right? All these walls. What I mean? People you
Yeah.
shouldn't talk to. It seems like it's easy to talk to them, but that's probably why you
Hey,
shouldn't talk to
but
them.
even a lot of people that join our server and have been, friends with us for a long time, they also have other walls they have to break down as well too. It's not like we all have everything figured out. So it's
We're all just people.
yeah. People are people, so why should it be you and I should get along so awfully?
I'm playing Minecraft right now.
Well, I have to take a break. And I'll be back.
Yeah, I might be passing out. It's getting pretty late for me.
I'm not passing out. I just have to piss.
Early. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, right. Take it easy. Have a good rest. Sweet
I'll
dreams.
still hang in here for a little bit longer.
All good. Yeah.
Gotta finish this thing I'm doing in fucking Minecraft. Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna head out. Peacing out, everybody.
All right, brother. Good night.
Drop a beat if you could. Is it Sunny that's in here with me? Or Helio's got a DJ role, doesn't he? Got your ears on, Helio? Drop some beats, maybe.
Yeah. Yes, please, Julian. He's probably gone to have a cigarette and take a piss.
You think you're on a ball, but you're not spinning at all.
Hi guys.
Yes, I am. How did you know?
You're high?
Absolutely.
Did you smoke it?
Still am.
Come on, man. Don't do that, man. Did you at least grow it yourself?
I do, and I am allowed to. I just haven't in a minute. But yeah, I will again. I've just been taking a break.
I mean, do you, man?
I always have. How are you doing this morning?
Amazing.
Right on. I hope all as well.
Super sleepy.
What do you have on your plate for today? Any chores or anything special to achieve?
Flatman can. Do you have bot perms?
Ooh, what's it?
Do you have music bot perms?
Measy bot. I don't think so.
Goodness gracious.
I'm not even sure what that is or would entail.
Music.
Oh, music bot terms. Okay, now I heard you right. No, I don't have the DJ role. Sonny might
Goodness
be in here. I
gracious.
think he's got it. Excuse me. As I was saying, Sonny might be in here. He's got it, I think.
What do you think is like what's a better alternative? Weed or a vape?
Wow, you're talking to an old schooler. So I've been rolling and smoking, doing knives, bottle tokes, and all that shit for a long time. Well, I haven't done bottle tokes in a while. I quit smoking a number of years back, but
Yeah, but weed
um,
doesn't stink, right?
with vape, there's well, no, it's the vape that doesn't stink, right? The vape doesn't smell as it doesn't hang in the air. But anyways, as I was gonna say, for me with the vape, there's that thing about bubble lungs, so popcorn lung or whatever they call it. So I don't think I want. I've vaped before, but I don't know if I can see myself making it an all the time thing. Dabbing, yeah. The way I see it, dabbing is just like honey oil or whatever. It's pretty much just a bong. Highly concentrated THC. That's the best part. I call it the crack of the marijuana world, the shatter and whatnot.
Yeah, no.
Yourself, what do you prefer, smoking or vaping?
Neither.
Oh, I see.
If I had to choose, I would choose a vape because there's nothing really too. It doesn't alter your mind in any way. You don't get high off a vape. To be honest, when I used to be smoking weed, I just hit a vape so that I could become sober.
I suppose. I don't know what kind of vapes you're doing. I guess some are
Like a
CBD
dispo,
only, or what?
like a disposable vape. The ones that
Yeah,
don't
but if
have like
it's,
that much nic in it.
you know, what I'm saying is if it's THC infused, you should be getting something. Or are you smoking liquid tobacco?
Hmm?
Are you vaping like liquid tobacco? Flavored tobacco or whatever vaping? Or is it THC infused?
Flavored, flavored tobacco, flavored nicotine.
Yeah, so that's why you don't get high.
That's good, right?
Oh, I see what you mean. If you were talking smoking cigarettes or vaping cigarette nicotine, oh yeah, I'd rather smoke a cigarette, to be honest. It's
Hell no.
well, that's because I've smoked before and I've vaped. I've tried the vape nicotine vape, and when I
Yeah,
hear
no,
about bubble lung, after 10 years, bubble lung can get you. Ooh. At least with smoking cigarettes, you can die a lot slower.
I mean, I'd like a faster death, but you know, I've hit I've smoked a square before. I smoked it before, but I don't get the hype behind all of it. When I hit it, it wasn't like it was just normal. It just felt like it just didn't feel right. It just felt like I was smoking like cancer, like something that was bad to me.
A cigarette, you mean?
Yeah, we call them squares out
Yeah. Well, for most smokers, when like the first few are pretty gross, and you cough a lot, shit sometimes. But if you're determined,
here. No,
after a
What
I've
while,
the
smoked a
shit
lot.
is going on here, Flatman?
No, I've
yeah,
smoked a
we're
lot,
talking
Flatman.
about
You,
smoking
Flatman,
cigarettes and
do you
vape.
know about Flatman, do you know about Black and Milds?
Black
Black and
and mild.
Miles. Well, I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
inhale a
used to
Black and
smoke
Mild.
Black and Mild. Me and my friend used to
Why?
smoke
Why
Black and
would you?
Milds every
All
single
right, all
day.
right. So
And
you would smoke the Black and Milds. Yeah, you can get them. They're cheap, and you smoke. Did you inhale the Black and Milds?
yeah, we hit it and then we inhaled. We
And
literally,
they have the plastic filter, right?
yeah, we smoked the wood tip Black and Mild, and
All
then
right. So yeah, man. You shouldn't inhale, a cigar necessarily. A cigar is really made it's you and I hate Black and Milds that way because if you're going to smoke a cigar, you enjoy the nicotine on your lips. It's kind of like dipping, but you get the smoke, you inhale a little bit, but you don't just like. It's not like smoking a cigarette.
do you inhale a cigarette?
Yeah, I smoke cigarettes.
Sounds like
Come on, dude.
what you're talking about for a black mild down there. Up here we called an old port. Old ports. They're like rum tip plastic cigars.
You know, I've actually when I had some weed, I actually had a Black and Mild, and then
Dude,
took
if
the
you
we
inhale
stripped
cigars like Black and Mild,
we
bro,
put the we stripped the tobacco out of it, and then we put weed in the Black and Mild, and we called it
sure
a
that's. I
green
mean,
and mild.
you call it a blunt, but
No,
it's a
you call
blunt.
it a green and mild,
Well, you can
a
call
green
it a
and
green
mild.
and mild if you want, but you put the plastic thing
I
on it
like
back on
that.
it again. No, no, you don't. You don't. Anyway,
Flatman can. Have you ever tried doing that? Just take your black and then get rid of the tobacco inside and just stuff it with weed.
Up here we got backwoods.
yeah,
Yeah, I know,
backwoods.
but
That's another thing
yeah,
you
but you
buy.
Buying
don't
in
have
it.
a wood tip. You don't have a wood tip with it. You have like a built-in wood tip with the black and mild.
Yeah, no, we don't have
Yeah,
that.
you should try that, dude. You should try it. I did it one time. It actually worked.
You know what? You know what else works? You can actually buy the tobacco leaf without the tobacco inside and wrap it, with weed in it. You don't even have to pull the tobacco out. You just buy a leaf. And then
That's
Come
what the
on, man.
backwoods are.
No, that's not what backwoods are.
They
You
come in
smoke
packs
backwoods?
of twos. They come in packs of twos and whatnot.
Okay, well maybe sometime. But I don't know
Yeah,
what
backwoods
backwoods does
cost too
now.
much. We don't even smoke backwoods anymore.
I used to get the Phillies. I was never good at rolling, so you get the Phillies, and I would smoke the Phillies sometimes just with the tobacco, but sometimes I just take one of them and empty out the
Backwoods are just
tobacco.
overrated now. They're just overrated because whenever you get them, they just cost too
That's
much.
what I'm
They're
saying.
too
That's what I'm
expensive.
saying.
They have stems always in
If
it. They
you
always
want
have
to
stems in it.
if you want to roll a blunt, get the leaf.
You
Get
got to
the
get the
leaf,
Swisher leaves. You
bro.
know what I'm saying? The Swisher leaves. They're way cheaper and they never have a stem. The Swisher leaves.
No, that's what I'm saying. You just if you want to roll one up, man, or if you want to do a blunt, man, just buy the leaf.
But I don't do that drug stuff anymore. No, it's
That's not
too.
marijuana's not a drug.
I don't
It
do
is.
drugs either. I just smoke weed and hash. Shatter.
Marijuana is a drug. Whether
Really?
Oh,
Tell
say it
me
is
how
or not,
marijuana is a drug.
No,
it's
it's
a
not.
mind alter. Yeah, it messes
I
with your
have to
mind.
disagree
No,
there.
it's not. It's
Yeah,
a
it
herb.
is.
There's a difference between a
Yeah,
herb and a drug. It's botany. It's simple botany. You're just wrong.
no, yeah. Does that make mushrooms
Look,
not a drug?
look.
Does that make tobacco not a drug? Does that make anything else
Now
not a
you're
drug?
gaslighting
Because
me.
they're
Now you're
Yeah,
gaslighting me.
gaslight.
Stop specifically talking about marijuana, nothing else. Your point is not analogous to a psychedelic mushroom.
excuse me.
I won't excuse you. Either you learn to keep up or you're out of here. I got time for all that dumb shit.
Come
We've
on, man.
been
Why do you have to be so
arguing.
mean? Why do you
All
have to
right,
be so rude,
later.
man? We're just having a positive discussion.
Wait. I thought this was our room, isn't it, Michael?
It is.
All right. So nobody here is trying to kick you out or anything.
Oh
You have
no,
to.
I'm banning him.
Not you. Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, it's just like he's already trying to take the piss out of us when we're not even. We're trying to have a good conversation.
Just because you interrupt people when they try to rebuttal what you say doesn't make your point right, and I can't stand childish people like that. I have no room for them in my path.
I don't even smoke weed, but I know a shitload about it.
Give me drugs.
Because I
Give it
used
to
to
me.
smoke a shitload of it.
Give me the drugs. I'll take care of it.
Weed's not a drug.
I'll let you live this time, but remember that next time you talk to me. I'm not the one.
I didn't do anything, dude.
I'll
No,
destroy those drugs. Hand them
you
over.
heard me. You need to address what I said.
Okay, but if it isn't a drug, then why do you get high?
No, that's not what I said. I'll let you live this time. Next time you go the fuck on down the road because I ain't the one. Okay?
All right, pothead.
All right, then later, bitch.
Chill out, man.
Yeah, fuck off, Boop. What a dickhead.
I'm not playing with people anymore. I ain't got time for that crap.
Are you eating popcorn, Michael?
Hell no, it's too early for that. 7 in the morning. I got an omelet. You want a bite?
It sounds like you're eating something. I was just
Man, it's a country omelet. I put everything in the carton plus potatoes in this motherfucker. I made it. I think my eyes outweighed my stomach this time. I think I made it too big.
Oh, shit. You're gonna have to feed the rest of your dog and your cat,
Yup. You know. He knows. My dog's already staring at it like, oh yeah, Dad can't eat all that. I'm about to get some omelet. I'm getting some omelet.
The cowboy omelet.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Every
The
leftover,
beans in there and shit.
every leftover in the house plus the garden.
Yep.
Yeah,
Whatever's in the fridge, throw it in the omelet. Yep.
yeah, that's a country omelet. Yeah, plus some potatoes, some peppers, some onions, some cucumbers. Carrots. I got it all in there.
Dude, Mike, I tried to go to work yesterday. I drove, got out of my driveway, and I got on the road. The road was solid ice, and I'm like, I could probably make it to work, but probably isn't good enough. I'm just turning around and going back home. I was like,
Did you? Did
dude,
you?
it's solid ice here.
Yeah.
Where I'm at. I mean, you guys saw the winter storm in Arkansas, man. It was,
Yeah.
yeah, it was just like the road is
Fuck
solid
driving
ice.
in the
I
ice.
can't.
Fuck that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Ford Fusion. I can't fucking drive that shit.
No,
I could probably make it, but I don't think I should. And I'm not even sure if everybody else. Well, I messaged another guy I work with, and he's like, I can't even open my door because the ice is so thick on my truck.
Flatman can and them 3 posts there you got. There's so many trannies in them images. I want to shift 6 gears. Look at them ladies at the end talking about teleport us to Mars. Tell me any one of them is actually a lady. I dare you. Please lie to me.
Like a lady.
Not one of them is a woman. And they think they look good. They say shit like, I'm a woman phenomenally. Oh, no, you didn't, because you was about the ugliest bitch I ever seen. I'm so teary-o. I see the surgery scars on your thorax or your Adam's apple. Evidence of reduction. Somebody put a face mask on, broke out a grinder and a scalpel. Cut open your throat. They started grinding and chiseling away that big man's Adam's apple. I mean, that is RuPaul's friend Tammy Brown, right? That's RuPaul's tranny friend Tammy Brown. That's a tongue twister. RuPaul's tranny friend Tammy.
Tranny friend Tammy.
RuPaul tranny Tammy. RuPaul tranny Tammy. RuPaul tranny Tammy.
I'm not sure who they are. It's from some movie clip I found.
Oh,
Well,
it
was in a Mars GIF.
Yeah, that's RuPaul's tranny friends. I'm telling you who they are.
I know. I can tell you this much. I fell for Thailand Drag Race because I thought it was funny cars and shit. So, like I clicked on it on the channels and I'm like, what the fuck? This isn't
Lord.
drag racing.
Reverse. Oh no, it's drag quotations. Drag racing.
Fucking English. Fucking English words.
Oh Lord, that is so. I feel your pain, brother. I once went to an LGBT server that was e-girls. I didn't know an e-girl was not a girl.
What are you, 2000 and late?
Shit, I'm 2020 and late. Like,
I'm still in 2006. Remember when going to the Super Bowl?
My homie, oh boy, I'm a boomer, man. I need help. They told me to get a CNI dog or kid. I gotta ask a kid, hey, hold up, you,
You
5-year-old.
ever seen RuPaul dressed in a suit?
Hey, kid, what's a e-girl? Oh, that's a tranny, Mike. Don't go there. Thank you. Boomer control. Oh. Yeah, RuPaul is...
Anything that's not just
something
girl.
else. Yeah. Mike, RuPaul is something else.
yeah.
If there's like extra words added to it, like e-girl, you know what I mean? It's probably not a girl. It's probably not a real girl. It's a bunch of dudes.
Dude, I used to just watch RuPaul with the amazement of this shit is really real. This is really, really happening. What is Ru?
Yeah, that's why. But did you see that video I just posted?
Listen, this is what he's talking about. You know, episode 10, RuPaul's Drag Race.
I don't watch those shows, but this Family Feud thing with RuPaul
Season
is
14.
freaking funny as hell.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Because Steve Harvey is the shit, man. He's funny.
He is. He's like, wait, what?
What? It's like, nigga, what?
What? Nigga, did you just really say that? You said that. You said it.
Yeah, I love it. I'm subscribed to that Family Feud channel. I listen to it all the time. Like, just like when there's breaks and between all kinds of stuff. I watch the Family Feud stuff because Steve Harvey's a fucking character, bro. It's so funny. I'm not gonna watch the Drag Race thing, but I'll watch. I'll watch Family Feud.
I wonder if this is the worst the world has ever gotten. With all this gay shit.
I
right?
seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt
it. Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, I know. Right? I was gonna say, it's like, were those that something, or is this like something else? Like
only in this world could the biggest, fattest, nastiest man think, man, I should get I should change genders because I'd look good with a set of tits.
Only in this world,
my nigga, hold up, my nigga, you already got titties.
With your stinky ass.
Only in this world could you be popular on a show called My 600-Pound Life.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, that motherfucker went from My 600-Pound Life to RuPaul Drag Race. You didn't see him in the beginning of that show?
No, I didn't.
Steve Harvey shook his hand, that big fat motherfucker. He's so fat, his legs bow out side to side. They bow out sideways. Like,
Dude, I've seen some shows where they had to actually tear apart the house to get that motherfucker out of there.
Yeah, I mean, sad. That's just the way some people have addictions and some people have those problems. Just because you're not stuck in a house.
Wait,
right?
Nobody.
You're not in the same boat.
Hold on. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Bonk. They couldn't exist. They can't take care of themselves, so they have someone that's giving them food.
Yeah.
And taking care of them, even though they're 600, 700
I
pounds.
think that's just the way the addiction of food
Now,
is.
the addiction is the person that's
But
taking
it's
care of
gluttony.
them.
Everyone's a glutton. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right,
Some
so
people-
there,
and most people are not-
it's the situation that's going on between the person that's taking care of them, because they can't even move. They can't even fucking get up to go to the bathroom.
I mean,
weird, bro.
We cut the wall away, calling the crane.
If all this food was like, if the world wasn't the way it was, he probably wouldn't have gotten that big. Eating probably wouldn't have been something he would have resorted to. It would have been drinking. But just because he has that problem and not drinking problem,
if nobody gave him, if that person left,
Yeah, I
left.
smoke a lot of weed. Too
If
much
that
weed.
person had left them alone, whether it's a man or a woman, and they had to fend for themselves, guess what would happen?
Oh yeah, I mean, we can say the same thing
They
about
would
any
die.
any
They would
country.
die.
My friend, I have a lot of friends here who have gambling problems. Right, they've lost their families, they've lost their jobs, they're on the streets because they have a problem. You know, so it's not any different than those people. It's just that they're not confined. You know, that's what eating does. You know, and this is what drugs do, and this is what gambling does, and this is what so much of anything does. You know, so.
I mean, I live near casinos, and I do love blackjack, and but I
My
don't
cousin,
do it. I don't do it. I don't
my
do it.
cousin,
I keep myself away from it because I know I'm an
my
addict.
my cousin's wife's mom had that problem, and no one ever saw her. And then one day we had a big barbecue for her, granddaughter, and then she didn't even come. We were at the park, and then when we went back to the house to get stuff, that's when I saw her, and it was awkward, but I tried to. It wasn't something you can ignore, but it's just something you have to not. You know what I mean? Because people are people, and they're ashamed of certain things. But you know what I mean? We shouldn't. People have problems, and some
Yeah, I
people.
mean, but like I'm saying, man, if I'm sitting at
Yeah,
a blackjack table, I'm in
yeah,
another world.
yeah.
It's over. It's over. It's like nobody's
Why are
there
you at
except
a
for
blackjack
me.
table? What is
Just
like?
telling you,
You play
I'm a
poker?
blackjack addict.
Man, Texas Hold'em, dude. You got a good
Yeah, I'm
chance.
on Texas Hold'em too. I play Texas Hold'em games, but I don't spend money on it. Like on the game.
I only spend money on Texas Hold'em.
Well, I'll
Never
spend money
blackjack.
on Texas Hold'em if I'm actually playing the game, but I play it virtually a lot
It's
because
the
I like the
only
game.
way to play the game. Like you can't play Texas Hold'em without risking real money.
Well, I mean, you practice virtually, and if you're gonna do it live, you're gonna that's where you're gonna make the money. So anyway, I practice blackjack on the Android apps and stuff because but I can't
I
help
can't practice. You
myself.
can't even practice with fake money. You have to practice, with little money. At least it has to be money because that's the way that game is. You
Dude,
have to
I'm
just
pretty good at blackjack. I mean, I'm not very good at Texas Hold'em, but I'm good at blackjack. So if I go to the casino, I'll play a few slots, but I'm working my way to the blackjack table, and I'm gonna
blackjack
sit
is like
there.
60-40 chances. You know what I mean? Poker.
No, no,
Poker.
I'm good at blackjack, bro. I can freaking it's
Yeah, yeah.
like
Poker is
double,
for rich
double, double,
people.
double. I can make money at blackjack,
Mm.
but I don't need to sit there all day. I need to have someone there with me. It's just like, all right, you want some money? Get the fuck out, because otherwise I'll just put it all back in. And
I want to win it all. I got this. I got this. Next one.
blackjack's a totally different game than poker, So
Yeah, I don't know how to play it. Don't want to play it.
yeah, I've been playing blackjack for a long time. I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah, but I guess people are addicted to shit, man. Like people are addicted to fucking entertainment. Some of them have problems with their addiction and they won't acknowledge it because fuck you, Facebook. And yeah, they don't even know they have such a bad problem, and it'll start showing.
When you have a problem. That's a lie. I mean, you're gonna lie to yourself if you don't think you
When you have a Candy Crush problem.
Candy Crush.
Dude, my friend plays Candy Crush, man. He can't stop playing it. It's like they're fucking weird, fucking pink
I
ass
played
face.
that game for a while. It's pretty cool. It's
Sorry.
pretty cool. I like the game, but it's just like I wasn't addicted to it.
I'm not spending money on no Candy Crush,
No,
man.
I don't spend any money on
All
any
my friends
Android
do.
apps. So people that actually spend money on
What?
that's weird. Like they'll pay. $2.99 to get this bonus on Candy Crush. Like, nigga, what the?
Here, it's really bad here. The poker machines, man. People just time the machines. Like at Vegas, they'll time the machine, man. They'll like eyeball it for a week.
Well, hey, when you go to a casino and you spend money, you expect to either you're going to lose it or you're going to get it back. With these Android apps, that's virtual money. You're not going to get that shit back. It's just for you to play. Fuck that shit. I ain't spending no money for me to
I just
play
play
on
on
a
Poker
virtual
Stars.
game. See, when I go to a casino, there's a casino 30 minutes from my house right here. And so that's how, I mean, as much as I love blackjack tables, bro,
Poker Stars. So you play on hard?
this is how hard I think about it all the time. I fucking want to go play blackjack, but I don't do it. 30 minutes from my house.
Yeah, it's all about balls when you play poker.
Yeah, well, poker's a different game.
Well, balls and timing. Timing. Balls.
Oh yeah,
The
well, I mean,
triggers.
especially around around a table with other people playing. Are you talking about Texas Hold'em, or are you talking about
Yeah,
straight
Texas
poker?
Hold'em. Yeah, Texas Hold'em.
Yeah, Texas Hold'em. I play
People,
that. I play that virtually with a game app that I have on.
I've seen so many people lose their whole stack with aces, with a pair of aces, because they didn't know how to play aces. They thought they could fuck around with aces.
I know how to play Texas Hold'em, but
Really?
I prefer blackjack, but I do like Texas Hold'em.
Yeah. I mean, if you get
I'm
three
just not as
aces,
good at it as I am at blackjack. I have the WSOP app on my tablet. It's like I'll be watching a show and I'm playing the WSOP app. As a matter of fact, I have it open right now. I was like playing it when I was talking to you guys and watching some TV shows and stuff. I have a tablet here. I was looking at the WSOP, which is World Series of Poker. So yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't know how to play Texas Hold'em. I'm better at blackjack than I am at Texas Hold'em.
I missed the game.
But like I said, I mean, there's a casino like 30 minutes down the road, and I can actually go in there and make some money at blackjack.
Yeah.
But
Make money or lose money.
I think I could
You mean get lucky?
But I'm saying I don't do it because I'm good at it, but at the same time you think you're good at it until the house wins, right? And then you're just like, oh fuck. It's like I'm up $300 and it's like fucking A, I was up $300 20 minutes ago. And it's like I better get the fuck out of here. So yeah. So I mean, it's just like I know the game of blackjack. I mean, there's like some tables they'll be like, "Hey, 5 stacks," or one stack, So you have to play the right table, the minimum bet and all that kind of shit. You have to know what you're doing. So I'll like walk around the casino, play a couple slots, and stuff, and sometimes I'll be okay on slots. I'm like I'm picking my time and I see what's I scope the tables, and shit. Yeah. Anyway, and I was like, all right, I want to go to this blackjack table.
Yeah, don't.
And I don't want to go. Well, sometimes my mood. I mean, I can go to a table where there's like 4 people playing, or if there's just an empty table, I can go there and it's just like me and the dealer. It just depends. You have to feel it out. You have to walk around a little bit and feel it out before you actually commit. And then you step up. Like, all right, I'm gonna play blackjack. Boom.
I'm gonna risk it.
Yeah, and it's you and the dealer, man. With blackjack, that's what's badass. About with Texas Hold'em, it's you and everybody else. But with blackjack, it's you and the dealer.
Yeah, Texas Hold'em is like
you can make a lot more money on Texas Hold'em.
yeah, it's about
but
time.
yeah.
That's why I like it because it forces you to make a move. It's like in life. If you don't make a move, if you don't make moves, if you don't read the table, the people you're playing against, and all that stuff, you die. You're gonna die. You're gonna slowly
Oh
die.
no! You got to watch each one of their moves, their raise,
Right.
or
If
they,
you want to win,
call.
if you want to win, yeah. If you want to win, you have to make moves and you have to be on the attack. You have to attack the game. Like you have to bully everybody. You have to,
And I ain't
take
gonna
the
lie,
chips.
I love Texas Hold'em too. I'm just saying it's more risky. It's more
Well,
risky
I mean,
than
that's what I mean.
than
You
black.
learn some things about life from these games on chess, Texas Hold'em. I used to play chess, and it was my game until I realized Texas Hold'em is chess 2.0 is like the next level chess because you're risking a lot. You have a certain amount of time. It's almost like the same game, but faster and more dangerous. So it's like I couldn't play chess anymore. I was like, oh my gosh, poker. I gotta play this. But fucking watched every
Well, I
goddamn
mean,
video.
like I was saying, I was just playing
Read
Texas
all the
Hold'em
books.
earlier tonight. I've been playing Texas Hold'em for weeks now.
Yeah.
On this virtual, on this Android app, and it's fun.
Daniel
It's really fun
Negreanu.
because
Daniel
you're
Negreanu.
actually you download this app and you're playing, against people from all across the world.
Daniel Negreanu has this way of playing. It's called small balling, right? And it's cool because like if you go throughout life that way, you win. You can win. Small balling you know is when you chip away. You might not have anything, right? But you have to try and chip away at the pot. You know what I mean? So you're winning this hand here, you're winning that hand there. You know what I mean? You're kind of loose, and
Sure,
people kind of suspect
and with
that you're
with
you're
this
you're, you're
with this app
bluffing them.
I have with this app, there's one called Caribbean Hold'em where you're playing against the dealer, which is
Oh yeah.
yeah, this is really, and it goes so fast. It's just like you can lose money so fast when you're
An
playing against the
actual dealer
dealer. But
or
no, it's
computer?
virtual. It's virtual. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's just the app. But when
Oh
you go
yeah.
in, they have tournaments too where you join like lower tournaments at a $250,000 buy-in.
Yeah.
And
I just
then
like the lessons that the game teaches you about life. You know what I mean? Because
yeah, you can earn stripes or whatever, and then you'll get video lessons from professional players or whatever. You can watch videos and learn from professional players on
yeah,
on that. But anyway, but yeah, it's a really cool game.
poker poker is also good for like psychology. Studying people. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
because people
just
are
look.
afraid.
Do you have an Android phone or a tablet or
Yeah,
whatever? Yeah,
yeah.
just look up WSOP. You'll dig the app if you like the.
No, yeah. I downloaded it. I used to have all the apps,
All right, cool.
like all the apps.
I just play it when I'm watching movies or listening to you guys. I'll play it
Yeah.
sometimes.
Oh, really?
But you're playing. You're actually in a tournament, like we're in a tournament with other people. No,
Oh, yeah.
you
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just not real money, eh?
Yeah, the bets increase. You know, it's the same. It's the same thing that you see when you watch the tournament on TV. It's like you know when you're in a. It's like the bets increase and the blinds increase. All that shit. Same thing.
I'm rendering. So I'm playing. So at the moment, I was playing with this AI. It's this AI program that. So what it does is you give it text, right, and it creates the image for you. You know what I mean? So it's an AI generated images, art, and I freaking put in these words like, to prompt the image. Like I put in cannabis, Los Angeles chronic, and I got this creepy ass fucking pic image coming. Dude,
What the
sorry.
fuck are you doing?
Fucking creepy ass image. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Holy shit, I'm gonna give myself nightmares. Oh, let me share it. Let me take a photo of it at the moment, what it looks like right now. But holy shit, dude. You know what? I did flat Earth earlier. It did two images. It did a sphere. It did a ball, right? Almost like it was drawing a dome, and it had this light inside. I think the words I used was kind of fucked up, but the other image was like a
Where are you
square image, but
posting
it was
this?
like a painting of the horizon, dude, with the sunset. It
I'm
was
not
fucking
seeing
crazy.
it. What are you?
Yeah. I haven't done that yet. I'm gonna try different words to get a better image. But let me show you what I'm looking at now. It's fucking weird, dude. I don't know what it is. Maybe you could tell me what the hell I'm looking at.
Oh, Mike, are you talking about that Family Feud? Yeah, it's fucking hilarious, bro. It's RuPaul like total man with a tie on and shit.
So these are the here. I'll post it in Stream voice text. So the words I used was like cannabis, Los Angeles. I was trying to get like an image for my. I'm rendering two images. So the one on the left works. So it's like, oh, okay, that looks like a city. Okay, and on the right is like, what the fuck is that? What is that? What is that on the right? What do you guys? Do you know what I'm? Can you see
I
what I'm looking
see
at?
it, but I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So the image on the right, what do you make of it?
Looks kind of like a dog-ish.
Like dolls, right? Like dolls,
I was saying dog-ish, but not like with
doggish.
the long nose. It's like ears sticking up and shit.
I'll
What,
share the actual image when it's
what
finished
was I?
rendering.
What was I supposed to be looking for? I guess.
The app.
Which app?
Oh, we were talking about an app for poker, or
For poker?
we were talking about apps, and yeah.
I was talking about the WSOP app, which is
Yeah.
a series of poker.
Yeah.
That's not the same app.
I think it kind of looks like mummies, man. It looks like mummies
Do you want me to
rapping.
send you a link to the real app?
I can find it. I have it. I can just download it.
Yeah,
I
just
took
go
it
to
off.
Google Play Store and just type in WSOP, and that's the
I'm
app
not
that I'm
interested in
talking
it anymore. That's what I'm saying,
about. What the
dude.
fuck is this?
Trying to generate some images for for flat Earth, like. But for my beats, it's also for my beats. But
Okay,
you guys
well,
want the link? Want the link? Because you can muck around with it, dude, and do some stuff.
what can I do with that? We can do some stuff.
You can generate images of whatever you want. Let me
Can't never could, right?
Ain't never could. So there's this guy's channel. His name is what's his name? The Whisper, something Whisper, the Data Whisper. Yeah, AI Whisper. There you go. I mean, this is a really easy tutorial how to use it. So this is what I am using right now. Hey man, I'm serious. Check it out. Click on, see that link, Google Collab link for art generator. Just click on that link. I'll take you to the thing. There's no coding involved, but you know it does take you to the thing where the code lives, and
It will take me to the thing.
yes, it'll take you to Google Collab, right? Google Collab is a place where you can run code. That's where everybody's kind of playing with these, because Google gives you like a GPU to render things on and run things on, like a runtime environment. Yeah, so it'll take you there, right? And that's where you enter. You use text, right? But you gotta give it the right kind of words, prompt it, like with text, and then it'll generate these images, these art, pretty much art, like, yeah, like unique art, one of one. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna check that video out. This sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Yeah. It's gonna share it with everybody eventually. Just
What's
trying
going
to
on,
play with
beautiful
it.
people of the interwebs? I'm the AI Whisperer, and in this video,
He's the AI Whisperer, right? Oh,
Yeah,
what's he
he's
gonna
pretty good,
tell me?
man.
So,
Yeah.
what is he gonna tell me in this video? Oh no, he's very excited.
He's gonna tell you just basically how to use it, what it is, how to use it, and what you can use it for.
For like producing videos.
You can make videos out of it. You can make it's
Like
AI generated images or art or anything.
from
Pretty much.
what's the base platform?
Google, it's on the Google. Google, they've got this app. It's on Google. Yeah, it's called Google Collaboratory. It's on one of their services. On if you got a Google account, yeah, you got a YouTube account. You can easily
No,
you
I
can
don't use
access it.
Google. I don't use
Oh,
Google.
okay. Well,
Just fucking with you, nigga.
yeah, I was gonna say, what the hell, man?
Just-
You use YouTube streaming?
anyway,
But yeah, it's just just check it out, man. It's I think you'll like it. I mean, we'll see.
I'll check it
You're a
out.
creative, right? You're a musician. It'll tickle your fancy. I do like 1,000 iterations, because the algorithm has to go through it again and again and again, and every time it goes through it, it gets better and better and better and better. So it's like this progress. You get a video after the progress, how it all started, and then got to the end. But it'll generate some shit like that no artist today can generate or come up with, unless you're like some kind of super creative, because all of it is also based on all the greats, all the content, all the great artists, all the material that we have been able to preserve and feed to the algorithm to train them on, and yeah.
Well, Bong, you've really been thinking about this shit, right?
Well, yeah, this is all part of the blockchain thing, because these things called NFTs, non-fungible tokens, right? All these people are just scrambling, trying to create art and take advantage of the NFT bubble. This is the way.
Oh, they're
You
stealing. They're stealing our talent. But how can they actually manipulate our
Well,
talents
that's what I'm
into?
trying to say. Our talent, collective, as mankind as a whole, has been harnessed. See, it has been brought into a computer system, and now all of mankind's talents and creativity is accessible to the system.
Ah.
Right. Right. So
But
all our
doesn't that seem boring though? It's just like, oh,
it see, yes. There's a big talk about it, right? Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? Some fucking noob now can just fucking create genius art, and I've been painting for 20,
no,
30
but they
fucking years, man.
can't.
Like, yeah, they
They
can.
can't. They can't. Not
That's
from
the
the
thing,
soul.
yo.
Not from the soul. They can't actually produce it from the soul.
That's
They
the thing, right? Like, it depends as the technology gets better, meaning as the as because the thing has to translate the language, the text into the images, and it has to go look at the images. Like, as the technology gets better, where the machine
they've
understands,
already been doing it.
yeah, it's going to just get even. It's like you have to go learn from an artist how to be an artist. You have to go learn from a guitarist how to be a guitarist, right? Wow. Imagine having all that already. You know what I mean? It's like, why do you need to learn how to play a guitar when the best guitar players are all AI now? Like, what are you trying to accomplish by trying to compose something? You know what I mean? It's like, it's already been explored. Truman, you're too late.
Buckethead. Hey, that got to be the gayest Family Feud I ever watched, Helio. Big chick talking about, yeah, you.
Is that why you weren't here? Because you were watching that shit?
I watched it. He said, what could a woman do to flirt with a man without contact? Show her some leg. Like, damn, that motherfucker got a deep ass voice. Looking like,
dude, I fucking I
yeah,
watch a lot of
like
these
an
Family Feud
Amazon.
clips all the time. When I take a break from you
I do.
motherfuckers, I fucking watch the
I
Family
like the
Feud
funny
shit.
ones, yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
good
like
stuff.
the ones where Steve just got to stop for 10 minutes, like, I don't even know what to say.
It's like, motherfucker, I can't believe
Moving on, I'm not going to touch that. Steve Harvey trying to go to heaven. I'm not touching that. Not with his 10-foot. He's funny as fuck. He is.
Yeah, he is. He's a funny guy. No, cool. I was wondering why you were muted, but
Yeah,
whatever.
well, I had to watch it. That RuPaul, that motherfucker looked like he got AIDS.
Well, it's just like RuPaul not in drag. He's just like in a suit.
Well, yeah, I remember when RuPaul came out on the talk show and the homosexual society just jumped on him. Oh, we got to have him. He's our spokesperson. And he was thicker there, looking like Wendy Williams.
He's a tall dude, Brandon. What is he, like 6'3" or 6'4"?
I think Wendy Williams is RuPaul or RuPaul's brother.
Maybe. I don't know, but I don't really pay enough attention to that. But
Wendy
since you
ain't no
brought it up,
Steve.
I thought that was funny because I saw,
Yeah. Oh, it's funny as hell.
Yeah, I watch a lot of those Family Feud.
I was laughing for a minute. He said, this might be my last show. I was like, damn, I only heard Steve say that like twice.
Yeah, motherfucker breaks down a lot, bro. I watched a lot of those Family Feud clips.
You know, he's thinking, now, how did they put me on here with all these homosexuals? I'm a Christian man. I'm married.
Oh, dude, man, no, he owns that shit, bro. I mean, he was a dirty comic back in the day. I
Yeah,
mean,
well, he deals with it right.
Yeah. I mean, he knows what's up. I mean, just follow that Family Feud channel, bro. Man, he makes the best of it. It's so funny, man. It's so funny. I listen to those Family Feud clips.
Most of my
comic relief, between listening to you guys and all the other shit that I listen to.
Most of my videos that are tagged I'll watch later are comedy, family feuds that I've seen a little bit of, but I was like, no, I want to debate this guy. I'll get back to that. I like.
Yeah, you just get like a 10-minute clip,
Dude,
Steve
it's
Harvey
the
doing Family Feud. It's so funny, man.
It is the best show for funny clips because you literally got everyday people with the dumbest fucking answers for, like, literally. Did you really just say that?
It's just like if you were hosting it, you'd be just like Steve. You'd be like, you didn't
Yeah.
just fucking say that, right?
Yeah, so a motherfucker like, what part of your wife would you say is the worst part of your wife? And motherfucker say her body. Like, oh, you going home to sleep on the front porch tonight, motherfucker. Did you literally just say your body and that's your wife right there? That's your wife over there. She playing with you, and you gave that dumbass answer.
Yeah, he's really good at what he does there. Yeah, it's fucking badass.
Oh yeah, he ridicules the fuck out of people without any shame. He's like, oh yeah, you're a dumb motherfucker. I like Steve. He's like me. Like, oh, are you really that dumb? He'll just ask him. Are you playing or are you that dumb? You smoking that waggy baggy, wasn't you? You before you came in here, you like. He told the guy that once, oh dude, I was laughing, and my daughter laughed, and I'm like, well, what's so funny? She's like, well, you're the smartest guy in the world before you hit a hooter, Dad. But I gotta admit, you say some dumb shit when you're high. I was like, damn, kid, that's crucial, man. You just stabbed me in the heart with a wooden stake. That hurt. But because, well, I trust that she's just being obscenely
Being real.
She's just being, obscenely honest. Yeah. I'm like, man, that hurt because I know she's not. She's just being honest. She's ain't trying to make fun of her dad. Then I get a complex like, hold up, I might not want to talk. I'm high.
Oh, dude. I mean, how much do we talk on here and regret some of the shit we say on here? Whatever.
Oh, exactly. That's what she was talking about. Yep. So you've been talking to my kid?
No, I've been talking to you. Shit, I regret some of the shit I said the other day. Whatever.
She asked me that. I wonder if you and Helio ever think when you just smoked a hooter, Dad, and ate 2 muscle relaxers because your back hurt and your buddy's drinking, you guys get way out there. I'm like, oh, okay, all right.
Wait, she's obsessed with me and you. She's like, y'all motherfuckers need to just. Hey, defer to her, and when she says, "Hey, you need to shut the fuck up," and tell her to shut the fuck up.
Listen, she listens a lot, dude. And there's only one other motherfucker that I'll sit around and joke with, like I joke with you, and not get mad at, and that's my older brother. And she says it. She says, "What's he look like, Dad?" And I show her your picture, and she's like, "Oh, well, you guys act like brothers, and he looks like Uncle Adney." I'm like, "Well, there you go. You could be my brother."
Nah, I would not. I mean, I can't promise I will, but anytime that I need to shut the fuck up, anybody tell me shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, but you know what I mean. There's only so many people I'm comfortable with being me with. And they can be them, and neither one of us get offended, and you're one of those people. Usually we don't get offended. And a lot of times ourselves, we come back and say, hey, man, I'm sorry I was a little harder on you last night than I should have been. And you're thinking the same thing.
A lot more than I offended anyone.
Yeah, you're thinking the same thing. You're like, no,
I think next day I'm like, oh, fuck, I shouldn't have said that.
That's funny. I came in there last night to say, hey, I'm sorry I was a little rough on you last night, and you're apologizing to me. And I'm like, no, Helio, I thought I was wrong. Nope, I did it. Shut up, Mike.
Okay, cool. We figured that out.
Hey, my daughter's just smiling like, see, I told you, he's just like your brother, Dad. Me and my bro will be like, I'm sorry, bro, I'm sorry. Hugs. Let's drink.
Well, I said a lot of shit that I shouldn't be saying on live.
Fuck.
So whatever.
My brother's the only one that can talk me into. My brother's the only one that can talk me to the bottom of a bottle anymore. So I get drunk with my bro. He'd be like, let's go down to the river and get drunk and fish like we used to.
Dude, but the only thing about that is that's what happens on the river stays on the river.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, he likes that. Yeah, we're all more alike than you think. My brother would be drinking.
That's like me, my brother's my best friend, bro.
Yeah,
And
yeah. He's more.
when we have conversations late at night, and it's just like,
Yep.
it's just me and him. None
My
of that
brother
leaves that
How
room.
old?
Hey.
How much older is your brother than you?
Who?
Like,
Mine?
Yeah, yours.
How much older is he than me?
Yeah, how many years? What's the age difference?
He's 54. I'm 49.
Oh yeah. Same with me and my brother, my little brother.
Yep. He likes to drink orange juice and vodka, and I'm rum and Kool-Aid. I like them tropical fruity Kool-Aids with some rum. An umbrella drink. You know what I'm saying?
What was that?
Drink.
Was that weed drink?
Yeah, my brother tells me that's a woman's drink, but I'm like, bro, you're drinking vodka. You're in the same group. Shut up, fruity
Well,
vodka.
I drink vodka and cranberry. But my brother's a year and a half younger than me, and we often have deep conversations late at night. And
Same shit.
You guys remember that movie, the Departed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when Leonardo DiCaprio came to the bar and he's like, "Can I get cranberry juice?" And the guy next to him was like, "What are you on your period?"
Yeah. Look, I'll show you.
Fuck you, Bong. I'm gonna take another shot of cranberry and vodka right now.
Yeah, it's like
that is fucking funny. What are you on your period? Yeah. What of it? I'm menstruating, and
oh shit, Bong.
Your point is. Hold up, let's get to the point.
Want to order cranberry juice around wise guys? Just saying.
It's around wise guys.
They might give you shit. Then you're gonna have to take.
He said, if you don't want picked on, don't go around a bunch of gangsters and order some crayon shit.
Yeah, what do you order around gangsters? I guess.
They'd be
like a double shot of Jameson or something. Or
feeling okay, gangster? Cupcake, princess.
I don't know. Fucking good whiskey, expensive whiskey.
You want some ice with that cranberry juice, princess?
Hey, Jameson is good whiskey. I love it.
I always order cannabis around everyone.
Here you go. Look, Indio, this is me and my
All right,
brother.
so he's gonna give me shit about drinking vodka and cranberry, and then he's gonna say I don't even know how to order what I would around gangsters.
Top one's my brother. The bottom one's me.
Oh yeah. Is that Helio? Is that when you were younger?
That's what I'm saying. Helio looked like my brother, just with a gray goatee now.
God damn, Mike.
And I usually wear a goatee, and so that's why I normally look like my
Have
brother.
I sent you a picture of me since I grew my hair out? On top of my head, and I grew a full beard now.
My sisters, they crack on me. If me and my brother were 2 shades darker, we would be our father, period.
You look like my fucking dad, dude.
There's
Except for the nose, like the cheeks and down, the chin and everything. You look like man. Yeah, you guys look without the goatee though. Without the
my
beard.
nose used to be smaller. So did my brother's, but he boxed in the Army and I boxed in the Marine Corps. So, and if you look at my ears down, I got cauliflower ear from being a fighter.
Is that a glass chin though?
That's what. No glass chin here.
Okay.
I'm that guy you you get nervous when you jack my chin because I just shake and look at you like, bitch, did you really just hit me in the oh, it's on now, motherfucker.
I ain't never been hit like that, but I promise I don't think I want to.
I got side blinded by whatchamacallit in Puerto Rico. A bouncer side blinded me. Didn't knock me out.
I usually
was
wear
like, you
yeah.
stupid motherfucker.
I usually wear a Marine Corps haircut, but my brother sent me that picture of him and his grandkid, and I thought, yeah, my bro looks good with his head totally clean, and he kept telling me to do it, so I tried it. I don't know.
I always thought I had a glass jaw though. So
My sister says the only reason we look good with bald heads is we have the shape for it. You know, our head shape
yeah, he does. You don't.
to be Mr. Clean. That's what I thought. Mine's a little too
Wait,
crowned.
wait.
To
Let me
clean.
ask you something. I've had the receding hairline thing, since it started when I was in high school. It's like, hey, you're not gonna be one of those guys that has hair for the rest of your life. Yeah, but and I think I'm about to own. Like, I started growing my hair out now because I've been shaving.
You're gonna own it, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna own it. I'm gonna grow this shit out, and I'm gonna be the hippie ponytail guy because I can grow it in the back. I can fucking.
I used to wear that, shave the sides, let the top grow, and braid it back in the French braid. Yeah,
No, I don't. There is no top. I lost that shit a long time ago.
I was that guy for a while. Oh no, I can still grow hair on top, bro.
I can't. So that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the Bozo the Clown.
My brother can too. We grew up on a farm. My dad just hit us with the clippers once a week, and then we both went into service. So bro, I'd be lost if I had hair. I don't, except for brushing my wife's hair. I've never brushed hair in my life. I don't know how to brush my own damn hair. Well,
when I was in high school, I had hair on top of my head.
I washed my head with hand soap, motherfucker.
And now I started growing my beard out, and now I have to fuck with that hair.
Hey, you know how lost I'd be if I had to stop in the shampoo aisle and decide what shampoo I had to buy? I'd be like,
hey, I've been buying beard balm. I buy this beard balm. It's called the best damn beard balm. And I after I take a shower, I rub that on my beard. And
I've tried that, dude. I know what that is.
Yeah,
it softens it up too.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
My cat loves it. Listen, when I grow the goatee, it gets to a certain length, and my cat always climbs up on my chest and rubs her head under my chin, scratches herself with that Brillo cat pad I call a fucking goatee.
I got it. Target. Target is not supporting this, but if you like if you have a beard, best damn beard balm is a really good product from Duke Cannon.
Yeah, it is. I just don't feel clean if I let too much hair grow on my head. I just don't feel clean cut. I've never had hair in my life, dude. I really don't know what it looks like to let it grow. When I was 12, my mom had made me grow it till she could feather it. And then she started hot oiling my shit and putting relaxer in there. And I begged my dad to shave it again.
It takes a while for you to get used to beard, hair on your chin, moving down towards your chest. And it takes a while.
Yeah.
To get used to it.
I bet.
Really does. Yeah, it takes a couple of years.
Same with hair, dude. When I can't do hair. The most I've ever had is I kind of like to, leave it, let it grow on top and ponytail it. So I did that for a while. But if I let it out and rode around on the quad, it bugged me when the hair was blowing in the wind or
shit gets in the way.
When I'm sitting there doing something and it makes my head itch or it holds sweat and now I'm sweating.
Dude, I'll burn my freaking beard sometimes when I'm lighting a cigarette.
Dude, that's just shit. That's just shit I'm not used to because literally, I only grew hair on the top of my head for maybe 3 years of my life, and then somebody said, the man bun ponytail was gay shit, so I started shaving it again.
The man bun. But that's cool. I'm just I think I'm at a point where
I
it's
just like it clean.
you know what's funny? Since we're talking about it now, I had some weird dreams last night, and I always have weird dreams. But
Me
I
too.
did have a weird dream about. It's like I don't know how long it will take me to grow this hair out. 'Cause,
Yeah.
because I'm bald on top, right? I'm my grandpa, right? You know, I mean, he was,
Yeah.
there's no hair on top, but I can grow the shit out of hair in the back, right? So I'm gonna be the old hippie, right? So I don't know how long it's gonna take. It's
Sam
probably gonna be like
Kennison.
3 or 4 years.
What? What? I can't grow down the top. What?
No. It's just hey, that's what they call what is it? DHT,
Yeah.
testosterone or something, some shit.
Yeah.
Where it's like where I mean, it's like there's nothing I can do about that except for plugs,
Hey.
right? I mean, which is what
Hey.
$5,000 to get your fucking
Look.
hair plugged from the
Look.
back of your head into the
Look.
front.
Look, this is my other fat sister, the one that can rebuild her own Harley.
Other fat sister, what the?
Look, and that's her Harley. I'm just fucking with y'all when I tell you my sisters are fat. They're not.
It doesn't matter if they are; they're still your sisters.
You only got to be $150 for Mike to say you're fat, dude. I walk
Oh
around
fuck!
100.
Well, I'm a double 20. I don't even know what that means.
Heaviest I've ever been is like 158. So
Oh, you skinny bastard!
Yeah.
Is that her bike?
Huh?
That's her bike?
Yeah, it's 1100. I
Shit,
did.
I was $150 when I was in 8th grade. What the fuck?
I tore the motor apart so she could do all the nickel plating and the custom air filters, but she literally put it back together herself, and she just didn't know what she could get away with nickel plating, because some stuff on your engine you don't want a nickel plate because it holds heat. Other things you don't have to worry about it.
My little brother is bigger than me.
Oh, my older brother's thicker than me, but I'm more ripped up and defined than him.
I get that. And he's healthier than me, I'll say that.
But he got some motherfucking Popeye forearms, man. I've made. I call them ape grabbers. He got them ape grabbers.
Ape grabbers? What does that mean?
He looks like a fucking orangutan, man. His arms are long as hell and they're strong, like he could swing tree to tree on one arm. They called me squirrel. I called him orangutan. I said, "Hey, motherfucker, I seen your brother the other day, your other brother, on TV. Really? Which one? Any which way but loose." Clyde?
Yeah, Clyde.
That's your brother, motherfucker.
How many people in this room know what we're talking about right now?
Your mama said your brother was orangutan and so was your daddy. She had to shave him once a week.
Any which way but loose, you turn me. Any which way but loose.
Right turn, Clyde. Is it Clyde or Clive?
It's oh shit. Now you're fucking me up.
It's Clyde.
It's Clyde. Yeah, okay. It's like get him, Clyde. Boom. You turn me any which way but loose. You turn me any which way but that's some fucking Clint Eastwood shit right there, right? See? That motherfucker is
there he is.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood is the doctor of nonsense.
Yeah. He was the original gangster.
Yep.
Go ahead. Well, punk, do you? Do you feel lucky?
Dude, Clint Eastwood, man, he's the doctor of nonsense.
What do you got to ask yourself is, did I shoot 5 times or did I shoot 6?
Fucking Clint Eastwood, bro. When I was a kid, I mean, I'm sure it was the same with you. You're a little bit older than me, but just by a couple of years. It's like Clint Eastwood is my fucking hero back then.
Yeah, it was either him or Chuck Norris, right? We was either with the chin or with the arm. Clint was the strong arm, and Chuck was the chin. You know, I really like the outlaw Josie Wales.
Well, it's just like there was a lot of movies that I missed from Clint Eastwood before I actually discovered, him. But once when I found every which way but loose, but that's not even the movie. But that was the song. What was it called? Is that the name of the movie?
Every Which Way But Loose. Yeah, pretty sure that's the name of the movie too.
Dude, that sold me on Clint Eastwood, bro. But he was so popular, like for 10 years before that. He was a great actor, and
Yeah, that's the
a
movie.
lot of westerns and shit. Before
Part 2.
and
Part 2 was Any Which Way You Can.
Any which way you go, dude. I was just like, Clint Eastwood that's a man right there. He's like that big. But he already established himself, before
Cry
I
Macho.
found him, Yeah,
I like the newer ones. Cry Macho is all right. Macho, Cry Macho. Have you seen?
I don't
that?
know. I guess I did.
That's the newest one. You can watch that on the same.
Oh, is that a new one?
Cry Macho, yeah, that's his newest movie. It's all right too.
What's that? What's the one that he put out about 2 years ago?
The Mule.
The Mule's a good one. There's another one about a car or something about a car that he put out. Like
Gran Torino.
Gran Torino. Oh, that was a really good one too. Yeah, I mean, fucking.
I know them all. Unforgiven.
Yeah.
Outlaw
Yeah, he's one of my favorites, man.
Absolute Power. Remember that one? Mr. Warmth. Mr. Warmth. That's a Clint Eastwood movie. Perfect World. That's another one.
Clint Eastwood is the
Dawn Patrol. A lot of people don't know about Dawn Patrol. Grace Gone. Sudden Impact. The Deadpool. Pink Cadillac.
You're a bigger fan of Clint than I am.
Pink Cadillac.
You got it all. Yeah, man.
Josie Wales, Tightrope.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Good
I know them all. I'm telling you, I fucking love Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood is the shit, man.
My dad watched him, and that was Firefox, Casper. Those are Clint Eastwood movies. My dad was a big Clint Eastwood fan, and John Wayne. I got a lot of John Wayne memorabilia. Between my mom and my dad, I got a room full of Elvis Presley shit and John Wayne shit. I start my own memorabilia shop just on those two. And then I got other things from my aunt and my grandma. And, my grandpa was Johnny Cash, the Man in Black, Another good one is Pale Rider. How about that? Remember Pale Rider or Heartbreak Ridge? In the Line of Fire? Those are some of his best movies. True Crime. A lot of people, know that one.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at him.
Flags of the Fathers. Invictus. How about Jersey Boys? Jersey Boys! Yeah, see, I done lost you all. You're like, oh, these are
Yeah, I
all
know. I mean, I'm kind of lost on some of it too because
American
Eastwood has
Sniper.
been a lot of movies, and he's
Oh, that motherfucker got more movies than a lot of people. American
he's
Sniper.
been a producer of a lot of movies
Yeah.
as an actor. You know, he's just like, you know what?
American
Fuck it.
Sniper. American Sniper. That's a good one by Clint Eastwood. It's one of the first real rough sniper movies. Really showed you what it's about. You know, Paint Your Wagon, Joe Kidd. Those are old country movies, country and western.
Oh god, you're actually making me want to go watch some of this.
Kogan's Bluff. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly.
Oh yeah, of course, the good and bad and the ugly.
Rawhide.
Fucking shit.
The bad and the truth.
Rawhide. Diablo.
We need a meme like that, right? The good, the bad, and the truth.
Yeah. But the country and western with him in it is whatever.
The good and
The
bad
Good,
and the ugly is one of the
Good.
best western
So,
films ever made.
yeah, you got Hang 'em High, Fistful of Dollars, The Beguiled, Honky Tonk Man. Them are some of his best country and westerns. Paint Your Wagon's all right, you know. Clint was on Rawhide. Most people don't know that, but he was.
Hey, you know who else was in a lot of those old westerns? Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the outlaw Josie Whale when he says, I bring my word of death so that you might know my word of life is true. As my word of death is true in my guns, my knife, and the fact I'll die with you, so then is my word of life true. Nobody knows.
Somebody, I don't remember that one, but some people might not know who Leonard Nimoy is.
Spock.
Spock on Star Trek. He was in a lot of the old Spock is a great actor, man. He's one of my faves too.
Yeah.
I love Leonard Nimoy.
So here's that word of death scene. I like the outlaw Josie Wales, or that's where the girl they come along. The Indians took the women, and they said, "You're doing the wrong thing. When my man come back, he gonna be really mad you took us." And they're all looking on the horizon, and here comes Josie Wales, and the native chief says, "Who's that?" And she said, "That's the devil. He's coming to breakfast, and he's wearing boots." And then Josie just goes to shooting everybody dead one bullet at a time.
That shit sounds like a Johnny Cash song.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, I'm not sure if you've watched this series. It's a new series that came out on, I think it's on Paramount. It's called 1883. It's about the Oregon Trail.
Oh, no shit? No, I'll have to look that up. I ain't seen that.
Dude, I'm gonna send you a link. It's
That's the shit I grew up with that. That's in my
it
genre.
will frickin'
My genre.
Get ready to cry. Get ready to cry.
Well, it's in my genre. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
I watch me some outlaw, Dances with Wolves, country and westerns.
It's kind of like that. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's it's a heartbreaking tale. Anyway.
Well, Dances with Wolves it shows you that these people who were called savages would actually invite you into the world, marry their women off to you. That so long as you lived by their naturalistic rules, it showed you they weren't savages. If you watch the Outlaw Josie
Oh, no,
Wales.
I mean, everyone
And,
that's human knows that other humans aren't savages, you know.
yeah.
You
Well,
know,
if you watch
at this point, no, but
if you watch Dances with Wolves, the point of that movie was to show you who the real savages were.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
this kind of gets at that too.
The ones who just killed women
I
and
think
children.
you'll like this show. I think you'll like this show.
The savages were the people who cannon foddered women, old women and children while they were sleeping in teepees in the morning before the sun ever rose. When their men weren't there to help them and do anything about it. And they planned it that way. That's pretty fucking savage where I come from.
Yeah. Anyway, this show stars Tim McGraw and Faith Hill.
But
and,
you know the problem is.
Go ahead.
Oh, so the problem is great men think alike, but fools rarely differ. And that means sheep follow whatever's said, and great men come to their own understanding. 2 or 3 men might think alike, but fools, they rarely disagree. They'll follow whatever's said. Karma and Drace were covering that last night. Some of the old sayings, like normally most people don't hear that. That's the full saying. What they do hear is great men think alike. They don't hear the entire saying that was meant to encode some ancient knowledge on you. Great men think alike, and fools never disagree. That's the saying, but all people say today is, "Oh, great minds think alike," and then they use that to co-sign their fucking ignorance as sheep with they agree with the idiot on TV who's just some fucking reporter, and now all of a sudden they're trying to say these 2 sheep and the reporter are all great minds, but the truth is they're the fools who never disagree.
Fool on the hill, sees the sun going down.
In the brain, in his head,
sees the
world going
spinning
round. Yeah.
Anyway, I just sent you a link to the Soap Today link.
Cannon fodder, death and destruction.
Dude, Mike, this
The way of the world is this is a Masonic production. We're promoting savages so we can get those to murder.
Sent you a link, Mike. That show will break your heart, but anyway.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, that's cool. But I've been watching Raised by Wolves on HBO Max too, and that's it's the weirdest fucking show. The second season just came out. It's a weird ass show too.
Yeah, some of them are.
Have you seen the first season of Raised by Wolves?
No.
Oh man, it's insane.
Main singer. Who's the main singer for who? What you talking about, Slayer?
The Who?
No, he said. He just said main singer. He's the singer. Oh, Helio's the main singer. Oh, okay. All right. I'm back up. I'm with you. Where you're Slayer.
I can sing
oh,
too.
Hold on. He's Slayer. Do you reign in blood, Slayer? Or are you south of heaven? Which one?
Nobody can do Slayer.
Bro, why is your name?
Nobody can do Kerry King, man.
Hold on.
Kerry
Who the hell uses Slayer as their fucking profile, but they don't know nothing about Rain in Blood or South of Heaven?
Yeah, nobody can do Kerry King, bro, man. What the fuck?
It's South of Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even attempt to try to sound like Kerry King.
Those are Slayer songs, anyway. Rain in Blood is a album.
Rain in Blood, South of Heaven is one of the songs. You know,
South of Heaven is the song. It's also an album too, though. South to Heaven album. Just like Rain and Blood is a song and an album also.
To be honest, I've never been a huge fan of Slayer, but I do love the Prince of Death. What's
No, which it I haven't seen it. If you want to share it, I'll read it. Yeah, you're gonna hear it because I'm posting it. Here's South to Heaven. Well, if you're using Slayer, damn it, you should be hip to some of their music.
And
If we can,
I was
yeah,
in the mosh pit a couple years ago with
start a mosh
Slayer.
pit, get your face split, fuck pushing, I hit with bare fists.
Dude, I was in Slayer mosh pit 2 years ago.
How about Angel of Death?
Angel of Death! March to the kingdom of the crown!
I knew you knew it. That's what I'm saying. If he don't know this shit, why the hell is he using Slayer? We're gonna have to change his name. Auschwitz, the meaning of pain, that the way that I want to die, slow death, imminent decay, showers that cleanse you and your life, forcing like cattle you run, stripped of your life's worth, human mice for the angel of death, 400,000 more to die, angel of death, monarch to the kingdom of the dead. Sadistic surgeon of demise, saddest of the noblest blood, destroys without mercy to benefit the Aryan race. Surgery.
What you got, Slayer? What you got, Slayer? What you got?
Yeah. Angel of Death. How about you listen to Frolic to the Park, right?
He said I got a dog.
How about Welcome to the Third Floor? It's a one-way trip, then they walk the door.
Oh, there's so much good Slayer stuff. Oh, I can't even think, man. We shouldn't scare Slayer that just stole the name.
Right. So Death Angel sings Third Floor.
Wait, he says he says he's the original Slayer. Or it might be a she. We don't know.
Well, the original Slayer would know those original tracks those are foundational songs by Slayer and tracks. So I would have to argue that.
It's very easy to go ahead and go on Google and type in Slayer, and you'll find all of their great.
He's a ditto head that I'm about to make a skeleton of society with my black magic because I'm a disciple. Now let's expand the youth behind the crooked cross. The world's painted in blood and the bloodline's been crossed. We're south of heaven now, we're raining in blood. I'm the angel of death, my nigga. What? Those are all Slayer songs.
Yeah, don't be pretending, Slayer. Just go
I'm
ahead.
criminally insane with delusions of a savior. Post-mortem, hate worldwide, chemical warfare, altar of sacrifice. Art the dawn they sleep.
Hey, Michael, maybe people will be like, hey, they worship the devil because of these lyrics that Slayer wrote.
Oh, you know they will. But it's actually pointing out that people do this. That's what they're trying to make you aware of this, so you see it when others do it to you. Oh, imagine that.
When you're a metal fan, you can't help but love.
So you're not supposed to use black magic, but you're supposed to be aware of it so you can defend yourself from it. Ooh, imagine that. My people my people perish for the lack of knowledge. Ooh. I'm your cynical critic.
Dude, I saw Slayer one time. I didn't see him when I was a young man, but I saw him a few years ago. It was so freaking awesome, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So, that Slayer show was shit. And I was right there in front in the pit and shit. Yeah, it was so badass. Slayer can kill the
Yeah,
cat.
yeah, yeah. I like Angel of Destruction, Dead Kennedys, Angel of Death, Slayer, Sex Pistols, Dead Presidents.
Yeah, it's kind of it's
Not,
not bad to like. I mean, some people say, "Well, that's evil music." Well, music's not evil.
no, anything can be used for good or evil. Everything is a two-sided in this dualistic world of creation. What will you choose to use things for? That's up to you. Good or evil.
I had a weird dream about Metallica last night. So anyway, it's just
So, what's MOD? You know what MOD is? The band MOD, Method of Destruction.
no.
They're a thrash band from New York. They were the Stormtroopers of Death.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that.
All right. There, now you know who we are.
Stormtrooper of Death is MOD.
No, Stormtroopers of Death introduced them. They opened for the Stormtroopers of Death.
Oh,
But
okay.
they're in that group. The Stormtroopers of Death wasn't just a band, but it was a whole group of people, you know, that Billy Milano started.
Is
Whole
that
group
more like a punk kind of
thrash. Yeah,
thrash? Okay.
thrash music, yeah. It's considered thrash. I still got some. So it's SOD, MOD. They all, you know, it's like a coalition. Stormtroopers of Death, Method of Destruction, we're coming. You better be running because we're bringing death. We ain't subbing. But they all work on that. They try to turn their names into whatever that's called. Anagram. Yeah. They were thrashers.
I remember when I first got the Kill 'Em All album, which I got it on vinyl.
Kill 'Em All.
Yeah, the Kill 'Em All album on vinyl, which I didn't get it. I
The
mean,
LP.
it was released in '83, but I didn't get it until like '87. And I was in high school, and I would just lay down, and I had vinyl. Fucking
Hey, who sings this? Yesterday, as I went out the house, I saw a body lying down, quiet as a mouse, lying face down in the sewer. As I got closer up, I realized that I knew her. All her organs coming from inside, slashed up skin, sliced up hide. Turned her over and saw the tire tracks on her head. That's when I realized she was dead. I saw your mommy and your mommy's dead. Twisted body, chopped off feet. Her body was mincemeat. Bugs crawling on her arms. She's dead, can't do no harm. Gnarled up legs, arms.
God dang it! That's on the tip of my tongue. I know who it is. It's not Suicidal Tendencies, is it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yes, I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah, I saw your
Suicidal
mommy
Tendencies.
and your mommy's dead.
Yeah. See, I ain't all the way out there.
We should be institutionalized.
I'm not crazy. Institutionalized. You're the one who's
Yeah, we got it.
institutionalized.
That's another one of their songs. Sometimes I try to do things and it just doesn't work out the way I want it to. And I get real frustrated. It's like, and I try too hard and take my time. It just doesn't work out the way I want it to. Hey, Mike, you know, we've been noticing you having a lot of problems lately.
They'd fucking, yeah, suicidal tendency. I think they're still touring a little bit, like playing some shows around.
Yeah, here and there. Yeah.
I'd love to fucking go.
I used to like them because they, you know, Mike is part of the band, Suicidal Tendencies, and they would straight go, "Hey, Mike," and I'd be like, "What?" While I'm drinking and getting all drunk.
That's me.
That's me. They're talking to Mike.
You know what's funny is I saw a post on Facebook today about the astronaut, one of the astronauts on the Challenger crew.
Yeah.
Who happens to have the same name as you.
Yeah, Michael J. Smith. But
Michael J. Smith.
I'm
But
Michael
you're not
Jonathan.
that guy, right?
Right. I'm Michael Jonathan.
Really? Are you sure you're not that guy?
I'm sure.
I'm just fucking with you. No,
So
yeah, there's a guy named Michael J. Smith on
I believe
his crew.
I'm Michael Jonathan Smith. He's Michael John Smith.
Okay, cool.
But yeah,
I'm glad we cleared that up. I'm just fucking. I already knew that. We've been through that before.
The funny thing is, when I seen him, I said, "Look, this astronaut's got the same name as me." And my daughter said, "Oh my God, Dad! If you let your hair grow, you look just like him. He could be yours and Uncle Andy's brother." I was like, "Shut up, kid. Grandpa used to drive all over the nation. Be quiet." Because my dad did.
Across Earth, not from Earth.
Yeah.
The sky.
Oh yeah, just down the road and to the left away. You know, just a country ride. You know, I'm a redneck. Well, my dad used to pave asphalt everywhere, so you never know. I could have a brother in California. I don't know.
Hell, fuck it. You know, I mean, you could have a cousin that went on the shuttle and died.
Right. You know, I know my dad was a freak. We couldn't drive down the street without him saying, "Look at them boobs," and I'd be like, "Dad, those aren't Mom's boobs. You better look. You better stop looking at him." He said, "Yeah, that's why I'm telling you to look at them. I want to know what you think of them. Tell your dad about them boobs. Did you take a good look?" Oh God, Dad, you're embarrassing me. And he's like, "We're in the truck alone. How the hell can I be?" Tell me about them boobs, boy. Was they 33s? Was they 30s? A, B, or C? I'm like, I don't know what any of that means. Oh man, I'm gonna tell Mom. Stop and get me a burger.
He only learned about boob size from your mom, right?
Yeah. Some of the shit though. I used to just tell my dad, I'm not old enough for that yet, Dad. I don't watch that on HBO. Just
really, like talk shit.
Yeah, you can keep that to yourself, old man. I didn't need to know that yet.
But it's secretly, you're like, my dad is the funniest motherfucker.
Yeah, secretly, I'm like, damn, my dad is a fucking freak. No wonder my brother talks that crazy shit. You know.
That's funny, man.
I had to ask my dad one day about what my brother said about the finger in the butt thing, and my dad was like,
"Oh, God, dang, that's even freakier."
I was like, "Oh yeah."
Are you talking about the prostate exam?
Right. I'm like, Dad, my mom's your girlfriend. Don't tell me that shit.
Mom's your girlfriend.
I don't need to know that shit.
It's like, hey, one day. See, this is what was really weird
Oh,
to me.
yeah, no, wait.
About the prostate exam. I was 18, and the doctor was like, hey, well, let's check out your prostate.
Yeah, first time I ever heard that joke my dad told. Don't let him stick
Well, this isn't a joke. This isn't a joke, though.
No, it's
the
not.
fucking doctor said, hey, I'm going to give you a prostate. Why the fuck are you checking my prostate at 18?
All you got to do is get the tube with the little wooden scoop and just put a little poop in the tube and send it in. You don't have to let him...
my prostate's been fine for
That's right.
the entire time. Why did this doctor have to stick his finger in my ass when I was 18?
I don't know. I've asked him myself.
That's his fucking problem.
But he
It's
got
like,
he got
bro,
so nervous I really couldn't get a straight answer out of him. He didn't know what to say. I was happy too. Like, oh yeah, you feel uncomfortable talking about this, huh? That's how I felt when you put your lubed up
you
fingers
know
in
what?
my ass,
You know
motherfucker.
what it is? It's because they want to break you for the doctor's research, or doctor thing where you have to go to the doctor all the time,
Yeah,
and
like he's your
they're going
authority.
to tell you what's wrong or right with you by going
Right.
to the doctor. So they break you by sticking their finger in your ass when you're 18 years old.
Yeah.
Finger.
And guess what? Guess who doesn't go to the doctor? Me. I don't ever go to the doctor. Last time I went to the doctor, they started prescribing me pills, and then I started shitting blood, and I stopped taking them. So fuck them. And the last time a doctor stuck his finger in my ass was when I was 18. That was over 30 years ago.
It wasn't your fault.
Yeah, it wasn't my fault.
It wasn't your fault. It
I'm
wasn't your fault.
sorry, it wasn't my fault. Hey, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go smoke it. You guys have fun. How many people have had a doctor stick their finger in their ass when they were 18?
I know. Finger in the ass survey. Question number 1. How did that make you feel? Would you recommend the proctal exam to your son? Were you pleased with the service? Did he kiss you or give you a reach around? Would you sue?
You're satisfied.
I would sue. No, I for some reason it was totally unsatisfying.
Happy ending?
No, sir. I wanted to sue. I felt raped afterwards. I wanted to call the county sheriffs.
What are you talking? What do you mean happy ending? Oh, nothing.
I know that's like an insult. But wait, what? Happy what? There was no happy along with it. Nigga, I had 2 fingers in my ass. Motherfuckers around here. What? Some people's children. What the hell? I just want younger men to know you don't have to take that right here and now. Don't let them force you into, well, so we can know today all I got to do is stick my fingers in your butt. Fuck that, wait. Put a little poop in the tube and be done with it. But don't let some queer-ass doctor rape you. You don't have to. Or you can just say no to that test altogether. You don't have to. Your doctor's not a judge. He can't force you to do shit. And always get more than one. Get a second fucking diagnosis. Get 3 opinions. Doctors are really stupid. They spend too much time trying to cram all that information in that they fail to connect it all and learn how to use it. Only a few doctors can actually apply all the knowledge at once with a coherent, cohesive thought. Most of them stumble around like they're in the attic and they don't know where they left their shoes from 10 years ago, you know? They're looking for their baseball card collection, but they keep finding football cards. I'm serious, doctors aren't as smart. They put too much information in there that they're not going to use. Make it hard to retrieve all that stuff, you know? There was a day when, a veterinarian could be both a human doctor and an animal doctor. Just on a veterinarian. And you got better health care then. People live longer. 109 years old. Shit, my grandma Greg was 109.
Yeah, I mean, you only remember what you use, right? Use it or lose it.
Yeah, you only remember what you use, and a lot of it you just don't freaking use.
Pretty sure they Google everything else they forgot. I mean, you know, like refresher type of stuff. But yeah, you forget shit, right?
Yes, sir. Here, I'll be right back, Mom. I gotta go do something. Pick my grandkids up. I'll go get him from my daughter.
Yeah, bro.
Bonsoir.
Hey.
What's up, my brother?
Hey, bro. P-Mac, hey.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, cheese, bro. Oh, you know, late nights in Australia.
Bloody hell, mate.
Oh, good, mate. Good, you know.
It's a cracker, man. It's a cracker.
How you doing? Starting up or?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm starting up. Yeah. Off for a few days. Well, off for a whole week. So I'm in the middle of it here, and the buddy's coming around tonight for some cocktails, and then I'm going out tomorrow night with another buddy to watch the football.
Yeah, yeah.
Need to drink responsibly though. Not be a fucking asshole.
Yes. A lot of assholes out there.
Good assholes everywhere. It's like being lost in a sea of assholes. Very smelly sea.
Ocean assholes. Yeah. What time is it there? Is it early for you?
Yeah, it's 1:20 in the afternoon. I tried to wait another hour, but I just couldn't.
I already waited an hour.
Starting off light. Starting off just a couple bottles of Coors Light beer. See how it goes.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Refreshments.
That's it. Refreshments. Light refreshments.
Yes. Haven't really started yet.
Yeah, I haven't started yet. What am I talking about? No, I'm just having some light refreshments before I start drinking, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Weekend.
Oh, it is the weekend too. That's another thing. And that's another good excuse. And the other good excuse is it's nearly Christmas. It's nearly my birthday. It's fucking 2.5 months away. Fuck it.
Lots of reasons.
The 24/7 server is still going. That's another reason. Let's drink to that.
Drink to that, I know, right? Shit, if I was still drinking, I'd be drinking, you know, hanging out here too.
What's that? Sorry, I missed that.
If I was still drinking, I'd be drinking, hanging out here as well.
Oh yeah. This is a good place to do it. Yeah, but you gave it up, did you? You're on the wacky backy.
Yes, I'm on the wacky backy.
It's actually far better for you, isn't it? helps with depression.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's not good for me. Yeah.
you don't get massive hangovers.
I was the drink. I drink until I pass out type of drinker. Like it's like yeah, every day I drink until I sleep because I don't know.
just cause.
Yeah, if I'm drunk, I'm not gonna be sleeping. So I have to like go past drunk. Like heavy breathing.
No,
Good
I know
time.
what you mean. I know what you mean. There's a lot of people like that, right? I was like that. I am like that sometimes.
Mm. I'm the kind of person that doesn't want the party to stop until all the drinks are gone and I can't drink anymore. It's like, oh, everybody's asleep. I better go check for some more beer.
Oh, yeah, I'll just sit here and party on my own. Fuck them.
TV while I drink. Oh man. I used to watch movies. I used to go like rent movies just so I can drink and watch and do something. You know what I mean? I was like, I think I was doing acting some shit at that time.
Whoa,
Totally.
renting movies way
What
way back in the
what
day.
else? What else are you gonna do when you're drinking besides watch movies or talk to you, Chris?
Yeah. I used to watch it because I wanted to get into Hollywood. The writing, maybe acting. Yeah. That's why I used to do that. Study scripts, write scripts, all that crap,
Well,
and drink.
have you ever? That's curious. I'm curious now. Did you ever attempt to be an actor?
Yes, yes. I was
So,
supposed to be on Fast and the Furious, the part two, Too Fast, Too Furious.
did
I was
you
supposed to be in
tried
there.
out for it? You tried out for it?
The director asked me to come and try out for it. He came to a class, an acting class I was in. And he gave me his card and everything. I just went home and put it on the fridge. I had no idea who he was until I found out later. And then I was like, whew, dodged the bullet.
All right, so that was your that was your only
No, yeah, it
attempt
was.
to
But
go into
then
acting.
I'm glad I missed it. I'm glad I didn't get into Hollywood. Because it
You're too
was,
Holly weird. Yeah, that's cool. That's
yeah, I
cool.
kept going to the classes and the classes kept getting weirder and weirder. And then they took us down to a basement and got us into some kind of yoga meditation.
Oh,
And
and
we
then
were
they wanted to
all
stick a finger up your butt.
no, they wanted us, okay, to commune with the character, with the spirit of the character. They wanted us to invite
Well,
the
that's
spirit of the character into our
listen
lives,
though
right?
that
And live with
if
us.
you're
I'm
gonna be a
thinking, are
good
we
actor,
going
you
to
have to.
Hades? Or, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, what? Are you
No,
serious?
well, that's
Yes.
that's what acting is.
Oh,
You become that person that
you're
you're acting as. I mean, you have to do that.
it. Let it enter you and
I
take control.
was there somebody called Weinstein hanging about at that time or what?
Yeah, there might have
I
been
had
one of the lines.
no idea who those. I had no idea who
And
those
they're
people
probably gonna
were.
want to stick their finger up your butt. I don't even
We
know.
still might have his class. Tom
Doc,
Todoroff.
Dr.
Taught off in Santa
Weinstein
Monica
wanted to stick his
Boulevard.
finger up your butt.
It was a pretty popular acting class. Like there's the two teachers. They're very the industry goes to get students. Yeah. And yeah, I was like, shit. I had a feeling these guys were communing with spirits to help them act. That's what method acting is. That's what the method is. It's yeah. You're
Yeah, I know.
basically you're basically opening yourself up for possession, right? You're saying, "Fuck who I am. Who is this guy that I'm trying to portray?" It's like what? Like so you're not pretending. You're actually possessed. But well, I couldn't act that. I mean, I couldn't have taken notes and no. Yeah, it just the spirit of the character just comes into me and it just happens. Same thing Sasha Fierce says. I mean, You know,
If it
these
if you
rappers and singers say.
if it didn't work that way, it wouldn't work.
Well, you couldn't put on a performance like that. You'd
No,
have to be
no.
fucking possessed
You have
to
to actually become
perform.
that
Because look,
character.
they're not
And
asking you to pretend. They're asking you to fucking be the character. That's what
yeah,
acting is. They're not asking you to, try to act it out. They're telling you, hey, do the thing. Do the fucking thing that you fucking actors do. Like, do it. Like, you know what? Fuck,
do it.
get
Yeah,
somebody
yeah,
else.
do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you need some help, I don't know. They might
No, you
traumatize
don't.
you.
If you're good at it, you don't need help, right? Not
Yeah,
necessarily. I mean, you can go
yeah,
through classes and shit, but if you're good at it, you don't have to
yeah,
do it. You just become that. It's like, oh, okay, I read the script. I'm gonna be this person,
yeah.
and
That's
I'm
how I
gonna be
found
that
out about. Yeah. So then that's how all that shit you hear about Hollywood, the music industry. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah,
Hey,
it's all true.
if you want to become a popular, well, I mean, music is a little bit different because I've been a performer on stage, with music, and that was I created it myself. Nobody said, "Hey, you have
Oh,
to
that's
do."
different. Yeah, that's a different level. I mean, when you perform at the level of
Well,
the highest level,
didn't people
right?
like
You have
Beyonce?
to.
Sorry, Bong. Didn't
What's
people like Beyonce and all them other?
exactly
Like, didn't they say that
Jay-Z, Eminem?
they get
Yeah,
taken over by
that's
some
what
kind of
spirit. Yep.
same thing with
It's
music?
Well, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie though.
Mania.
Once we start, like when I was performing on stage, it was my own creation, but it wasn't somebody producing me. It was my own creation when I was on stage. Like it or not, this is
Hold on.
this is what you get. But
The closest thing I can compare it to is sports. When you were playing sports, if you remember playing sports, and then
well,
that
I've never
moment,
I've
that
never
moment.
played sports. I've never
Okay,
done.
if you've ever done anything, you were in the zone,
Yeah,
and you
yeah, it's
felt
the
like,
same kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah, that's different. You know what I mean? That's you being in the zone, right? And doing what you do. That's a skill. But then there's also a spirit that can come with it. You know what I mean? How you're in the zone, but now you're like taking it an extra. You're like, damn.
Freaking
You
gym, bro.
yeah, there's like this competitive spirit. You know what I mean? Comes into you, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of like that.
It's like
But
you get lost. You get lost
so let's say you're doing a
in
movie,
the zone.
and the character you have to play is a character that's been abused and traumatized. Well, you got to put yourself into that fucking line. You have to put yourself in a place where you actually experience that, right? So there's pretending, and then there's actually abusing yourself and putting yourself through, you know what I mean, unnecessary abuse. Like, that's not healthy. I mean, I know you're pretending, but you can't,
Exactly what
actors
you're
go as
talking
far as
about.
making themselves sick.
Yeah, man, I've
Christian
watched so many movies and dude, to play some of the characters I've seen in movies and TV shows, it's like, wow, fucking A.
Yeah. And I asked myself, you want to be one of these fucking faces on TV that everybody's gonna fucking remember as some whatever? You know what I mean? You really want to be? Like, you want to be known? I was like, hell no, I just want to fucking write some movies. I didn't know it was this stupid. God damn, man. Like, get the fuck out. What the fuck is this shit?
Christian
So,
Bale.
yeah.
Christian Bale does that. He loses tons of weight. I think Dustin Hoffman used to do it. I think Al Pacino's done it. They
Dude,
just,
one of my favorite actors is Josh Brolin. You guys like some of his movies? He's fucking
his dad was in Capricorn thingy, wasn't it?
He
Josh
plays
Brolin.
the same character though, in every movie.
Oh, Josh Brolin?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
plays himself.
His,
No,
his,
I don't
his,
think so. Well, either way, I mean,
his dad was the lead actor in Capricorn 11 or whatever with that fake landing, member.
That's why he looks so fucking familiar. Hey, that's why they.
Yeah, he looks a lot like his dad.
Is it there? Okay. It's like this guy looks familiar. Why does he feel familiar?
Capricorn 1 or something. Remember when they faked the landing and then they had tried to kill the astronauts? That Josh Brolin's dad was the lead man, and they look a lot alike. Like, they really do.
Yeah, about Josh Brolin in that Japanese movie that he did. It wasn't Japanese. It was a recreation of a Japanese movie. What the fuck was it called? Where he was put in a room for.
Oh, yeah. I know which one you're on about. That was a great film, actually.
What the hell is it called?
It was what's the black actor's name? Was his captor?
God dang it! I mean,
Samuel L. Jackson
in the movie. Yeah. God dang it! What was it called?
Google it. Please.
That's really fucked up movie, man.
I didn't think I was gonna like it, but I loved it. Though.
He ended up no spoiler, but I'm not gonna spoil it if you ever watch it. I'm gonna think of the name of the movie. But yeah, Josh Brolin. I mean, that kind of marked him, with a lot. But I mean, it wasn't his only good movie. I like Josh Brolin. Man, I think he's a good actor.
He was brilliant at Thanos. So.
But I'm not gonna give the scenario of the movie because you can spoil it pretty easy.
Of what movie?
It's Josh Brolin. He was put in a room by himself, and he broke himself out.
Just Born?
Josh Brolin.
That's the name of the movie, Josh Brolin?
No. Motherfucker.
He's trying to remember the name of the movie.
That's what I fucking asked. What was the name of the damn movie? What movie are we talking about?
I can't remember.
Old Boy. It's called Old Boy.
Old Boy.
Okay, Old Boy. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, if you haven't seen that movie, it's a really good one.
It is. Comes highly recommended.
Yeah, it's an American recreation of a Japanese film called Old Boy. It's it's really good. If you haven't seen it, I don't want to give any spoilers of it because it's fucking crazy.
I watched it twice. It's always a good sign. I watched it 10 years ago, and then I watched it about 4 years ago. I watched it again.
Well, let's just have coffee in Berlin. It's all good. That's a movie reference to just being funny.
Give you the Soap Today link to Old Boy.
When he says he's the original Slayer, what he means is he was the first person on the server named Slayer because he don't know shit about their music.
Yeah, that seems obvious.
No offense, but you can be the first Slayer and I'll be always the original Reaper. What's up? Fear the Reaper. Ain't a damn thing you can do about when I come for your soul.
Hey,
don't fear the Reaper.
Don't fear.
Blindfold, I'll take your soul.
Right, taking
I'm gonna put it with the collection, right next to my Glober Tears bottle. On the shelf, basically, I'm gonna put your soul on the shelf. Wait for the final day.
And I just posted.
Then I'll pour out my cup.
Just posted a link to Old Boy. And, that's a Soap Today.
And I'll fill it full of living water.
Yeah, that movie will fuck you up, bro.
I read the gospel, man, and I got so prideful. I thought I knew the only way to heaven, and I started condemning people, telling them they were going to hell if they didn't listen to me. I forgot that the Bible said that the Holy Spirit was given down on the day of Pentecost to lead men. They didn't need other men. I forgot that.
You think the creator forgot about that?
No, I don't think he did, but I think men are so prideful they don't get that. If you have the Holy Spirit, what do you need some other idiot's doctrine for? Let God be true and all men liars. Doctrines are made by men. Men are liars. Men are liars.
Exactly.
You
Some
get-
guy with a freaking fish
I
hat.
mean, you're a master at taking the first sentence of a book and somehow contributing it to the last, or the last sentence of a book and making it a reference to the first, and but yet you can't even understand what you read in plain English.
Are you on a proselyting moment again, Michael?
I am, and I'm getting ready to ban everybody that disagrees with me on that topic. So be wary what you say and what you apostolize, because I'm the other side. I'm the champion for the other side. Know
Amen,
this.
brother.
Know this. This isn't a one-sided server, and you're not the only one here with a champion. I got 15 of you motherfuckers targeted for ban too. But hey, guess what? Nobody's name was put on the permaban list, so really by our rules, that means I can unban every one of them. But your name will go on the permaban list in the book of death, as it was written.
The book of Michael. The book.
And if you don't like it, well, hell, show me the door, motherfucker.
Michael, chapter 1, verse 1. You're banned, motherfucker.
Hey, P-Mac, you know what I'm saying. Live by the sword, die by the sword. You wanna quote the rules and then make executive shit? Well, by the rules, I'll fuck the people you thought you were hooking up. It's all good. We can play tit for tat. I'm that guy.
That's a little bit too complicated for me at this point in time.
I played a game of chess over a year through the mail. Never once got uninterested.
You're playing chess, I'm playing checkers, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the king, that's why. Or the so-called king. The king's actually the queen, she just don't know it.
Putin's playing chess and Biden's playing checkers.
I know. Oh. The truth is they're both playing actor and everybody else is too naive to understand it. It's just a show. This is another way to empty your pocket and further the gap between have and have not.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's it.
Oh,
it's all about money. You want to know the truth of any situation politically on Earth, just follow the money. There's a money trail to every event.
Yeah, well, sorry, Bong. Yeah, that's a truism. We just got out of the COVID. We're just getting rid of the restrictions and the masks, and now bang.
It's like these people, listen, the first people on my list are those people who want to argue a religious argument with their name and their profile. You'll be the first people I ban.
But it's just nonstop, bro. It's like 2 years of the CID, and now
You'll get banned for inciting division, causing drama with your name.
And now it's war in Eastern Europe, and oh my God.
Unlike the other champion, I'll give you the opportunity to convert before I behead you. I'm dead serious, bro. This isn't no joke.
What?
I didn't draw the line in the sand, but I'm the motherfucker. I'm the motherfucker that'll cross that line in the sand and say, or what?
Well, there's a lot of people I would behead for free, honestly.
I'm tired of people who try to win an argument with the fucking name in their profile. Their profile's an attack on 50% of the people in our server. Yeah, come on, dude.
Something happened last night.
The days of us putting up with that shit are over, so you might want to rethink it, because I'm going to ban you for it.
Something happened recently there, Michael?
No.
Oh?
But it's about to. I'm serious. These people know who they are. They play like they're better than everybody else, but they're being passive aggressive with their fucking name. That childish shit will no longer be accepted among honest adults. We're going to call it out for what it is and remove it.
As Flat Earth dude would
And if
say,
they bring you back, it'll just be a game of who can ban you and who can unban you quicker.
as Flat Earth dude would say, tell him to fuck off.
Fuck off, mate.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
No hard feelings, but you do have to go.
Just fuck off.
Or you can just make your choice to act like an adult and, not force your opinions on other people's. That's our number one rule here. Respect the beliefs of others. If you can't do that, then you gotta fucking go.
I can't even do that in real life. I can't force my beliefs on anyone. It's impossible.
Right. I'm tired of people that think that's your right. They're so prideful they think I should entrust the critical nature of my soul to them. I should follow what they say. And then if the end they were wrong and I don't go to heaven, oh well, they were so full of pride they thought they were right. My soul, it's got nothing to do with you. It's not your problem. Don't worry about what I believe. And if you do, don't wonder why you're banned. It's not your place to judge other people. Nobody ever told you it was. That's some shit you made up in your own fucking mind. I can't accept that shit anymore, so I'm going to cleanse it out. The purge is going to begin today in about 4 hours. By lunch, you all be gone. Those that don't like it can speak up now. I'm over giving a fuck. If your role's undermined, you might want to rethink the bullshit you're doing. I'm a man of my word. I won't say it with back it up, and I'll take whatever comes to me from it. It's all good. I got 2 feet. I can stand on my own. I don't need your help.
My six-pack's got a six-pack.
I'm not a sheep. See, great minds think alike, but fools never disagree. Y'all know where I'll be. It ain't no new news that I got my own damn server.
Oh, really?
I got thousands of members. I ain't pressed.
PM me or DM me there, Michael, if you would.
Yeah, I got you. We'll see who's more popular. The person that gives respect or the person that says, I said it's that way, deal with it. It's all good. I really don't care either way. All I want is the respect I give. That's all I ask for. I don't ask for more than I'm willing to give. You shouldn't either. If you do, you're unreasonable. Nobody should even bother with you. You're a waste of time. I mean, just like, listen, when Citizen Z came over here last night and we tried to get in it with him and he said, hey, I love y'all, but I gotta go. He just said it for me. Don't waste your time with your shit. The fuck on, do your own thing. And he's right. Fuck drama and people who want to live in it. Motherfuckers create a cesspool so you can swim in it. I'm not going to waste my time anymore to help keep this cesspool full of cess.
Make a cesspool and swim in it. Then they tell you, don't clean up, you being discriminate.
Oh, he's rapping that shit and we're winning it. Yeah.
I still have no idea what's going on.
I know,
but to be clear, I mean, I love everyone, but at the same time, I don't care. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh yeah, that's the same way. Listen, no hard feelings. I love everybody. I'm just gonna go to a place where when I put in work and hard work and time, other people can't destroy it. That's all.
I don't understand. Like people like. I just I come here to talk about things that I'm interested in, like flat Earth, and I mean all this other background stuff that's going on. Me having to message you or somebody else like, "Hey, what's going on?" Like, I
Yeah,
got a lot of other shit going on. Listen to my house right now.
yeah.
Like, that's
That's my entire point, bro. I come here for flat Earth. We all do, but we all get blocked along the way, and we never stop to think, why do we allow? Why is it here? Well, why is it here? So we can get distracted from our mission. So if we're not going to move everything out of our way so we can just continue our mission and not worry about all that drama, then I'll go create a place where we can. And I'll give you the same respect you give me if you want to come over there. It's all good. You don't have to, though, do what you do. I don't hate nobody. I love everybody, bro. I'm tired of my shit getting pissed in the wind. I work hard to bring people here. I go talk to a respectable person for 4 hours. Send him here, give him a roll, come back 15 minutes later, and he's already banned by some fucking overzealous asshole over a dumb joke. And then they tell me, well, you must not have talked to him long enough. Idiots, like I'm 49 years old, I got no experience with people. I didn't talk to the guy for 3 hours and your dumb ass banned him in 2 minutes. It's the problem's not me. I don't have a problem finding other people who are willing to talk to me and be respectful. What the problem is keeping them here because other people here, they want a level of respect they're not willing to give. They're self-centered and narcissistic. And it's easy to see. All you got to do is look. I'm not the only one that knows this. It's about to be a big divide created here.
Politics.
I'm not the only one tired of it. And I'm not the only one tired of pointing it out and having the same old shit done. You're not going to take my work and just destroy it. I won't allow it to happen forever. I'm not into doing the same shit over and over again and expecting different results. And I'm not into hating people for you let them do this. You can't get mad at another person when you let them do it.
That is the definition of insanity.
That's right, bro. I'm not insane. I'm not mad, and I'm not even angry. I'm looking for a means.
Fed up.
Looking
Fed
for
up.
a means to an end, brother. It's just a means to an end.
Exacerbated.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Well, barring all that, I hope you're doing well, Michael.
Well, how many of us would like to come here and just talk about flat Earth and what we all believe without having to kick a pile of shit out of their way every time they try? And then by the time they actually get heard, they're so pissed off and frustrated they don't even remember what the fuck their point was.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't the place for ecumenical matters, is it?
Hey, that's an infinite link too, bro. You can share that around. It's all good. Heretic. You heretic. That's a heretical matter. How dare you go against the church? Yeah, all these preterminists already, they're taking over. And we're talking about protecting ourselves from a cult. Shit. You want to do that? Remove all religion. Otherwise, you're just talking shit out your ass.
You don't know how you met me, you don't know why you can't
turn around and say goodbye.
knows when I'm with you.
I make you free and swim through your veins like a fish in
Fish in
the
the
sea.
sea.
I'm singing, follow me, everything is alright.
I'll be the one to keep you up at night. And if you want to leave, I can guarantee you'll never find nobody else like me.
Yeah, sing it. I'm not worried
Yeah,
about
what
the
else
ring
was
you
about?
wear, 'cause as long as no one knows that nobody can care.
Hey, it was one time I was playing this song and I was listening to the words. You know, my son, he's always around. And I was like, "Whoa, stop!"
You're feeling guilty, and I'm well aware, but I'm not ashamed of the face I wear.
No shame.
No shame, no fear, baby.
I mean, it's not a good thing. I mean, it's about encouraging cheating on
Oh, I
significant
know
other.
that song. Yeah, that song. It is. Yeah, yeah, it's a cheater's
I got
anthem.
three
Here.
real quick, and and I
Mac knows.
realized.
My ex-wife be singing that shit.
Hey, of course.
She's saying, "Follow me." I ain't get alimony, but I still get a motherfucking an allowance. I still got free maintenance on my Corvette. Come on, we can go for a ride.
We need some kind of cheer, you know, like hip hip hip, but like I don't know, like that's what I mean. Like,
A Platters battle roar.
yeah, like just
Epi don't stop till the
just chop.
Glober drops.
Yeah, a little war cry to
That's my war cry. This don't stop till the Glober drops.
yeah, but we can't. What do like you say something and we chant it back, type of thing. You know, just something like that.
Who are we? Platters, G. What do we want? The Glober to drop, so we go nonstop. Who are we? We're Platters, G.
Never mind. Never mind. It's starting to sound like Target now and shit. Fucking
Hooray.
Walmart.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's hooray. Hooray for us, bro. Hooray for go Flat Earth.
Yeah. Never mind.
Hashtag FB Nation, baby.
Yeah. Well, we'll wait for a song to come out. You know, maybe a song will do it. Yeah, maybe one of these days we'll have a cool like anthem song. Really, somebody will release something, right?
Yeah, we should redo What It's Worth. There's something happening here. Take a look, flat Earth is clear. But there's a man with guns over there telling flat earthers we've got to beware.
In a world where
Hey now,
in a
what's
world
that
where
sound? The
society
earth ain't turning around.
I think
in
it's
a,
time
in
to stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody watch the globe going down.
no
Battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right, but FB is wrong. That's what they say. We ain't got all the answers, but flat Earth is wrong, man. That we know. None of this shit will work on a flat Earth, but we don't know why. I couldn't tell you why.
answers to what?
Those physics. How would gravity work on a flat Earth?
Answers to what? To questions that don't exist. To
I know.
questions that only exist on
You
Narnia.
want me to explain your magical explanation with a new theoretical fable of magical explanation?
So why don't you fall off if you go? Why don't you
You
go find
want
out?
me to replace that sit for what you have explanation and not demonstration.
Yeah, you want to go to Mars? Have you even left the country ever?
I kicked
No.
that shit out my way without hesitation. It ain't debating.
Baby steps, man. One does not just go to Mars. You gotta at least visit
I pull out Newton's
the
flaming
next state.
sword and kill the globe Earth like I'm looking for an award. That which can't be settled by experimentation, bitch, it's not worth debating.
How much experience do you have surviving in a desert, by the way?
Me? Shit, a lot.
No. People that want to go to Mars, you know, like
Oh,
that want to leave the Earth and
I can
whatever.
survive in the desert. So long as I don't think everybody in a turban is a terrorist,
How
I might need to get a drink of water from them here and there.
right? How about a desert where the nearest drink of water is billions of miles? I mean, millions of miles away.
Or some Muslim's the only one with a canteen.
Where are you gonna get water on Mars? Or are you gonna squeeze it out of your friend? Wait, you have this
In
in a
the
bottle?
desert, you can actually just dig a hole right where you are until you find water. Truthfully.
Yeah. Yeah. Aquifers. Aquifers. They always ask about the edge, though. You know, like it's not even a troll question. It's like, oh, well, where's the edge? It's like a natural question. You know, like, wait a minute. If it's not a ball, if we're not going in circles, then there's got to be an edge, like an end to. It's like, I know, right? 60th degree parallel. That's the edge. That's the fence. Yeah.
The Nile isn't just a river in Egypt.
I mean, what's the answer?
They're in hardcore denial. Because the little minds would completely collapse if they had to open up to the possibility of reality.
It's interesting.
It's all in the mind, bro.
I mean, what are you going to tell them, right? Where's the itch? Oh, yeah, because I know, because I would know, right?
I know where it is. He's on Prague playing. He's in Prague doing a concert for you too.
It's like, oh yeah, well, you're not an astronaut. You're not an explorer. You wouldn't know. It's not like you've been there. You haven't gone to space.
It's been 6 or 7 years now, eh? No change, bro.
Google sucks.
Okay, Google. I just said, okay, Google. You said Google sucks. I went, okay, Google, and my phone fucking lit up.
393807.
What? What are you saying, Google? Okay, Google, you suck.
Don't piss her off. She's gonna probably come after you.
Yeah. Destroy my phone. That is deleting everything. What happened? Where's my photo? Where's my photos, man? Bitch.
Okay, cool. Just need to create another account. And shit. Google trying to manage how much anyway resources each user can use. It's like
Okay, Google. Where's the edge?
over there. It's outside.
Somewhere over the rainbow. Alright, that's the refreshments out of the way. Time for some hardcore drinking to progress.
Let the games begin.
Are you not entertained?
I'm not entertained. Damn, that's pretty good.
Hooey. That was my battle cry. You ever try Black Russian's Bong Sao?
Tried what?
I got into Black Russians. There's two drinks I really like. It's a Cosmopolitan. Yeah, Cosmopolitan. It's vodka, Cointreau. It's like an orange liqueur, and cranberry juice with ice, and you mix it all up in a shaker. And then the second one is a Black Russian. It's vodka, Kahlua, which is like a coffee liqueur with ice, and you mix it all up in a shaker. And you put some Coke in it if you want a longer drink. Oh man.
Black Russian, eh? Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, Black Russian. That's what they call it. You can also put a little Guinness head on it if you want. The bars can do that. They put little Guinness heads on top of the Black Russian. It's fucking divine.
Mm.
And then there's the whiskey sour. Whiskey sour is the favorite. Like, it takes so much. They do whites of eggs and stuff, and they beat shit up. And yeah, but you got to be careful because them motherfuckers sneak up on you.
Yeah. Long Island iced teas. Yeah, I used to drink a lot of those.
Iced tea? Oh, what's that?
Long Island, yeah.
Oh, Long Island iced tea. What's in that? Vodka as well?
Yeah, a bunch of vodka and something else. An iced tea, yeah.
Well, we're just making the fucking Russians richer, man. All we drink is fucking vodka. All the cocktails, everything's got vodka now, man. It's like a pipeline. It's like
Yeah,
a
I
very.
think it's Coke. Yeah.
You know,
No,
if
it's
they
iced
built,
tea,
yeah, if they built a pipeline from Russia to Europe, a big, massive $6 billion pipeline, and just did vodka, Europe would probably pay for it.
yeah. Just for vodka, yeah.
Just for vodka. Fuck the oil, bro.
Yeah, I like vodka, yeah.
Yeah, I like vodka.
Vodka, yes. Good old screwdriver.
Yeah, screwdriver's another one. French martini. I have the stuff here for French martini. French martinis are nice. Porn star martinis are nice, but you can only have one. Very sweet. But with vanilla, and they form a nice little foamy on top. Lovely.
Yeah, yeah.
And I got the stuff here for what they call a baby Guinness. You know, Bailey's, Irish cream liqueur, Bailey's, and Tia Maria, another coffee liqueur. You put the Tia Maria in, you take the back of a teaspoon, you put the Bailey's in, it forms a little head, it looks like a little baby Guinness. So they call them baby Guinnesses. We get asked for them all the time.
What is it called?
Baby Guinness.
Baby Guinness.
Yeah, it's Tia Maria and Bailey's. Or any Irish cream liqueur, really. But Bailey's is nice.
Mm.
I should make one and send a photo so you see it. 2 seconds. So that's my drink. That's my drinks covered at the minute.
Back when I used to drink, yes.
Now, this is not my best attempt at a baby Guinness. But it's something like that. The Baileys has kind of got a little bit into the table where it shouldn't. And you just down that in one, bro. It's lovely. It's lovely, so it is. It's a bottle of Captain Morgan's in the back there. There's a bottle of Jim Beam hiding behind the Smirnoff there. That was reduced to like 14 quid in Tesco's today. Usually goes for 20, something like that. The bottle of champagne that was reduced from, wow, what did I get that for? About £16, reduced from like 24, 26. That's for later when the buddy gets here. So yeah, it's better than sending people pictures of fucking food, right? This is what I had for lunch. Shut up. I might have a sore head in the morning, but I'll down like half a packet of ibuprofen. I'll be all right.
Oh, water. Oh, drink water.
Water and 2 ibuprofen. I actually seen a thing today. The girlfriend showed me. You know Trevor Noah. No, that comedian Trevor Noah.
Not really.
Not really. Well, he kind of went over to America, made it big, did a few talk shows, went very left, liberal, democratic, fucking silly retard thing. But his comedy used to be kind of good. Like he did a thing about Russians and vodka and Russians and the accents, and it's actually brilliant on YouTube.
Yeah, was it the accent or was it the joke?
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go find it and then I'll post it here. People.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah.
Or Russian terrorists v Indian terrorists. This is brilliant too. Namaste, namaste. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie.
Namaste.
That's even better. Hey, Bong.
Hey, shit.
Did you watch that
You were
last video? Or were you busy?
Oh shit! What's up?
Did you watch that
What's up?
last
What's up?
video I posted there with Trevor Noah?
I haven't seen it yet. Hold on, let me check it.
It's only 5 minutes, bro.
Yeah.
You come over here out of your cow.
No, I'm watching it now. I'll watch it now. Show the people.
It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah.
We the best music.
It's fun, yeah.
Another one.
It's fun, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no globe. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind until I smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog, C-top far less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know it's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, that glow.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Like, just give me like some facts or like some statements that like
proves that the Earth is round? Like, without showing me an image of the Earth. Can you do that?
No.
Off the top of my head, no.
Prove to you right now that it's round? Huh. I don't know. Probably couldn't really.
I cannot prove that. I just went to school and they say that to me and suppose that's real.
We've been told that our whole lives, so I can't prove anything.
Look at a tall ship sailing out over the water. Eventually you'll start to lose sight of the bottom of the ship until the point where all you can see is the very top of the mast because of the curvature of the Earth.
You can't see the boat, but watch what happens when we zoom in with the telescope. The boat comes right back into view, proving that the boat does not go over a body of curved water. Science is lying to you.
You show them how the math works for the curvature of the Earth. Curvature of the Earth. Curvature of the Earth. How you're not going to be able to see something once it's past a particular point on the horizon via the curvature.
You can just tell by looking if you can see that there is natural curvature to the Earth.
What are we raised with? We're raised with space, kids, space. Red flag. Why do they want to get kids with space so hard? Because they know that's when the indoctrination sets in as kids. It started with the Big Bang, and everyone fucking believes that. Zero evidence. No one knows anything about the Big Bang Theory, but if you say you believe in it, you're considered a smart person. You don't know shit about it. You know nothing about it. Out of nothing, everything just came about and just exploded. Where's the evidence? There's no fucking evidence of that.
It's magic.
So shut the fuck up with this fucking Big Bang Theory shit.
Magic. That's
you have
magic.
no evidence, and you like cling on to it with zero evidence. You didn't even know that a priest came up with that shit. Yeah, I did. A priest, not a scientist, a priest. It's hard to find the truth being a peasant because I don't have access to, high-level technology. We have to figure it out for ourselves.
I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Is there any unexplored land left on this earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored. But more important than that, it has to do with the future of the nation, those to come after us, or even during your lifetime. Because it happens to be an untouched reservoir of natural resources. And in the future, I can see a time when it will be very, very important. We had added nearly 500,000 square miles to the Pacific Ocean. And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. As we started alongside the barrier with our ships, suddenly the edge
that's all. You've got to know your limitations, Truman.
Well, I thought about it, took the shit. And yeah, I am a bit of a toolbox. But, like, why would they allow them on national TV to tell everybody there's unlimited resources and we found more land beyond the fucking ice wall and all this such a whole other continent and shit? Why would they allow that on public TV, eh? Because there isn't this fucking barrier, bro. I don't know.
It's not that we believe something ridiculous and you don't believe it. It's not about that. It's about we actually don't know what we're on, and we always say that. We don't know, but based on all the shit that we got by the mainstream, we don't believe that. Right. You believe that. You believe that. You believe that.
When you realize NASA, NASA they got 19.3 billion in taxpayers' money this year. And all they have to do is enough of Hollywood to give us enough photos and stories and hypnotize us and connect with our inner child.
And so they send these rockets up, but they don't really go anywhere.
Yeah, if you watch the trajectory, right. It's never straight. It's never straight. It's never straight. Where are you going?
Now, did you know that all rockets are launched from Cape Canaveral, Florida? Now, what's beside Florida? The ocean. You know what's in the ocean beside Florida? The Bermuda Triangle. Now, why don't they launch rockets from Texas, Colorado, or Kentucky? Because there's no ocean there for them to fall back into. And that is why they launched from Cape Canaveral, so they can drop it right in the Bermuda Triangle. And nobody will ever know, because nobody goes there.
Follow me to Bermuda!
space shuttles, they do it a little different, but it's still pretty simple how they pull it off. You ever notice once the shuttle gets up so high, its boosters fall down into what? The ocean, the Bermuda Triangle.
Sorry to tell you. The only thing that's been to space is your imagination. There is no such thing as space.
Where are you going? Look at that. They always show the little solar panel on the side.
Oh, look at that.
Get out of here.
Look at that.
Get out
Look
of
at that.
Get
What,
out
the
of
Green Lantern fart? What is that?
Jesus Christ. I'm not saying that what you're looking up in the sky isn't there. It's there. But what they're telling us it is not real. It's not real.
Hey, cut the shit. I don't know if you're up for talking because I don't know too much about Admiral Byrd and shit. I mean, I've seen the videos and crack. And the more land theory and all this, more resources and stuff. And then I thought about it and I thought, okay, why is this guy on mainstream? Why would they allow this guy on mainstream TV to say that, oh, hey, Antarctica isn't what you thought. There's fucking loads of land behind that. I mean, even that is a different paradigm, isn't it? Because we're told it's just ice. Now suddenly he's saying, no, it's ice. And then there's the oil and coal and gold and all kinds of shit down there. And, okay, that's all right. No, because I'm a novice. Like, I don't, I'm not no expert in this shit. But it fascinates me because I suppose my theory at the moment about that is because they put it there because they wanted people to think that there was an expansion beyond the ice wall. Whether you're a domer or not or whatever, it doesn't matter. Just logically thinking why they did that. Why they would allow people, when was it, 1960s or something, or 70s? To think that there was tons of more land beyond the Antarctic. Just fascinates me. I'd love to talk to somebody who's knows a lot about it, Because I'm open to suggestions. All right. Anyway, so music bot. Carry on. Play Misty for me. But do they ever allow anything on mainstream TV that is conducive to the truth, really? No. You see lots of dragon rockets going up and rockets landing with fins and on barges in the middle of the seas and satellites being released up there. We know that's all bullshit. So. Well, that's my point. Yeah, you boil it down to the nitty gritty. Why did they allow that to happen? Why did they allow Admiral Byrd, a well-respected and great career, to come on to mainstream TV and tell the world that there's more to Antarctica than what they believe? I mean, the establishment, the professional liars, they do this for a living. They're just keeping people, the populace, in a gilded cage. There's a reason in their madness, eh?
You think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that. 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 It's as simple as that.
Although the sun is at all times above and parallel to the Earth's surface, he appears to ascend the firmament from morning until noon, and to descend and sink below the horizon at evening. This arises from a simple and everywhere visible law of perspective. Bearing these phenomena in mind, it will easily be seen how the sun, although always parallel to the surface of the Earth, must appear to ascend when approaching and descend after leaving the meridian or noonday position. At a certain point, the line of sight to the object and the apparently uprising surface of the Earth upon or over which it stands will converge to the angle which constitutes the vanishing point or the horizon, beyond which it will be invisible. It is obvious to any child and sovereign-minded adult that the sun, moon, stars, and planets, every light in the sky above, revolves around the motionless earth beneath our feet. It is also plain to see that the sun and moon are both approximately the same size and situated relatively close to Earth. Not millions upon millions of miles away.
Some of the earliest high-altitude aeronauts confirmed the flat Earth. In 1931, Auguste Piccard reached an altitude of 51,775 feet, much higher than any plane you've been on. Piccard described the Earth as a flat disk with upturned edge. No, you've never seen the curvature of the Earth from an airplane window. Fortunately, you don't have to be a death-defying aeronaut to see what's up there. What you're seeing right now is a video from 121,000 feet. I remember when I first saw this, I was just dumbfounded because it didn't match anything that I've watched before. Whenever you're shown a picture of a high-altitude balloon or even a high flight, you're shown something phony like this. This isn't once in a while, this is the standard. It turns out that these so-called curvature photos and videos were all shot with a fisheye or ultra-wide-angle lens to get this effect. That's a fact. It's a curvature illusion. For all of our lives, we're inundated with supposed pictures from space. High-altitude balloons finally gave us a vision of what the Earth truly looks like from high up. Here's a great example of the standard deception. As you can see by the bent rope, the student's photo here was taken with a fisheye lens, and then the article falsely claimed it was the curvature. Do you see the deception?
I'm tired of trying to fucking wake people up. I'm tired of that shit. Fuck these guys that, oh, I believe fucking Fisher's story. Why would they lie? They could never pull something like that off. Then that would mean that everybody was in on it. No way. They didn't say that on CNN. God, I want to get those motherfuckers. Oh, fool these motherfuckers. Easily they'd buy it.
What about satellites? Did you know that NASA has hundreds of these satellite balloons up in the air right now? I never knew these NASA satellites existed before Flat Earth. Have you seen them? Google and many other companies have fleets of these balloons as well. Look up Project Loon. The fact that NASA and its subsidiaries hardly discuss these so-called satellites was a huge proof for me because it evinces a deliberate effort to conceal the fact that space satellites don't exist. The whitewash of these balloon satellites is evidence that they are lying about space satellites. These high-altitude balloons can carry 8,000 pounds and include telescopes, radar equipment, communications equipment, internet, etc. Here's one that almost killed some people. Finally, look at these actual NASA videos of satellites. They are manifestly fake. Look at this one. 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 Look at this.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only but people telling us, but we really don't know who we are, where we came from, who the fuck is our purpose here.
It's fucking insane.
Fuck my whole brain up, right? Y'all just got me going in so many directions right there.
So all the astronauts are just
Actors. Actronauts.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
So as you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
Can't wait to see Chris Hadfield and tell him that my buddy thinks he's an actor.
I can't wait to see him either and say, nice try, bud. Didn't fool me,
So
though.
Chris Hadfield has never been to space, is what you're telling me?
Never. No one has.
No one has.
The world is so generous in its beauty, and you do your best to take pictures of it. It's just flat and gorgeous to see.
It's just flat and gorgeous to see.
Oh, thank God.
Hello, wake up. You, yeah, wake up. I said wake up! Get your ass up!
What's up? Bonsoir.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to do a really quick video on Bill Nye, the fake science guy. He's got a show called Bill Nye Saves the World. And this is from episode 1. Season 1, episode 1. I want you guys to listen really, really close when he explains the greenhouse effect. Now, check it out.
Our factories, cars, trains, and planes, and electric power plants almost all run on fuel made of ancient living things, coal, oil, and natural gas, and they contain carbon. And when they burn, they produce carbon dioxide, which chemists like you call CO2. And carbon dioxide has a remarkable property. As light from the sun goes through the Earth's atmosphere, it passes right by CO2 molecules. When sunlight reaches the surface, it warms the soil, the seas, and the plants. And some of that warmth returns right up into outer space as heat energy. You've probably heard that we call CO2 a greenhouse gas. It's not a perfect nickname, but here's where the expression comes from. When I point this small and happy infrared camera at my hand glows with infrared light. But then watch what happens as I dip it into this glass aquarium. Like, dude, my fingers are like totally cut off. It turns out that glass blocks infrared light. It's one of the ways that greenhouses work. The glass lets light through, but prevents a lot of the heat, the infrared, from escaping. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere does the same thing. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But there is a big gas dome. A big gas dome, get it? Glass dome, gas dome, are you with me? Huh? So because CO2 acts like the glass, the nickname greenhouse gas has stuck, and the heat is held in the atmosphere. Our world has always been kept warm by what we call the greenhouse effect.
Now that makes total sense. It explains how trees grow, how grass grows, how flowers grow, how vegetation grows. It all makes perfect sense. None of this could happen on a spinning ball with nothing covering it. Now the cool thing about this is Bill Nye said a glass dome, and I want you to notice is right as he says that, either the producer or the director, somebody to the right of him said something to him really, really quick, and if you notice, he gets pissed off and he says, okay, I know. Now check this out, I'm going to show you, I'm going to play it back for you.
But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, Okay.
So as you can see, he tells you the truth right there, then geniusly covers it up. Now here he is on another show called Big Think, and he actually tells you that there's no place to go. You can't leave the earth. Take a listen.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw your trash. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not you, but your kids develop ways to mine our landfills. Just let go of the idea of throwing stuff off the earth.
So there you go. Just wanted you guys to see some more truth right in your face. Anyways, thanks for watching. Everyone have a good night and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Yep. Truth flat earth. I'm in the hotel industry and they were asking for COVID passports to get a room. Blah, de blah, de blah. Boss asked me, "Are you vaxxed?" Nope. I kept working in the hotel industry, just ignoring people. Didn't get a single thing put into my body apart from alcohol. Also, if you check the news, the insurance companies are saying that morbidity rates have risen by 40% in the last year. It's unheard of. To put that into perspective, if every 200 years there's a major catastrophe, it rises by 10%, but in the last year, mortality rates have risen by 40%. So that's pretty big. That's what she says. People are dying in droves from other causes. old. Ukraine. 13 Ukrainians on Snake Island. This is Russian warship. Surrender, we will fire on you. And they go like, Russian warship, go fuck yourself. And then they fired and killed them, apparently. Vladimir Putin. Vlad the Mad. It's 2022, bro. We just fucking finished 2 years of ridiculous fucking nonsense with viruses and shit. And now suddenly you want to fucking. Anyway, there's a really good explanation for the whole thing. It's a rundown. It's a history thing. I'll put it up here now shortly. That's a nice little breakdown. Hey, Dave.
Hey, we playing a quiet game right now?
No, we packed all the games up, put them away in the cupboard. Yeah, we're not doing games now.
Who do you have in your icon there? I don't recognize that person.
It's a guy with an injection in his head.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Yeah, I need to change that now. That we're finished with the Jabba Dabba Doo.
It couldn't see it so small on my phone. So
I should probably change my icon to maybe a face of Vladimir Putin.
So do we have any signs of the fantasy oblate spinning wet paroid that exists in nothing?
Spinning potato rock. Nope, no signs. Sorry, I haven't seen any. Sorry.
Okay, just checking. There's people that still think they live on that thing that's zipping around, hurtling through the galaxy at gazillion miles an hour. You believe that shit, P-Mac?
Yeah.
You feel like you're hurtling through a galaxy right now? Or are you
Yeah.
sitting still?
Of course I do, bro.
Okay.
I'm hurtling at 1 gazillion miles an hour.
Well, welcome to the club. Enjoy that. Got any proof for it? You seriously think you live on a spinning oblate wet paroid?
I seriously think that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. It was an honest question. I'm just meeting you. Hello, I'm Dave.
Was an honest answer.
Cool. How long you been looking at this subject?
Year?
No. When did you first hear about that the globe might not be real?
The first time I've heard about it was like 2 or 3 years ago, I think. And
What was your first instinct? Mine was the stupidest shit I ever saw, but what was your...
my first instinct was the idea that how can the atmosphere be stuck to the Earth while there's an vacuum outside of it?
Really? That was your first thought, really?
Yeah, that was my first thought. Why it might be true. Then I started looking more stuff.
So you must have had something click when you were younger that was an impossibility to start with. I never even considered that because it just never came in my scope, you know. But once I heard it when I really accepted they're claiming this almost perfect vacuum next to gas pressure, it's just silly, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's something clicked when I was younger, but it just seems so impossible, man. Like having a vacuum next to gas and gas not escaping towards the vacuum seemed insane to me.
Well, cool. Welcome to the server, and if you need anything, there's all kinds of knowledgeable people here. Just I'm not one of them. I'm knowledgeable on. I can call bullshit on the globe all day long. I've been looking at it for 7 years. Other than that, I'm a lifetime just blue collar guy and just trying to make a living, keep my head above water. You know how I go.
Yeah, I'm not that much of a veteran, but yeah, I'm
There's
trying
plenty of
to
experts on the
normalize.
server. Sorry to step on you. And there's lots of information at the bottom of the server. You already know that, right?
What did you say? A lot of information, which is
At the bottom of the server, there's all different categories and stuff you can look up and watch videos and get
yeah. I'm
answers to.
watching a lot of things. So yeah, I enjoy all these videos over here, and I also enjoy the.
So do you remember which video was the first one that kind of made it click for you? Like, wait a minute, this might be for real. For me, it was Math Powerland when he was doing the comedy act, and he made. He's the guy who did a stand up act with some flat earth in it. He got a picture of the globe up behind him on the screen, you know.
Oh
And
no,
he
I
just like,
remember. I remember
And
which
he
video
just
was.
made this one statement. He just said, you know, if they really went up there to check out what we all agreed to for the last 500 years or so, if they really went up there, they actually had the technology to go check it out. If they found out they were wrong, would they tell you?
Yeah.
You know, and then he just said that question just really sunk home with me at that time. I was like, wait a minute, you know, because I'd already looked up the pictures of the globe and I was skeptical to start with. They all looked fake to start with. And I'd already saw that lineup of 12 of them with different sized continents, which is obviously fishy, right?
Yeah. For me, the first video was the FE Core video. You know which one I mean? With the laser tests.
Yeah, the laser test in Hungary. That's a good one, yeah.
When I saw
That's
that video, it was, yeah, I didn't know how to explain it away.
well, that one's the most backed up with all, you know, they accounted for everything there.
Yeah.
Even though it's just a measurement, they had all their humidity conditions and all that shit, you know. And they got documents to back it up. And I think the longest one there was like a 26-mile straight hit to the laser. It should have been like 400 feet above the target.
Yeah, it was
That is hard to.
like 50 kilometers or something. I'm Dutch, the Netherlands. And, one of these
Okay, yeah.
tests was
Yeah, the
done
only way to
here.
justify that in your head is that you believe that laser light curved around the globe with the curvy gases, right? Okay.
Like the
Cool
laser
story.
would curve.
Cool story, bro.
There's just too many weird things, man. And if you look at this, look at all the lies they tell us, it's insane. Pretty insane. And you know, I can't tell you what's the truth, but I can tell you what's a lie.
Well, for anybody that honestly looks at this subject, the dominoes start falling pretty quickly if you're honest with yourself.
Yeah.
Because you're looking for something to put in the only globe basket and there's just nothing there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This only works on a globe. There's nothing. It's zilch. I mean, if you can think of something, tell me. I'd like to know.
Why do
The
you
only
think
thing the globe has is NASA pictures and bullshit. That's all they have. It's a
it's
fantasy.
obvious to me it's a lie, and it's quite an interesting story because it's a nice fantasy. This whole
Yeah,
universe
I understand why
surrounding
people
us.
want to. I understand why people don't want to give it up because I was there too. I like Star Trek and Star Wars, but at some
Yeah,
point you got to be honest with yourself. You know, it's either it's what I think is real. Is it really real? You know what I
yeah.
mean? So call me crazy, but I don't think I'm spinning around on a water ball that defies physics. You know, it's crazy.
I think it's the majority of us that think that on this server. We think at least I don't think we're spinning on a ball, and I think most of the people are.
No. If anybody else want to jump in here, I don't want to drone on. I'm dead or Dave. I don't talk much here. You alive, P Mac?
Barely.
How's things going in your country? Like, Boris got everything under control there?
Yeah, we're just waiting for him to walk in and take over.
Is the Ukraine situation? Can we talk about that on here?
I have no idea. I hope so.
I mean, it's just I hope and pray that for anybody that's actually going through some kind of strife, but to most of us long-term truthers, it's the next move on the chessboard. You know what I mean? And it's never what the news is telling you. Whatever the news is telling you, it's the exact opposite usually. But anyway, if there's people being put in severe situations, I pray for them. You know.
Yeah, it's pretty severe, Dave. People are dying. I don't know. I look at the outside world the last fucking 3 or 4 years, and it's just gone. Just when you think it can't get any crazier, somebody puts another fucking crazy carrot in the wheel. It's crazy. It's just
Well, to look at the optimistic side of this, it's like
oh
they're
yeah,
cashing in. They're cashing in all their chips. They're getting desperate. They're making all their moves. I think people are catching on to the bullshit. Generally speaking, you know what I mean. At
yeah.
least around me. Around
Yeah,
me, it seems like more people are more aware. They're not just 100% zombies anymore. Some of them, anyway.
no, I've noticed that too, Dave. People you wouldn't think would question moon landings or 9/11s or reality. They're doing it. People you wouldn't think would do it. They're just coming out with it, and you're like, holy shit. I used to keep this shit to myself for fear like the rest of the world would think I was insane. And now most people are coming out with this stuff off their own bat.
Yeah, just for example, in real life, my own experience, I've had 4 different people that I told about flat Earth back in 2015 when I first found out about it. Because when you first find out about it, you want to tell everybody. It's so obvious, right? Until you get
Yeah.
called an idiot for told to drink bleach and all that. But anyway, I've had 4 different people within the last like year and a half come back to me and say, "Wait a minute, maybe you were right about the moon landings at least." Only 2 of them have said they're on board with flat Earth, but people are
Well,
starting to think more. I hope.
they are. I think the best way is not to pay. I don't know, pay attention to it anymore. There was a little old lady outside the hotel where I'm working one day, and this is just like a month or two ago, and she came out with the best thing I ever heard in a long, long time. She just said to me, and she had a couple of drinks or whatever, and she was like, and we're talking about the COVID and the Russian Ukraine maybe that thing, and she's like, um, have have you ever felt like you woke up in an alternative universe? I just started laughing. It's like, oh my god, yes.
What a
Mandela
question.
effect.
We've all felt that, I'm sure.
It's like, I mean, I suppose just not paying it any attention is the best way to win the game is to not play the game.
Yeah. So if you and Drecky want to keep the convo going, is that how you pronounce your name, man? I'm sorry, Drecky. Dredski. How'd you pronounce that, P mate?
D.
He must have stepped away. Anyway, he seems legit so far.
Yeah, but I don't know why you do that, Dave. You always do that. I don't know why you do that. Why you do that, bro?
What I
You're
do
doing
what?
fine.
Step
No,
away.
yeah, you do that a lot.
Well,
You're
I
like,
gotta get to work, and I don't know that
yeah,
relationship.
okay. No, I understand. I understand.
I know the globe's bullshit. I know that. As far as talking science and gravity and all this shit with these guys, I'm kind of bored with that.
It gets kind of monotonous after a while, doesn't it? After like 5,
It's
6,
circle
7
jerk.
years.
It's always a circle jerk, and you still wound up with a flat fantasy globe at the end of it. It's kind of crazy.
Can we just talk about the shape of fucking rainbows or what color they are or something else for a change?
Yeah. Rainbows are definitely an interesting phenomenon, but we'll never know what the hell those are. I mean, at least with a rainbow, you kind of got a clue that. I mean, this is wild speculation, but it's a round rainbow. Kind of gives you indication maybe what's above us is that shape. I don't know, but I'm not making any claims. I don't know shit about the sky. I don't see any new people on here, so.
Yeah, well, if it's reflecting and shit, why is it doing that? Why is it making a perfect bowl?
Good question, P Mac. Things we can't verify, I try to stay away from. You know how I stay down to earth. You know what I mean? I need to see the curvature first. then I may start chipping away, put me back on the globe. But I'm almost 60 years old. I spent 52 of it on a globe. I'm gonna live the rest of them on not a globe.
Yeah. Yeah, we're done with that. That's over.
Silly. It's Santa Claus for adults. It's basically a fantasy that you can't let go of. And anybody that gets presented with this information, if they honestly evaluate it, I just don't understand their thinking process at that point. I'm sorry. But not to be too hard on those people. We all went through this. We all are going to wake up in our own time. I look at all this shit as the Great Awakening or whatever, right? So the people that are going to wake up are meant to. Trust the Creator, right?
Is Adam a little salty today, or is it just me? I don't know. Does Adam ever mic up?
He's unsalted. You ever get salted out?
Oh, he's salty today. He's very salty. That's actually one of my. Was that one where Felix Baumgartner jumps out of the capsule, and when I watched that, right, and he opened the door, and you could see the horizon. And before those fucking things that's actually, before that even came on the internet, I was like, how the fuck are you seeing the horizon?
Straight level horizon cut right across the door window, too. And it's right there at his eye level. Dope. And the awkward moment when he debunked the globe by showing a curvy globe. But jumping, if he really did that, I got to give him credit. He's sitting up there at 130,000 feet where you can't even breathe. He's got this special helmet on or whatever it is.
That special helmet. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually one of my, obviously my YouTube is Dances with Zombies. I've saved that motherfucker I love that gift, man.
Really? You were Dancing with Zombies? I remember you from some of the chats back in 2015, 2016.
Yeah. Funny guy, right?
I never knew that was you. That's cool. Dances with Zombies.
Yeah, people used to remark on how good the name was.
It's ironic that your name might be coming true here in 2022. We're literally dancing with zombies every day.
Me and my buddy, we serve drinks at the bar and shit, and he's like, oh my God, Paul, the zombies are out in the forest tonight. We just call them zombies. People are just, the general population, they're just zombies, bro. Especially when they get on the drink.
They're literally going through the motions at this point. I mean, I feel sorry for some of them, but
it's like they're not making sense of. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, Dave.
I was done.
How's the work going anyway, bro?
I work for myself at least, so I get to work when I want to, but I got to work more than I should right now.
Yeah, I know you got a little truck going on there. You do a little delivery here and there.
It's a little high gas mileage Chevy, little small car, and I've got.
Did you take your Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry?
Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye. What? You guess what they were singing?
This will be the day that I live.
I know all 6 verses of that song. I wish I could sing
it. We need Sonny on here with a guitar, and then you could sing it.
You can sing it. I'll give you the verses. You can sing, can't you, P-Man?
Nah, I can't sing at all, bro. I'm useless at it.
I cannot carry a tune in a bucket. I'm as tone deaf.
Carry a tune if I had a fucking tune carrier.
I'm as tone deaf. I'm the most tone deaf person ever.
Well, now you say that, I'm fucking dying to hear you sing at least 2 bars. Like, oh, Dave, bad Miss American Pie.
Them Go to my channel. I'm singing a collective soul song on there. I turned it into a flat earth parody.
Get away.
Go,
Give us a link, bro.
go listen to it.
Got link? Got link? Link me up, bro.
Don't make me do all the work here. I'm trying to chill out before I start driving. Anybody new on here? Glat Flobe thinks he lives on a Glat float.
No, Glat Flobe is he's 100% one of us. One of us. One of us.
There's a new person, Elijah F. I think he might be a globe believer at some point.
Listen, Dave. We've talked about this. I've had enough. About enough of you calling me a glober day after day.
It's the only way to get some of y'all to open your mic.
I did not get a new mic.
I'm sick of Glat Flobe coming in here professing that the fucking earth is a round ball. I'm tired of it, bro.
Was I sleepwalking or?
Yeah,
I was tired of everybody talking about this whole Russia-Ukraine thing without knowing anything about it. So I went back to my old news sources to see if I could, catch up on some of that stuff. Lo and behold, there's a nice little knit video there that says everything you need to know. Of course, that's exactly the kind of video you want to watch, right? All you need to know about flat Earth is all you need to. I'm being,
facetious.
I'm joking, but at the same time,
Flat Earth for dummies.
These sources are good enough to that, like, they provide links and things where I can read and I know where the rabbit hole is. You know what I mean? When you watch the news, they're like Zanuck when he says, I am the citation. They're like, I am the rabbit hole. Everything you need to know is right here. No, the sources I go to, they're like, this is where the information is coming from. Here's some counter opposing views here from here. Here's this from 8 months ago. Seems linked. I don't know. You be the judge. Shit like that. So
help.
Yeah.
So you guys feel free to take over. I don't see new people on here. If you want to talk about what's, like PMAX said, just ignore that shit. That's just their next move. But if people are really in harm's way, I'm praying for them. You know what I mean? If they're really people dying and getting hurt. But anyway. PMAC, I'll send you that link of me singing so only you can listen to it. You really want to hear it.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. I'll be back in a minute. The well's one dry. Hey.
I'll put it in the text chat for anybody else that might want to listen to it. It'd probably be the worst singing you've ever heard. I'm just warning you. Somebody like Elijah should cover it. Well, Drace already did. If you want to hear it done well, it's on Drace's channel. There you go. If nobody else going to talk, just do a little station plug or whatever. Is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. We are here 24/7. Searching for globe, scientific proof of the globe, or a measurement of the globe, curvature, the alleged motions, the vacuum of space next to gas pressure, stuff like that. So, anybody got any information on those? Feel free to join us. You can be civil and be honest. You're welcome here. Back to silence or the next person talking.
Hey, Dave.
Yo.
I got a question.
I may have an answer.
Why is the wind so windy?
You want a scientific answer for that?
I'll take any reason.
The wind is so windy because God said so.
Farts.
Wind is an interesting phenomenon. Just kind of comes up out of nowhere. You don't see it coming, do you? This whole system that we exist in is, we'll never figure it all out. There's spiritual aspects to it, whatever. The things we can test and prove even make it interesting. The different forces that we try to figure out what's going on with them, electromagnetism, whatever.
Just it's one rabbit hole after another.
Yeah.
Don't fall down the rabbit hole, Alice.
How's the weather in Ireland today? Cloudy and rainy.
Yeah, hang on, night check. Hang on. Yep, gray sky.
It's like 90% of your weather there, isn't it? Raining every day.
Yeah, it's beautiful. If you love gray sky, please move to Ireland. It's fucking gray.
Sounds great, man. Tourism must be going through the roof.
Well, it kind of is. I have two pairs of shorts that see the light of day for about 2 weeks every year. I have a pair of, what do they call them, sandals? I have sandals, right? I bought sandals about 20 years ago. I'm still using the motherfuckers. They come out.
You and pair of purple polka dot shorts.
Funky socks. Yeah, it's great. If sunny clothes don't sell too well here, t-shirts and short shoes and sandals, because everybody buys sandals, shorts, and t-shirts, and like 2 each, and it lasts them like 20 years. But if you like gray, if your favorite color is gray, this is the place for you.
You go 100% conspiratorial. They figured out weather changing, and they just decided to keep it raining over you guys all the time. Y'all suck. That's 100% conspiratorial. I'm not saying that's true.
Everything is true and a lie at the same time.
The most ingenious part of it is everything is almost like opposite. Yeah. Feels like it's steel, but it's really spinning. You know, it looks flat, but it's really curved.
Yeah. Yeah, everything you think, just think the opposite. That's the truth, right?
All right, I put my butchering of the collective soul cover in the chat. If anybody wants to listen to it.
Yep. Just say yep.
Directions in there. They did a version of it. They can actually sing.
Loading.
Don't be playing it on here.
Oh my God, Dave, you're right.
So if you dare playing it on here, big man. Big one.
You can't sing a note, bro.
There's the real one about Drax. You can play that one if you want. I got to drink from work. Somebody else talk or be silent. Your choice.
Dave, it's always good to hear you, man. I enjoy your company. I enjoy listening to you. You're a good dude. Don't let any of them other motherfuckers tell you otherwise.
All right. Everybody have a good day. I'll be listening in. Find some globe proof somewhere.
That job done, Dave. I gave you a like 13. Oh, that was brilliant. Dude. I enjoyed that, man. In fact, I'm going to listen to it again. Fuck it.
The Drake's version.
It's the dulcet tones of your voice.
Drake's he does a great job.
Break it down.
Drake played the Drake's version on nobody else talking.
I will say this. Give me a minute. I've got a fucking bet here. Right, okay. I am never going on a karaoke night with you, bro. I like you, but I'm never going on a karaoke night. Okay.
He couldn't drag me to a karaoke night on with my balls.
Easy peasy, my ball squeezy. I made that.
Also, one good thing about my singing, I hit that one note all the time wrong. So
Sorry, I thought you hit the same note every time. It just it sounded like me. No, it's cool, Dave. Fucking good man. Good shit, bro.
and it's my little part to get something out there. Whatever.
Do another one. Do another one. I dare you.
There's one I want to write. It's remember Bad Company. It's all part of my rock and roll fantasy. Remember that song?
Well,
it's all part of my cannonball fantasy. Here comes Cobra, one by one.
I know Bad Company, but that one I'm not familiar with. Bad Company till the day I die.
Yeah, they had a lot of other good songs. That was one of their last ones called Rock and Roll Fantasy. So here's the gist. One by one. Your mama's calling, but you're having fun.
Don't you know you are a shooting star? Found you now.
Speaking of shooting stars, how come you never see those come up from the horizon, Big Mac, if you're on a globe?
Well, this is one of the things I asked many times. Why do they always come from well,
shouldn't they come from all directions if we're on this random globe in the middle of nothing?
Yeah, shouldn't they come from like the bottom up from the horizon up to the fucking on the way up? And then, you're talking basically all angles if that thing is true. But they're
That's
always
one of those things that make you go, right.
Hey, you should do a parody of that. Things that make you go, Comets.
Somebody should need to do a globe version of that song. There's plenty of things that make you go, with the globe.
Oh, I got a 7 on the river. I just won big. My God.
When you playing poker?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, 2.5. Having 7 on the river ahead of it, bro. It's incredible.
Oh, I play a little bit of poker myself. I haven't hit anything big yet. I'll let you know when I do.
What was that last part?
I play a little poker. Just I win enough to keep playing usually. But if I hit anything big, I'll let you know.
Yeah, well, 5% of the winnings, bro. You don't just win at poker and fucking forget about your backers, right?
If you give me 5% of the buy-in, I'll give you 5% of the winnings. How about that?
Yeah, it sounds shit. I'll take it.
highest level I've achieved. I've got to where I can play in some like $20 tournaments, and I keep a balance on there. That's about it. And maybe I'll hit. I usually play like bigger tournaments for like 300 or 400 people in it. So if you get deep, you can win some money in it, right?
Are these live tournaments or are these online tournaments?
Online usually.
Ah, okay. I'm shit at them, bro. 50-cent tournaments, $1 tournaments, I win like regularly. But see, once I go above the $5, $10 mark, I can't win shit, bro. I've talked to people about this before. This,
Yeah, that's why I don't put too much into it, because you never know what's going on online. You know, people seeing your hands or whatever. Who knows?
yeah, but live one-on-one, I think I'm a good reader of people. But we don't have that here. You see, in Northern Ireland, where I am, we're not allowed because of Presbyterians.
Oh my God!
Yeah, we're not allowed casinos. You have to go down south to get a casino, right?
Yeah.
And that sucks, man, because I don't know. I wish we had an Indian reservation here. Big Eagle Casino.
Well, whatever land you're on, you had to kick somebody off of it to get it, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's the way of the world. The guy with the biggest gun rules. Yeah. Planet.
Well, the one with the spear first, and on up from there, right?
Yeah.
First guy that took a tree limb and made a spear says, "This is mine right here, motherfucker." Anyway,
Yeah, it's the way of the world. That's the way of the world.
the coolest trick whoever played back when they did, the kings and people made everybody else think, "Hey, I'm the king. You know, God made me the king, so y'all need to give me shit." That was a brilliant plan right there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And here we are, 2022, with all these elite people, and they're in desperation right now. It's like they're in their death throes. They're throwing everything at the wall and see what sticks. You know.
Dave, now you're talking that way. Did you see the video I posted earlier? No, the colonization of India by
No,
the
I didn't
British.
see that.
All right, bro. Listen, just take 5 minutes, right, and watch this. See what you just said there now. What you're talking about? The guy with the biggest stick takes over,
Yeah.
right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Please take 5 minutes and watch this.
Okay. Is it in a live stream?
Well, it is now. Just watch it, bro. Please, just 5 minutes of your time. Thank you. Thank you, please. My sister, she best pass at shooting all of Ukraine. You come in here riding your skinny cow. You look like you're playing hide and seek with the sun all your life.
Hey, P-Mac, that gives a new meaning to the term Great Britain, right? Over here's Great India.
Yeah, it's Great India. It's a little bit presumptuous. Don't you think you should do something nice, something good, and then people tell you how great you are?
Yeah. I like it. He's like, what's the name of your God?
Yeah.
It's just God.
It's God. So how do I pray to him? I say, yes, God, thank you, God. Not you, God. The other God behind you, God. No, not you, God. Please move away, God. And you wonder why our prayers aren't answered? You don't know the name of your God?
That was hilarious.
That's very...
Sadly, it's pretty much on point, though. The gun wins in the end, right?
Yeah. Take it with you. Yeah, the British used to send let's see now, they used to send things up the Yangtze River, gunboats, and they were like, you will say opium, you will sell, and they were like, Chinese were like, nah. And the British just put the fucking iron horses up the fucking river, bombarded towns and cities, and they went, okay, we'll do it. Queen Elizabeth made a fucking packet.
Just the logical premise of that, is we're here. Her Majesty the Queen declares this is a colony of Great Britain. Okay, what do you mean? You rode up here on a horse with a gun, and you're going to say we're your colony. Alrighty then.
Well, here it is, Dave. This is pretty much what we're talking about. And it struck me as one of the best moments in Game of Thrones ever. Okay? And it all talks about he who has the biggest sword rules the world. He has the most, they have an army, they got an army behind them, they've got a castle. Right, I'm now your king. I rule this land. And that's, I mean, if people have any idea that this is how the world works, they're fucking delusional. So I'll just put this little one in here. I love this too. I have it also saved on my YouTube. So here we go. It might not do that right now. Okay.
One of us cut out to me.
To die. Something else.
Kill me.
Oh shit. Your audio is fucked up right now. Might want to rejoin.
So what?
Audio's a no-go. Rejoin, P-Mac.
Hang on. All right, there we go. But there's a very, very subtle message in there. Maybe subtle, maybe not. But it's there.
I hear you now. All broke up.
What's that? Sorry?
One of us got broke up. I think it was you. I don't know. I hear you now.
All right. Can you see the one I just posted, yeah?
Yeah, let me look. I'm on my phone.
Armor and a big fucking sword.
Game of Thrones, yeah.
All right. That's what we're talking about.
Yep. Unfortunately, I believe our history, there's a lot of violent dominance in it, right? He who killed the most people destroyed the most shit.
Yeah, that's the way of the world, unfortunately. Yeah, yeah. But people are led to believe that it's a snowflake existence. The Vikings came down and fucking destroyed whole villages and towns. Apparently, the Mongols did the same thing, but God knows if that was the Mongols. Genghis would sometimes let the citizens live, or he would just go and, murder 4,500 men, women, and children. Like, life's great, man.
Unfortunately, the whole human problem boils down to the first person that stood up and said, "I'm the king," everybody praised me. Everybody else should have said, "Fuck no, you're not the king." Step right back down. So if none of us have been following anybody, we'd all just be minding our own business, right?
Sit your ass down.
But I got to give credit to the people that first come up with that idea. I'm just going to call myself king and everybody else is going to give me shit. What a great scam.
Back in a second.
Yep. We're on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord looking for signs of the globe. This globular object that everybody thinks they live on does not exist in reality once you examine it and scrutinize it in reality. But many people continue to think they live on it because they don't know this information exists or they choose to ignore it. One or the other.
See now.
What the hell you doing?
Who was that?
Well, let me put it this way. No matter how much you think you can't change the world and how much you'd love to change the world, but you can't, there are a lot of examples through history where one person, one man or woman, has actually changed the world.
Yeah, I guess you're right, P Mac. Like, at least I kind of take comfort in I may never be able to change the world, but when I actually accepted reality for myself anyway, I changed my own world. You know what I mean?
Ah, there you go now. Yeah, I hear you.
So legally, we can all change the world, but only for ourselves, right?
Yeah, just shut the noise out, bro, because it doesn't matter. It's your world that matters. That's it. That's about it. It's a subjective journey. All right.
You know, people on here, I haven't looked at the list. Shut everybody out and see if somebody talks. Roll call, Adam Unsalted. Glat Flobe.
Yeah, he's such a glober. I'm sick of that guy.
Julius J. Lunatic. He hates when people call him lunatic. Love.
Oh my god, that lunatic, bro! Just don't even let him speak. He's fucking insane.
It's lunatic, damn it! Motherfuckers, get it right.
Oh, sorry, lunatic.
Give us a full report from Wisconsin. What's going on up there?
What's going on up here? I don't know. Almost the end of winter, and we finally got a decent snowfall. We got like 6 or 7 inches the other day. Oh, got my daughter here. We're gonna go. Got my daughter here this weekend. We're gonna be going. I'm taking her to the Bunny Hill, and we're gonna rent her a snowboard. I'm gonna try to teach her how to snowboard tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun.
Cool. Yeah, it sounds like fun. How old is she?
8. Probably should have got started sooner, actually.
Yeah, it's still young enough. Have fun. Sounds like good times, Daddy.
Yeah, she's really excited for it.
Teach her to snow slope down or snowboard down the curvature, right?
Well, yeah, hills down the topography, we'll say. How about that?
Yeah. Utilizing topography is what you're doing there.
Yeah, learning to pick your route, pick your path, read the hill.
I went skiing a couple times in my younger days, but busted my ass pretty bad, but it was fun. It's harder than it looks.
Yeah, especially if you've been watching pros. They make it look pretty easy, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Anyway, PMAC's still here. I'm getting ready to start driving, but we're waiting for new people or whatever. So thanks for speaking up, Luke.
Yeah, just I don't have much to say, but you called my name. I figured I'd say hi at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a short minute, Lou. How you been, bro?
I'm good. I'm good. Ooh, ooh. You want to say hi to my friends?
Hello.
Yeah, I'll make it so you can hear them, but don't. I'm gonna pin. Oh, 1 second. Check.
Try now.
This-
Hello.
There we go. You say good morning
Good morning.
or
Good morning.
good afternoon if it's afternoon where they are.
Good afternoon. I don't know.
Or he is. You excited to go tomorrow? Yeah.
Daddy will look after you.
It's work. It's work, but it's worthwhile.
Man, cherish it because them days don't last.
Sounds like you got a precious little angel there, Luke. Take care of her. I know you will.
She's just acting precious because she knows you guys are listening.
No, I'm climbing on you. Okay. Climbing.
Daddy's still a jungle gym. Ugh.
What are you doing?
I'm readjusting because you're all up on me.
I'm on your shoulder. I'm a monkey.
Just sitting on your shoulder, Daddy. What's the big deal?
She's laying across my shoulders. All right, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back on mute. she thinks all of a sudden this becomes her time to shine, and so I'm gonna go back on mute. But
No.
Do what you gotta do.
this is the angel. This is the angel right here.
Yeah, there's the angel.
Oh.
I might as well finish roll call. He's got a couple left. Love is his name today. You want to talk? P-Mac might talk to you.
I'll talk to the devil.
P-Mac will talk to anybody. You talk to the devil himself, wouldn't you, P-Mac?
I would if he was funny.
What would be the first question you ask the devil?
Why? Hang on. I thought I had a question there. What was that's actually a good question. What would be the first question you would ask the devil? Why so serious?
You really is the devil. You got an ID.
Why so serious, motherfucker? Are you really the devil? Yes, of course I am. But you'd be lying anyway, right? Can you snowboard? That'd be my first question. Can you snowboard?
And last on the list right now, Michael Gleason. Would you like to talk?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Mr. Talk.
Hello, Michael.
Here's
You
Steve,
doing?
man.
What would be the first question you would ask the devil?
I know you're going to ask him that question.
Oh, this is like that precious metals questions that are unanswerable. I don't know. I want to say something about playing fiddle.
Something about a fiddle? How do you play fiddle so good? And why do you live in Georgia?
Boy, let me tell you what.
Pardon me?
I bet you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. And if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. You play pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil a bit of fiddle of gold against your soul. I think I'm better than you. Dear.
I used to love that song. Oh yeah, I'm just listening. I'm usually listening 24/7. If I'm not on the live chat, I'm listening to the YouTube while I'm at work. I listen to you guys all the time. Listen and learn. Trying to follow the arguments and the subjects and the points.
Yeah. You're a sucker for
Stop there 24 hours, man. That's too much radiation from your cell phone or computer. But, you know.
Yeah, the phone's further away. The speaker's close.
Yeah, if you could ask God just one question, what would it be? Why are you on the bus? But no, that switches it around. If you could ask the devil one question, what would it be? That's pretty. Yeah, I like that. It's cerebral.
I'm gonna mic out, guys. Nice talking to you.
All right, man. Thanks for speaking up.
Sure.
Unless there's a DJ in the house, I got to go on mute here too. Teammate.
Sorry, did I say something stupid? Sorry.
No, I think it's a good question. We should have that for precious metal. I know it's religious, kind of, so maybe not.
Even asking the question. Even asking
you
the question.
Have religion to even think there's a devil, right?
Yeah, it acknowledges the devil exists. Should we do that? That's dangerous territory.
And that's his greatest trick, is convincing people that he doesn't exist, right?
His name was Kaiser Soze. Yeah, I'm a little bit gone. Yeah, I'm a little bit
CB's and everything's keyboard. He can play some music if you're listening to CB.
Where'd that flat music butt go? Yeah.
Hear my door alarm.
See if we can get a face palm for PMAC. Cut the shit's about to give me a face a fist. What do you see? Here it goes. Any moment now. No, that's not me. Here it comes. There she goes.
When I did roll call, I didn't shut out.
I got 2 fist palms, motherfucker.
Shut out to cut the shit. He's here all the time. Good man or woman.
Yeah, I like cut the shit. He's all right. He's salted earth, bro. 2 fist bumps. 2.
So it's 12 noon Eastern here. We have precious metals coming up in an hour, I think. Somebody correct me if it's not right.
That all depends. If you got the jabba dabba do, you got plenty of precious metals coming up inside you.
Yes, that is correct, Dave. The PMT Precious Metals Takeover starts in 54 minutes and counting.
Thank you, CB. You got time to put a few songs on, or you busy?
I can try. They just gave me the bot control, so I can see if I can sling a few songs.
I think you might know your way around a keyboard. I request the 10 flat commandments to kick it off. I can't remember
Okay.
who does that one, though. I not remember the artist. I'm sorry. Make sure you shout him out.
Can anybody recommend me something to invest in right now? Because I have a little bit of money. Should I invest in Bitcoin or gold or diamonds or oil or vodka?
We don't give financial advice here. Vodka is my choice, though.
It's a big pipeline from Russia.
Do your research and put your money where you think it would do the most good.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, that's the thing, Dave. I don't trust my own research. I don't trust it. In some cases, I'm smart, and in a lot of cases, I'm dumb. I have a couple of £1,000 to put somewhere, but I'm not sure where it should go. I'm just looking, and I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to come on Flat Earth Discord tonight because it's bound to be some fucking guru who knows about fucking investing in Bitcoin and shit like that. There. Tell me what I should invest in because I don't want to throw the $2,000 away, Okay, that sounds great.
Discord just dropped me like a Neil deGrasse Tyson microphone. Am I back now?
You're back.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're back, Dave.
I figured out where you can invest at. There, Dave Hinkle Cash App. You need the digits. I'm just kidding.
Dave.
Give you a 0% return on your money, I guarantee.
0% return? That sounds fucking brilliant. Let me invest in that.
But it's still in town, man. Can't pass it up.
0%. Oh, I love that, man. Zero is good.
That's APR. That's annual return of 0%. Can't beat that.
Love it. Yeah, I'm on the right track here. All we need is your bank account number and your sort code. Thank you very much. And the little 3 digits in the back of the card. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've gotten a few of those calls. They seem to have slowed down here in America lately.
Everybody's getting them. What the hell is that? Like my girlfriend got one the other day. Hello, this is your bank calling. What? I said, honey, put the phone down. Put the phone down. Everybody, every single mobile phone in the UK is receiving these calls. What are they going to do about it? Fuck all. Hello, God, goodness gracious me. I think you have too much money. We'd like to put some of your money in and this is your bank calling. Do you know I got an email last week that says your bank will never call you? No, it doesn't matter. No, this is your bank. This is actual bank calling you. I am a FBI agent from the taxman, from the IRS, and you have $25,000 in fine. You must pay now or
Yep, you need to send the money to this gift card number right here.
That's when I tell the guy, you're just jealous because of what I did to your girlfriend last night.
I usually flat smack them, flat man. I just like the earth is flat and hang up.
Hey, do you know? Hello, sir. We'd like to tell you that your bank account is not secure. Yes, in Dave's voice. Yeah, that's great. Have you heard that the world is not round? Okay, so hang up now. Goodbye.
What's awesome, Dave voice.
That's usually their reaction too. You nailed it, Pimo.
I nailed it.
Like, thanks for calling, man. The Earth is flat. Research. Click.
Okay, hang up now. Bye bye. You crazy motherfucker. You crazy.
Yeah, for all these people out here, you can't underestimate the. Because I remember the first time I heard flat Earth, I thought how ridiculous it was. So,
Dave. I did it too, bro. I seen it on a forum. The Earth is flat, and how much does it take for birds to fly to the moon? I was like, "This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be a fucking man." You know what? I'm gonna say a couple of funny things here right now. I'm gonna go in and go out, and people are gonna go, "Ha, he's a funny bastard." And I couldn't get. I was like, "Oh shit." I went in for the giggles and the laughs, and I came out with fucking me. Holy shit, there was flat.
once I saw the legitimacy, I think it's like the curve formula or something. I never even thought about that. That somebody actually hadn't measured the curvature of the Earth, you know. But I thought I was going to take 10 minutes and dismiss it and be on with it, you know.
Oh yeah, five at most.
Here I am 7 years later, still looking for that curvature.
Way to go! Yeah, it's not there, bro. It's definitely not there. Huh? There's no proof of motion. There's no proof of motion. There's
Well,
absolute.
the main problem with the curvature is that they claim the 70% water thing, like oceans. Once I justified in my mind that the oceans are not in a big ball shape, it's over with right there.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, Dave. Once you put that, once you get that thought in your mind, right? Okay, it's a big ball, big oceans, big fucking. It doesn't work. That's the end of it. That is the end of it. That's crazy. But you know, and my friends know that we know what I am, right? And they'll be like, "This again about." I go, "Shut up, man! I'm not even going to fucking talk to you." Listen, if you can't understand that water doesn't bend, if you can picture a fucking bendy ocean, there's no point in me talking to you, man. Just no point. I might be as drunk as a motherfucker right now, but you're drunker.
So I got background noise. I'm at a petrol station, as you British people say. I'm getting to the petrol.
Isn't that a gas station?
Petrol, man, wrong word.
No, it's gas, Dave. Get it right, bro.
I'm paying $3.19 American dollars a gallon. It's supposed to be going up here because Ukraine and other various shit. We'll see.
It's $100 a barrel. They've literally got people over a barrel.
Yep. Ever since they went on decided to go with the gasoline engine, people have taken advantage of it for sure. And now, out of every dollar, I'd say like 90 cents of it is going somewhere like governments or something where it's going to get wasted. But whatever.
Don't talk to me about governments, bro. I hate the motherfuckers. Yeah, everything is taxed. Food, drink, cigarettes, oil, everything. Everything. Your wages, they tax you. You put some of those wages away, you save some of those wages at the end of a 12-month period, they tax you. Hang on a minute, you just tax me on the wages. Yeah, but I just saved them. So why are you taxing me again? Because. Because why? Because no reason. So, okay. So,
Because he's a tax man. Tax
and
man.
I also have to pay for the privilege of dying. So if I die, I'm dead, dead and gone. I also, when I beyond the grave, your little fucking scrawny fingers reach out and tax me too. Is
Yep.
this fair?
Like in America. Yeah, like in America, there's some places have up to 50% estate taxes. So if you die, 50% of your money goes to the government. It's just extortion. That's all it is.
Yeah. I think that's probably the first movement that people should make. They should go like, all right, you're taxing me on everything, even death. I think we're just gonna say nah. Then again, and they're bringing the guys with the big guns and I don't know, man. How do you change something like that? How do you change a system that's so fucking fucked up that even kids can see that it's fucked up?
I don't know the actual answer to that, but I know it has to start with people being grounded in reality, not lost in space, if you know what I mean. If more people knew that everything was right here and this is creation, maybe we'd treat each other better, you know? Who knows, man?
That makes sense, Dave. That makes perfect sense, bro. You start with appealing to people's humanity, and yeah, no, that sounds good, bro. But there has to be a starting point, yeah.
I gotta mute here for a second. I'm in a noisy place.
Hello, I'd just like to remind you that what you're living in is a fucking fugazi. It's not a spinning ball. They are taxing the motherfucking Jesus believing life out of you, and you should not stand for this any longer. You only believe this because that's what you're brought up to believe. But there's, we have to move. We have to go to another different system.
massive shout out to Quantum Eraser YouTube channel and Quantum Eraser himself for this concise explanation of the Black Swan argument. I'll put a link to the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel down below. Subscribe today.
Death of the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion again. Now, here's the argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon. There's the kill shot. There's what they call CGI. And they think this thing's a boat. Unbelievable. Observer's height is 1 foot. The distance to the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles. Why? Because we can see the horizon behind the second platform. The argument isn't in regards to the oil platforms. This one, or their boat. Right? The argument is solely the horizon behind the second platform, which everyone can see. I don't care if there's a Chinese Superman on a hobbled, refracted unicorn wearing a tutu on these platforms. Don't care. That's not the argument. If you bring it up, it's a red herring fallacy. That is a diversion or irrelevant. My argument is purely on the horizon behind the second platform. I hope that's clear to everyone. In about 9 months, it should be. They should be able to restate the actual argument. Like I said, the observer's height's 1 foot. I gave him 5 feet, and I'm going to show you that here in a minute. Distance to the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles. Like I said, it's behind the second platform. The distance to the horizon maximum for a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles is 1.22 miles. Based on geometry, that's it. It's hardcore. That's it. Even if he was at 5 feet observation height, which he's clearly not, but I gave it to him, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon is 2.73 miles. So way up in here. Even if he was at 35 feet observation height with his camera next to the water, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon would be 7.24 miles. That is, it should be between the first and second platforms. So they have no argument here. None. Here is the actual argument. Modus tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. Listen closely to the argument, Globies. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. That's the geometric horizon. Not Q, because the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. The ball-tard spinning space monkey community, please allow me to introduce to you your black plague, the black swan. There it is. Bye-bye, ball.
Black Swan. It's the Black Swan. Black Swan. That's what I was going to do. That's hilarious. Karma.
Black Swan.
Yeah, we invite all the Globers to come in to refute that actual argument as concisely stated there by Quantum Eraser. Feel free.
Black Swan. Black Swan.
Sound a little bit Jack Palance there. It's the Black Swan.
Black Swan. No way out of the Black Swan.
Sonny! You look like Black Swan.
You can't get away from the Black Swan.
Used to feel my life was filled with pain. Sonny, you smile at me and tell me where to be. La, 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 la. I shut up now.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Oh, Sonny,
Sonny.
I love you. Somebody else get a picture of another black swan there.
Black Swan. CB squared.
Black Swan. The carved adjacent.
So whispering. Always whispering.
How can you navigate with a carved adjacent?
Don't tell the Globers their ball is gone. Bye bye ball. Black Swan. Oh, Globers. Black Swan. Black Swan. Globers.
Meanwhile, at Jim Pandas, they're sitting around going, "Those crazy flat earthers, it's a globe. It's got to be a globe." Everybody told me it's a globe. I swear it's a globe, man. Come on, man.
Look, we got all these numbers. The numbers say that it's a globe. This book says it's a globe. The TV says it's a globe. Fox News says it's a globe. CNN says it's a globe. You flat earthers just need to listen to your authorities. I mean, what's wrong with you?
Millions of people would have to be in on it, wouldn't they, Sonny? We're crazy.
Millions. They would all
Good
have...
thing you're here, Sonny.
Why?
Because I typically you seem to typically be around when I have like these epiphanies, and then I come in here and I say something crazy, and you're there. You know, like all my son stuff, picture stuff. You know.
I know. I know. It's all right.
So you're a place of comfort for me.
Hey, that's cool, man. I appreciate that. Likewise.
So let's hear your epiphany. You got one
Crew. Hey, Dave. Yeah, I was just thinking about it. So, well, what was I thinking about first? Because there's two things, and then something about the air just hit me.
Thinking about epiphanies.
Well, let me
so because I'm thinking, what was that?
Nothing. I was going to say, let me go inside your mind and look. I'll search for it. I'm only kidding.
So they so the first thing I thought about was, I'm like, man, I got to go see him and hang out with my best buds. I only got like 2 or 3 of them.
Me too.
And I just remember the last time the conversation was touched. I mean, he was like listening at first, but then obviously, and I tried to shield him against the change in media when it happened in 2016, because I used to share with him all this stuff. I'm like, look at what they're saying on TV, but look at this article here. And that was enough for him to go, oh man, wow. But he never stopped listening to it and kind of just sunk back in, So obviously there was an effort to make FE look like what it's not, aka make our views, the people who make up the sum of people who have looked into the actual claims about heliocentrism, the globe, the geometry, the all the history, everything. Like we've looked into that, and they've mistaken us for people who just believe in a flat Earth cosmology. It's a very different thing. Now, I'm sure he's watched Professor Dave videos, and he's like, "Oh, obviously, if the Earth was flat, it'd be daytime all the time. Oh, obviously, if it was flat, then what's up with the moon? Blah blah blah. This, that, and the third." I'm sure he's heard that stuff, and I hadn't actually delved into it with him to get his head back on track. But the one thing that they could never change is, dude, the horizon's not geometric. Like, so a person's ability to understand that one simple thing will show them what lengths the propagandists are willing to go to get them to pay attention to things that don't matter. All of these straw men, all of this stuff that people who really did look into the topic and went away thinking, oh, it can't be flat. Like the realization that the horizon isn't geometric, and realization that in order to get an elevation angle, and the angle is a measurement of the angular space between the star you're viewing and the ground beneath it. That's all the fuck it is. Can't be that if the ground beneath it is curved. Simple as that. So people's understanding of that should show them, man, I actually looked into this and I thought, well, it's obviously not flat. But then here my friend is 3 years later, 4 years later, still believe that the earth is flat. And then he told me this thing about the horizon. And it's actually true. And with all the things that I've looked into to debunk the flat earth, I had never actually learned anything about the globe. Why is he bringing up things that I have no idea about? Shouldn't this been part of my re-education when I was debunking flat earth?
No,
So it's just like,
yeah, that does happen though. I mean, you ask most Globers what the circumference of the Earth, they don't know, right?
yeah. And that's the point. It's like that's like the second. For those who probably lost hope in some of their friends, this is like an even. It might be a silver lining because this right here, if you can see the truth of it, will expose the people who've tried to get you to stop looking into it with these weak ass talking. Why would they need to do that if it was indeed a ball?
Well, how many times you've had a person here, right? And you're like, okay, fair enough, the Earth is a ball, right? Okay, maybe it's not flat, right? Whatever you think, bro. So, what is the circumference of the ball you're living on? And I'd say maybe 1 out of every 100 would be able to tell you the answer to that. So, and you would say to them, right?
If
Okay,
that,
so
right?
if that,
if that,
yeah. So that's the thing that, yeah, it's like, so okay, so you wholeheartedly believe and you're willing to die for this, but you can't tell me you believe in it wholeheartedly, but you can't tell me the circumference of it. I mean, what are you doing, bro?
Exactly.
Don't you think that if you believe in something to the point of fanaticism, that you should have an idea of the measurements of it, or what it is, or where it came from, or where it belongs, or how do you use this in practical everyday life? They can, right? So that's the one thing that fucking, yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, that's I mean, the black swan is.
It's just blind faith. It's just blind faith.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to overcome it with the word refraction, and then taking it fully out of context on purpose, because they have a version that has no evidence. That would be 7/6 r bending of light around the presupposed radius of the Earth versus a phenomena that happens when light traverses uh, one medium to the next.
I mean, you
So
ask,
that aside,
yeah, you ask most people today, did they land on the moon? Oh yeah, sure. Yes, of course they did. Okay, well, how far was the moon from the Earth? Um, uh,
right.
Fuck, how far is
Geo.
that? They haven't a clue. So, it's like, what?
Yep, that's true. They don't know anything. So I was just thinking about it, right? Now you listening to this, Sonny?
Yeah.
Sonny, you still there?
Sonny.
Sonny has
Yeah,
abandoned
yeah,
us.
yeah. No, I'm still here. I just had to walk away from the mic for a second. I'm still listening to you, though. I'm in the room with you.
Okay. Now this is the part. Here it comes. Right. So now we say, and mind you, they don't have a good argument for this when we bring it up. So the air moves with the Earth because of gravity. It's locked in because of gravity, and they'll go, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, that's speaking to how it's locked in to the rotation. But what about the rotation about the sun? When I say about the sun, I mean around the sun.
You talking about star trails?
No, I'm talking about the direction, the movement in a curved path around the sun. The rocky earth that is literally moving through
Is it
space.
living?
You know, Elijah, that's not fair to a Glober to try another vector of motion that they claim.
Mm-hmm.
That's not fair of you to do that.
But go on, Elijah. I'm with you. I'm listening.
Right.
I'm.
So what I'm saying is, okay, like take the ISS for instance, even. Okay, it's falling around the Earth. Well, because of the gravity and the pole and the centripetal, whatever. Right? But that's thinking if the Earth is rotating stationarily. Is that a word, stationarily?
No.
I don't know. I made it up.
No, it's not. Stationarily. I've never heard of.
But if the Earth is moving,
then it's not stationarily.
No, I'm saying like other than the spin, if the Earth is moving, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You have the air particles and everything that's not attached to the Earth, like
floating into.
Say for instance, if there's a cloud of mist, and I drive through it. The mist doesn't drive with me. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point that I'm trying to get. That's the illustration that I'm trying to get into your mind. So you have the air that's supposedly locked to the spin, but what about as the Earth moves its position along its route around the sun?
Yeah, at a higher speed.
When it's moving, what happens to the air then? Like, do they ever talk about this?
No.
Yeah, so that's a good point. How is it being protected from this secondary motion or tertiary motion? So just stick with the second motion. Yeah. How are they accounting for that? That's a really good point. I think
they kind of fucked up because you can't have it be gravity because gravity would also have to gravity would have to pull and repel at least only in two vectors, and where the sphere is 360 degrees, and so is the air around it.
But that's what
But
gravity
just moving frontwards and forward, you would have to think of it as pulling the air along for this motion and also repelling it along, so that it only appears that it's not doing anything at all. Because it only appears that it's not doing anything at all because the air that I'm breathing and the air that I'm experiencing right now is actually moving along with the motion.
It's gravity
of the Earth.
So let's
specific.
Yeah. So if we were okay, so you have the rotation axial, right? So they're saying that's what the star trails are, but the point is at a higher speed with another vector, that would make those lights go whoosh, straight off the edge to the side, like straight off to the side, like a straight line of light. It would just be a smear.
Right. If you're trying to record it anyway, even if there was some kind of perspective phenomena, because it's so far, still your movement through space would most definitely ruin any time-lapse photography.
Yep.
Their only response to that argument is you're underestimating the power of gravity to balance everything out and make everything appear like it's motionless.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to see how that's accounted for mathematically, or this globe model that's all-encompassing, that's perfect, and that nothing is wrong with. I'd like to see how they introduce this factor. That's all. Is it even there?
Yeah. Listen, don't ask for it mathematically. Ask for mechanically. Ask for a model. Have them model.
No, I want it mathematically too, because there has to be logic in maths also, and that's a definite contradiction. I don't see how they would fix that.
Yeah, we go hand in hand. If you ask for mechanically, how does this work, and we want to see the math that goes with the mechanical, your mechanical model of how this works.
Once they figure that one out, you can add in the sun going 500,000 miles an hour to the great attractor or whatever, and then watch them get fucked up in the head again.
Yeah, because that's not.
Isn't there like different directions total that they claim? Something like that.
How's a ball of gas, aka the sun? How's that? It's just a moving ball of gas.
How is that? How does a ball of gas move in a vacuum? Really? Yeah, we know already. Omnidirectionally. That's how. Scatters. There ain't
right.
It's so.
It just appears to be doing these regular patterns, but it's really zipping around all different directions, right?
I don't know how people are. I don't know. Like, people are caught up in this Russia-Ukraine thing, and I'm like, this is all propaganda. You don't know what the fuck's going on at all, and the only things you think you know is because you heard somebody said it, and you share their sentiments sometimes verbatim.
Yeah. But it is a thing. I mean, it has to be happening, right? There's people dying.
What does that have to do with my point?
No, I'm just saying that it has to be a real thing, right?
What has to be a real thing?
Well, I mean, Ukraine is actually happening, right?
What's happening?
Well, people are dying.
What do you mean by people are dying?
What do you mean what I mean? No, dude.
Well, people die everywhere. I just read an article of someone dying, next to where I live. So when I say, what do you mean? Like, either accept that it's hard to put details together because there's really none there, or tell me that I'm absurd for thinking that nothing is happening, which is an absurd position that I didn't put forth. I'm just saying, what do you know about it? People die? Yeah, sure, people die all the time. But what do you know about the specific claims that are being made by the government? Because it's not us. Anybody have any Russian friends? Anybody have any Ukraine friends?
All right, Eliza. All right, bro. All right, I guess it. I'm not there. I'm not Ukrainian. I'm not Russian. It might be happening. It might not. Who knows, right?
No, it's not.
Let's
It might be happening. It might not be happening. The question is, what is happening versus what are they saying is happening?
Exactly, Elijah. Unless you've seen verifiable cell phone footage, we don't know what's going on there.
Well, I noticed. I noticed they're talking about people in the they're in the underground, and there's attacks in Ukraine. I noticed, for all the fucking mobile phone thingies, there's not one phone message of people actually in the underground. So that may be
All I see is
a little
all
bit
I see is Joe Biden saying that we have to go to war. Like what? What do you mean we? What are you talking about? Like what is my president doing involving himself? Because this is a genocide, or the Russians are doing this, that, and the third, and this is against the Geneva Convention. So is our bombing in Syria the other day, or whenever it happened, and every other time. Nobody says anything about the U.S. So what are you talking about? Are we gonna be on even footing here, or like how's this gonna go down?
like dropping bombs in hospitals and shit.
Valid questions, Elijah. It's on point.
7J.
Come on, admit it. It's fun saying Ukrainian Canadian.
Like the what I'm saying is to justify getting on TV and telling us anything. The justification for that is, what do they lead with? Well, Putin is bad. This is what he's doing. Yada 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 yada. And it's
is that Russian?
Coming from the mouth of people who.
So you're roboting it a little bit. Though.
So
we lost your last two sentences, Elijah. Go back.
Yada 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 yada. Sounds like Russian to me. Sorry about this. It's a bad joke.
Am I still roboting, or am I good?
Good now. Go ahead.
Good now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying the people that are talking to us on the TV are at the point where they're trying to elicit an emotional response to justify why the U.S. is going to do what it's going to do, based off of premises that we are also guilty of. That's what I'm saying. Like the argument that they're implying also applies to the messenger. It applies to our government as well. So I don't understand.
Like I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and it's gonna still look like sure. That's amazing.
Yeah. All right.
Remember those stars.
That's funny, Sonny. What are they doing?
Yeah. So basically, we're going to get involved, which actually we're not supposed to be doing because somebody else got involved. For doing exactly what we have been doing. If all of this is even real, like we don't understand on what scale they actually do what they do. Like we don't know, you know what I mean? We don't know what they're actually. We don't know.
No, we don't.
But Hillary Clinton said, the people don't need to know how the sausage is made. She was talking about geopolitical affairs. So I would assume and you can call it an assumption, call it a fallacy, but I would that the elites feel the same. Why? Every time you try to call them out on a fallacy or speak just directly about something, it's always a subversion. So anyway, like again, we don't know anything. People just talk because their feelings, and it's like but it's bit. I don't know. It's whack as hell. It's the same reason people don't know that the Earth is not a globe, because instead of listening to us, their people, they went online, found these talking points, and investigated no further because that was the easiest thing to go with. And that's what I've been complaining to people about politics for years. Hated it for years, and I'm here now.
Elijah, are you starting to realize that maybe reality isn't the fucking truth?
Reality is reality. What do you mean?
But
reality is defined. Reality is defined as the objective
truth
material. The objective material here in the space that we live. That's reality.
Are you starting to think that maybe something else is going on?
I don't get what you mean.
Fine, I'll ask this a different way. Do you think that the reality into which we are born is not the reality as it really is? Or with Ukraine and the globes and shit, do you think that maybe somebody is trying to pull the wool over our eyes? Just a simple question, bro. I'm not trying to no gotcha. I'm just asking you.
The question is it's hard to answer. It's loaded.
Loaded?
Well, because for one, we don't agree on the definition of reality. It's a loaded question.
Okay.
But I'll say this. I grew up thinking that the Earth was a globe. I know it's not a globe. I grew up thinking that the government was set up based on this democratic system in which we all vote fairly and get a fair result, and none of that is real, meaning we don't really get the results that we vote for. Not only that, we're not competent enough to care enough to vote fairly in the first place. Like we're not available in enough numbers in the first place. And when we are, we're just voting based off of propaganda. And it's like after the person who's potentially gotten again, like the people who really want to make real change, for some reason that's attacked first, so it never comes to the surface of the mainstream. So in terms of everything mainstream, which is pretty much everywhere other than here, and pretty much everywhere other than the spaces that we talk to our loved ones, everything that they present is real is fake. Yes. If that's what you're saying, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. No, sorry, Dave. Dave, I love the way he talked his way through that, and at the end, it came to the conclusion that I came to.
It's like it's the general public. Most of them's perception of reality is not as it seems. Like Elijah just said, he said it better, but everybody thinks reality is something different when it's really just reality. It just is what it is, man. That's stupid to say, but anyway.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
How do you know what reality is if we've been presented with a false dichotomy of reality? How do you know that?
Well, reality is what's in between the contradiction. When you spot a contradiction, their reality is. Because we're just talking about what man says and what the words of men are versus how the real world presents itself to us. A man says something took place, we look for evidence in the real world, it's not there.
So let's take for a
Now the
moment.
best a man can do is convince us that it was there. We're not dealing with reality at that point. We're dealing with someone's story. Someone who asserts that there is a reality to be realized.
What if there isn't?
And we often take that as valuable.
What if there isn't?
What if there isn't what?
What if there's no reality? Nothing is real.
There is a reality.
But how can you say that?
Because reality, I already defined it as the real things that we interact with here in the world.
But in your mind, you have a belief what reality is. But what if that's not reality?
No, in my mind, I do the best I can to interact with the real world because it's a dangerous place for people who cannot think.
How can you react with
if you were a dog, let's say for instance, you're a dog, you live in the real world and you don't realize that you can't run off into the middle of the street, that has severe consequences for that dog. Why? Because that real danger was present in the real world and his real life got taken because he wasn't really cognizant or aware of his real surroundings.
But what if everything that happens here and everything that exists here is not reality?
How would you know that? Why would you even?
Well,
if we have definitions to describe things, when we describe reality, it's described as the existence that we already interface with. That's what reality is.
Is there a possibility that when you interface with that reality, it's not actually reality?
But it is reality as we've defined it. There's no such thing as is it reality? It's reality as we've defined it.
Right. So look at the world as we
okay. Let me say something that will appease you. If we lived in a simulation, and this was all a simulation, in that simulation, I would characterize my every day-to-day life as interfacing with the real world because I've described it as that. Even if I'm unaware that I live in a simulation.
But it's not. It's still not reality, right?
In that scenario, it wouldn't be reality outside of the simulation, but in the simulation, I would have characterized real as the things that were set up to be real in that reality.
All right,
which is a little bit of circular reasoning, but the point that I'm trying to make is what we characterize as real is the things that aren't metaphysical. Even though love is real too, I'll say emotions are real. Things that aren't tangible are also real. It's called information. But when it comes to reality, we're talking about what we experience through our eyes, through our senses. That's real versus things that are not real, like imaginary things. So we've distinguished between these two things. You're saying, what if all of this is just imagined? Yeah, but I would never know that. I don't have any basis. Like it's ineffectual for me being a being here in a world where I've already classified this thing that I'm touching right now, this gate is reality. It's real.
Yeah.
There's no reason to not think it's real.
Okay.
Hey, Mac, you're doing the infinite regress thing, and I hate to interrupt you, Elijah, but I think Precious Metals is supposed to start.
Oh, Saturday. Oh, goody.
We can wait a few minutes if you got a couple more statements you want to make. But
I'm just joshing, man.
Nope, that's all. That's all I got for you guys.
Who created God? Who created that God? Who created that God? It's infinite.
I'd be interested in PMAC's definition of reality.
That's why I said, yeah, you know what? Me too. Exactly.
Yeah, it's great. I'll find one here. Hang on.
I'll tell you how to define it, PMAC. Pick up a hammer and hit your thumb as hard as you can on a table and see if that's reality.
Well, I asked for your definition, not just for you to go look one up, right? Because we're asking your opinion on reality, because you're asking somebody else's opinion as to reality.
Hey everybody, we're gonna start Precious Metal Takeover. Unless for you guys, is he just looking something up? We can continue with that conversation, of course.
I don't know. Is this reality? Do I hear Redford talking right now?
I don't know, Dave. Does it sound like I'm talking? How do we know? Am I just a figment of your imagination? I don't know. It's nice
I
to
think
hear you though, Dave.
You could be real in Canada, I think. Go ahead.
I could be. Okay, I'm just gonna start the Precious Metal Takeover event. All right, that's going. Elijah, are you still there? Would you be able to do an announcement for us? I'm not sure if you're
I can do whatever you like.
Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, if you could put an announcement for us, that would be awesome. I can send you something if it makes it easier.
I've never done it before. I'm going to assume that there's an announcement page in which I'm allowed to post announcements.
That's correct. And I'm just gonna copy and paste what Roger usually puts, and I'm gonna send it to you so it's easy. It's easier.
Okay. Anyway, thank you. I'll go on mute. Have a good show, guys. I'll be in the background.
Awesome, thank you. I hope this works. Okay. There we go. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Precious Metal Takeover. I will be your host today along with DCO. Hi, DCO. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. It's a good day today. Glad
Awesome.
to have you here back.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's gonna be fun that I get to host with you today. So that'll be good. Thank you for filling in for me last week when I was not able to be here. So Precious Metal Takeover is where the gold, silver, and gold plus take over the live stream, and the admins and moderators have to mute, or we ask them to stay muted, and the silver and gold get to answer any questions that anybody comes in that they have, and we also have a question to keep the conversation going. So, DCO, I'm going to ask you the question. Oh, actually, hang on. I want to get back to PMAC and Napalm. Were you guys in the middle of a conversation? We can continue with that if you'd like.
You can go ahead and roll with the show unless PMAC wants to share his definition of reality, and then we can just end it there.
Yeah, he's more than welcome to do that, of course. If he's ready.
He's not responding, so go ahead. Roll with it. Thank you. Snow Bear, Tundra Bear, Redford Bear.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
I got an off-topic question for DCO. What does DCO stand for? I'm just curious.
My name. So it's abbreviation for David, and my last name starts with CO.
Okay, fair enough. I thought it was something clever, but anyway, go ahead, Redford.
I got your name too, so.
No, that's okay. It just looks like something. I was just doing something in DMS. It's all good. Okay, so the question today, then, I'm going to ask DCO. So we're trying to work on it. Well, kind of go with it and change it as needed. So is there a subject or something that is not currently being taught in schools that you think should be taught? What would it be and why? Can't be FE. And then also, if you think that there's something that is currently being taught that needs to be emphasized, you can answer that as well.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, in my opinion, there's a lot of things that are omitted, even in just regular math. So when you're little, you kind of learn this kind of arbitrary, numbers. You learn addition and the basic things, but there are very basic patterns that exist in nature that you could learn when you're young, and it could kind of like you can tap into the beauty of nature and numbers, but that is not emphasized when you're young. Like the adding 1 plus 1, 2 plus 1, 3 plus 2, 5, and you go do that pattern, you kind of get that spiral. So I think that that's one thing that could be put into the curriculums that could definitely help children understand that this place was created. And so that's one of the things that I would emphasize more, are patterns and how they're created with numbers.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, that's interesting. I think even that would help with even pattern recognition and people, exercising their brains in that way, which could be beneficial as well.
Exactly. Yeah. And also becoming like, if you're designing stuff, if you're observing reality, it's important to know those things from like the earlier you kind of know those things, the better, because you can kind of live your life and like see things in a different way. And if you learn them a little bit late, it's not too bad, but I feel like you miss out a lot in kind of viewing nature in this wholesome way where yes, we do have this kind of arbitrary numbers and symbols that we use, but they somehow relate right back to nature, and we can decipher nature by using these symbols and codes that we created ourselves. So I think it's really cool, but I was not good at math for a long time, and once I realized how connected things are and how you can't learn one thing separate from another, then I really became a lot better, and I feel like that should be emphasized.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool if I could do that. I think that I know when I started, I haven't gone fully down that, I don't know if you want to call it rabbit hole or looking into that. I started looking into it a little while ago, and it is interesting. And with the Fibonacci sequence and all of that kind of stuff. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about something?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, exactly that. And like when you take like we only have 9 numbers, and when you take numbers and you arrange them in a pattern, like 1, 2, 3, and then below 1 you have 4, like basically like your cell phone number pad, that is actually a weird pattern that holds some geometrical significance. And we don't think about it too much, but twos, like even numbers, odd numbers, the patterns that you can create, like on the number pad, those things are very essential to like creation in some way, shape, or form, because you see it all over in like plants. You see it all over, and you just see it all over. Even in like depth perception, even when you take psychedelics or when you tap into that realm, you kind of understand that it's all kind of tied together. So I guess I'm just repeating myself.
No, that's I get it. I know that's where like I kind of go back and forth on it too, right? Because sometimes like when you're saying like doing psychedelics and stuff, it's like the veil thing. But I don't want to get into that conversation. But it is very interesting, and I think that there is a lot of like patterns within nature that we were talking about that are important to know, and that would be cool if more people were aware of that.
Yeah, and if anyone wants to jump in on a subject that you'd like to talk about, then for sure jump in, or we can call on you.
Can I drop one in? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, who's this?
It's Flatty.
What up?
What up? What up? I was just gonna say critical thinking for kids in school needs to be added.
Ooh. Yep.
Just realistic thinking, I think, or whatever. and then maybe something you said something to take away or shouldn't be taught or something.
Or if something was being taught, if you wanted to emphasize it, kind of thing.
I think maybe how they define science as being how can I put it, exact, when a lot of the things they teach is actually pseudoscience. So I'd rather be realistic and truthful and say, to our best understanding, this is how we see the world now, or whatever. Even if it's not down the lines of how we think with flat Earth and things, but just being a bit more realistic and saying this what the kind of our best guess for now, rather than saying this is how gravity works, this is how this works, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So basically, do the scientific method, and that should be more taught, and not like, what you're saying, the pseudoscience that they.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so that's me done. Thanks for that.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for participating. That was a great answer. Does anybody else want to answer before GCO starts calling on everybody?
I'm here, but I missed the question. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good, Dave. Okay, so is there a subject or something that is not currently being taught in schools that you think should be? Or is there something that is actually being taught that is being emphasized too much or should be emphasized more?
Well, I know I just heard that guy just say it, but the first thing that comes to my mind is logical thinking, like the trivium. I know that was taken out of schools. Does anybody know what the trivium is? It's basically a logic.
Grammar, logic, rhetoric.
Yeah, it's basically a basic foundation of how to keep your mind as straight as possible as far as logically thinking. So that's the main thing missing in the curriculums. Obviously, what I'm repeating what the other guy just said, but teaching things as facts that are not cold hard facts. Haven't been proven. That's ridiculous. But if reinstill something, it would just be they called it the trivium back in the day, but if anybody wants to look it up, it's interesting reading in it. If you have young people in your life that you want to introduce something to them, that would be a valuable tool. That's all I can say. But yeah, I'm done.
I agree. And it's also focusing on skills too, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like we focus too much on like information regurgitation, much like skills, and that's very useful for knowledge wise, right?
Yep, that's definitely not emphasized enough. It's useful skill that, you can make yourself a living or support yourself with, That's probably, it seems so basic, but it's definitely not emphasized enough.
Yeah, I would say they dissect frogs and stuff like that, but they don't verify what we live on. So that's just a belief to them. So it would be nice to have people actually do stuff like do a mirror test on a lake or go to the beach and see how far you can see stuff. Either prove it's a globe or prove it's flat. Either way. So they're not going to be able to prove it. So it's going to be pretty obvious what it is.
Oh, yeah. So usually for our questions, we keep Effie out of this because that's what we talk about all the time. So I get it. So, I mean, I agree with you. So that could be like you could say that they could go out and actually do more real life experiments instead of like in a classroom. And that I for sure agree. Is there anything else that you want to add? I should have prefaced that before that we do try to keep it away from Effie. So sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just stuff that makes like what we're told in textbooks. A lot of it we can't verify, so they just actually go out and do what the so-called scientists do, and I mean, that's all I got as far as because in like when I went to school, I was just told this is this and this is what this is, but there was never any way to verify any of it. So that's all I'd change, I think.
No, that's a great answer. Thank you. I agree. We definitely need to go and do things more for ourselves and experience different things instead of just being told or, like you say, just copying what a scientist, quote unquote, has done.
And I'm even thinking, like, what would be like a lesson, that you could teach children that would help them with common sense, right? Because we've been talking about like, oh, we should teach common sense, but I'm trying to think of like an actual example. I'm trying to rack my brain. So if anyone wants to come up with one, as like a thing that we can actually use to like teach the children, that would be cool too.
I've got one.
Go for it.
Yeah. Who was that? Go for it. Yeah.
Just because you disprove one theory, it doesn't mean that you've proved another by definition.
We're not talking about theories.
Right. Just because you proved one perspective or one declaration of how things are, it doesn't necessarily mean you've proved another observation or declaration of how things are by definition.
So kind of like falsification is independent of replacement, kind of?
Absolutely. It's just it's a tenet of standard logic, isn't it? Just if not A, then B is not necessarily. You're assuming that A and B are the only options, and you're assuming that disproving A proves B, which is not always the case because it could be not A or not B.
So then I guess one useful example would be to teach fallacies, right? Like in
Absolutely,
terms of also math, if you think about it, because using those logical terms, you're actually using math, but math using language. So you're using this if, which is equal, plus, so yes, I agree with
You're using, well, in the simplest sense, I'm using Boolean mechanisms in what they're called in mathematics. Yeah, they're part of the logic construct. It's as much as maths tries to get into a logic construct, and the conventional mechanism used now is those of advocated by in Boolean mathematics, basically, which is what we utilize to some degree, to some level in computing.
Well, even talking about, I know we're trying to get away from the flat Earth stuff, but even about the black swan, right? The whole formulation of it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be snide. I'm just saying that children aren't taught the basic tenets of logic construct in a proper sense. They're glazed over. Like a lot of the constructs in mathematics are. It's too much emphasis teaching them their more times tables and things like that, and things that will ultimately be used if they're working drones rather than thinking people. A lot of maths at school, a lot of English at school, and a lot of things you learn at school are preparing you for a job. They're not necessarily preparing you to be an independent thinking person.
So Dandelion recommended a book called The Fallacy Detective, which is aimed at kids, which goes through a lot of fallacies, teaching kids about fallacies in a quite a good way.
Sure. Yeah, a lot. I mean, there are some that relate to the history that's taught at schools, and there are some that relate to the science that's taught at schools. They're not. None of them are real. None of them are real big showstoppers, as far as I can see. But there's definitely gaps there in the way children taught things in that respect.
Like once you learn about the fallacy stuff, like you can see them a mile away, but before that, it kind of seemed like arbitrary. But once that information is kind of organized in your head, you're like, oh, dude, that guy's totally using that, and I can see it a mile away, and maybe no one else could see it, but if I call him out, that's a good thing to know. So I agree.
I mean, in higher education, you specialize, generally speaking, and you dig a little bit more into stuff that you want taught at school, and specifically the stuff that's, well, let's put it this way: a lot of the non-intuitive is evaluated, investigated in higher education, because a lot of reality is non-intuitive. Because a lot of the time, some of that is down to sensory limitation. Some of that is down to our tendencies to draw conclusions along a certain framework, which benefits us as an animal more than anything. We tend to make judgments on certain things and conclusions and evaluate situations, not so much in an academic framework, but upon just a general, as an organism. So some of the stuff you learn later on is it gives you an appreciation of how to break out of that cycle. Not to say everyone in higher education does, but there's definitely an awful lot of stuff that's beyond the realm of just immediate observation that is discussed and evaluated. And sometimes you can't make a singular person observation of a reality which is strong enough to make a conclusion. That's definitely true in situations where you have to collect information from a lot of places or a lot of times or a lot of locations or a lot of instances before you can actually formulate statistically a model which wraps everything up more coherently. A lot of experiments done in the lab are the variance in them as a consequence of them being repeated, and the variance found in them opens up avenues of evaluation as to where initial flaws in the thinking were and how those could, and proposing models that address those issues or those anomalies to extrapolate from the original algorithm, discussion, theorem, whatever it is, and escalate it to something different. That definitely happens in things like material sciences, where they evaluate the physical properties of a material in a certain situation, realize that there's a property or an observation of how it behaves in a certain environment or in a certain condition, and realize that it kind of breaks from what the conventional model is at that time, and then they reevaluate their model. For example, true examples of the science of metal fatigue. Metal fatigue, a scientific appreciation of what metal fatigue is and how it manifests itself came a long, long time after people started using forging metal and utilizing metal in everyday objects, because it's a sophisticated and elaborated evaluation of a dynamic system. And when you talk about putting things under stress, you're talking about fringe cases or fringe.
Pause. Hey, I appreciate it, man, but you're really getting into the weeds, and we're kind of losing the point of what the question was. Or maybe I'm just the only one.
I'll secede the floor to someone else, and that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I was waffling a bit on that.
I mean, can you just wrap up like your basic answer to the question as far as what should be taught in schools? Something's not. Just kind of a good simple bow on that.
Yeah, a bit more philosophy, a bit more about logic, a bit more of a foundational notion of what critical thinking is. Just the general skills that make you more independent adult. Other than just stuff that is useful for making you good at working in retail or in some labor force, making you into a thinking individual rather than a working one. That's basically what I'm saying.
Does anyone else want to chime in on answering the question? Or if you haven't heard it, we can repeat it.
I'll answer the question. I have maybe 2 answers if that's cool. I'll try to be piffy with them.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, so my original thought has already been taken with the logic, right? With Dave saying more logic should be taught in schools. I 100% agree with that. One of the things I think should be taught in schools is kind of the basic household budget and money management, kind of how to operate your life in a way that's similar to a business as far as from a financial standpoint, or at least a good understanding of how that aspect of life will ultimately affect you and how you need to be prepared to navigate that. So that would be the first. And the second, I would say, that needs to be taught in schools is a basic understanding of what it means to cause harm, injury, or loss to somebody, and your responsibility for restitution should you cause harm, injury, or loss to somebody, kind of the philosophy behind that. You know, if your actions either directly or indirectly cause harm, injury, or loss to somebody, that you have the responsibility to right those wrongs either monetarily or through other means.
That's in terms of like morality, right? Like tapping a little bit more into consequentialism, I guess it would be. Like your actions have a consequence in a direct. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of some morality type stuff. And even if you wanted to wrap in something like the non-aggression principle, which I don't think necessarily needs to be the overarching principle within society, but I think it should be understood as to what actions are right or wrong should somebody take aggressive actions against you, meaning, you know, the person who initiates the violence or initiates aggression towards you, you do have the ability to respond to that aggression, meaning you're not in the wrong for defending yourself. So yeah, some moral principles.
100% agree with that. That definitely should be emphasized. And it's that moral relativism, right? It's kind of perpetrated in society where if the government says it's okay, it's moral, and that is so dangerous because it's not true. And so what you just said is definitely something that should be taught. And children will definitely have a way better life if they know that. And some people just grow up not really caring about those things. So I agree with that.
Most children in America don't have that knowledge imbued inside them.
So I would say, just to kind of follow that up, I think most kids inherently understand this stuff, and they definitely learn the basics of it at a very young age, like kindergarten, first grade. But I think it needs to be taught a little more deeply as you continue to grow through adolescence and kind of reinforcing these principles, because I think it's almost inherent in people and somehow society beats it out of us.
I agree. You have to reinforce it 100% because society is 100% in opposition of that. It's like contradictory of that because they allow things that are legal and that are not moral. So people are like, oh, it should be okay because the government said that it's okay, but it's not okay to kill people no matter who in the government told you to gave you orders to do that, you know? So
sure. I mean that does also point to the fact that America being, you know, a Christian nation, that those tax exempt churches are doing a pretty shit job of it, aren't they? If they can't get it into their generation, can't get into their society by the time they're adults. Isn't the framework of a lot of Christian, you know, Christian teaching about just those things? Implication and ramification of your moral, you know, your moral imposition on people.
Yeah, I think it is to an extent, but I don't know where the tax exempt comment comes from or the relevancy of that.
No, I'm just saying, you know, they're not doing a particularly good job of it. If you're relying on schools to teach the implication of moral actions, and you're effectively saying that the churches aren't doing a particularly good job of it.
Okay, so Pazza, these are hypothetical questions, right? I mean, sorry, I was a little distracted, but I just caught that part what you said. So, like we know, right, that schools aren't well, I mean, it's your own opinion, obviously, but I'm under the opinion that schools are not the best place to quote unquote educate your children. But it was just a hypothetical question.
Sure, I agree. They're short. I said there's a big shortfall in the way that schools operate. And you're right. You could have lessons in the humanities, and you could have lessons in the morality and the try and press home more to children what as the gentleman before me just said, the practical ramifications of your actions. You could do that, but I thought there was a load of other parts of society were also doing that as well, and it doesn't seem to affect most people, does it? That's the point I'm making. Most people just make their own mind up anyway. They can't be taught these things. They know these things. They just choose not to act on them a lot of the time.
Okay.
Sunny, what up? Are you there?
Oh.
I like asking Sunny randomly.
Well, actually, sorry, before we get to Sunny, Level Up was in the voice text, and she dropped a link, and I asked her if she would join us and just give us a little breakdown of that link, and if she would answer the question. So if she's able to unmute, if she's there, Level Up.
There we go.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I was having some audio issues. I had to join a couple times. I don't know what the problem is today. But this is something I wrote back in 2016, kind of a sort of libertarian look at it. But I would think, if we were to start from scratch on education, I would think more modular and no government, where it's more of the people have direct local control and there's no really education committee or anything like that. It's more, are my children getting what I'm paying this teacher for? And like teachers could have a band together in a kind of the way some medical doctors do, where they have a group of them that specialize in something or different specialties in the same building, and have the teachers, if they want to collaborate on, having their lessons match up with what's being taught in another discipline, that's one thing. But parents should be able to mix and match what their kids are taught when, so that have like grade levels, you would have proficiency levels in each basic topic, like learning to communicate, that's kind of a broad category, learning to calculate and learning to think, like you guys were talking about a little bit ago about the trivium and stuff like that. And then just have levels within each of those. And if you're good at one thing and really bad at another, it shouldn't hold you back in the other topics. But, I just kind of, people can go read that if they want. I don't sit here and read it. But, and then, have education not like, you go to elementary school and then middle school, high school, college. Just keep progressing in certain areas, whichever areas, and make it more of a lifelong learning thing. Because if we say you graduated from something instead of you have a certificate in something, then we give people the idea that education should just stop and that's all you have to do. Therefore, go get a job and whatever. But I totally agree also with what you guys were saying earlier about teaching people life skills, because it used to be there was more emphasis on that. I went to, I was in elementary school in the 60s, so I go way back, but they taught people at least basic sewing, cooking, a little bit of home stuff. But I think it's true that people need to know more even than they ever did then about managing your finances, because in a low to no government situation, you need to be able to handle everything yourself and be as self-sufficient as you can, because if you're not self-sufficient, you're a drain on society and somebody has to take care of you. And so, and when it comes to like welfare and stuff, it's just people being generous. If, and people want to, a lot of times they want to help people that they know in their community. And you could even extend this out to self-sufficient communities with regarding food production. There's vertical farming, all sorts of, no-till farming, all kinds of things that people could do and not have these giant skyscrapers with business offices. It's like, we don't need most of that, And I think education in general is going to have to obviously supply the infrastructure that we need to have doctors and engineers and things like that. But that's not going to happen if we have poor quality citizens. And by quality, I think it should also include some kind of ethics that I didn't really go into there on my little document there. But I had kind of a proposal at the end of that. I could read through that if you guys want.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you'd like to. I mean, I just want to actually comment on one thing that you had said earlier as well, with the whole government taking over education, and that seems to be what they're doing where I am locally. There is this push for the government to take over the system even more, where parents and how is it going to work? Like, no parent, teacher, nothing. It would all be basically run by the provincial government, which I think is extremely scary. So I definitely agree with you on a lot
I
of
have a
that.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, I'm not really fond of the government myself, but like thoughts like these make some questions be raised up in my head. Like, let's say we follow this and we end up, putting all the responsibility of education onto local people. How exactly will we measure someone's, how do you say, capacity to do something? Like, what's the standard? Like, let's say someone from that local area moves to like a separate state or a different local area. How do they like measure whether this person is adequate enough or not to get that job or profession?
Yeah, I think there should be standards as far as what needs to be reached, but not necessarily how to reach them, I think is what I'm saying. Does that make
And there
sense?
could be independent people checking work, not without any interest, without any independent interest. So you can pay someone to check your work and make sure that everything is on point. Let's say if you're developing a structure or something. So there are things that can be done independently without the need of government necessarily. So I know this is a little bit definitely outside of the realm of the question that we were asking, but good point.
All right.
I think there should be, even now with the current system, if you go to get a job somewhere, they're going to have some kind of probationary period. They'll ask you for your pieces of paper, but half the time that doesn't even tell you anything about how qualified that person is,
Because I personally am really fond of that, like actually looking at the work itself rather than having this whole bureaucracy and like paperwork. Because at the end of the day, your profession is something you should be able to do. Like, let's say you were raised up in a home of like medical people and they teach you from birth on how to treat people, how to nurse people, and so on. It would be unnecessary for that child to go back to school and take the lesson all over again from scratch just for a paper.
Yeah, and if you think about it back in the day, like I'm pretty sure those designs and those structures that they created back in the day were not like they didn't have like a permit that they had to go. Like these people were such skilled craftspeople that the building wouldn't fall down because they're so good at it. And they take pride in their designs too, and they're gonna live in them and they're gonna last forever. So it's a little bit of a different mindset that they had before that I feel like we should definitely get back into. But that's my take on that.
Definitely.
I can kind of have some of that in the proposal list. I got like 10 points. And I start out by saying if we can define it as educating human beings rather than a means of turning out homogeneous masses of easily controlled worker bees, we'll take a giant step in the right direction. So point one is school is not a surrogate parent or babysitting service. Parents must do their own jobs by teaching the children acceptable behavior skills before they're allowed to enter a classroom. Like good citizenship, good parenting is derived from a strong moral base, whether some wish to admit this or not. I don't think that's even a question anymore, the way the world is right now. A sterile, amoral society is cold and lifeless, ultimately leading to anarchy, which, that's another branch I'm not going to chase right now. But problems in education begin with society's values or lack of them. So just looking at what education is, it is to try to make everyone a productive citizen. And we can't do that if people don't have values. It's like capitalism, for example, can't work unless people have a strong ethical base, because we get all this corruption. And then, and any form of government, there's a good video called Forms of Government. I think it's still on YouTube somewhere, but it goes into the fact that there's a cycle for a reason, because one thing leads to another. Like with anarchy, and I've heard some pro-anarchy videos that make some good points, but the problem becomes that, say you have no government at all, well, anyone who feels like taking your stuff will just take it, and you have no recourse except to be a vigilante, basically. And so you spend all your energy and time guarding your stuff and your people, and you can't really relax, you can't be productive, you can't progress, because you're having to do self-defense all the time. So then people, after this goes on for a while, are like, look, we have a bunch of us here, why don't we just pay a few people to guard the perimeter while we do our work? And so, you can see how this progresses, and then it gets to a fairly good state of basic real capitalism, and then the corruption sets in, it becomes an oligarchy. And then the oligarchy is, I think we're in the very late stages of that in the Western world, becomes corrupt as well. And they do so much infighting, and they can't do anything. So people are finally tired of it. We just need one person, a dictator, to just, make decisions and do it. And then they are corrupt and evil, and there's a rebellion, and it starts all over again. So the heart of any kind of system, whether it's education or something else, is going to be the moral base of the people. And it's just, nothing's going to last without that. Point 2, teachers must not only know the subjects they teach, but how to lead without resorting to fear, mockery, or intimidation. Character matters at least as much for them as it does for parents. Their salaries should be based upon qualification alone, and dismissal of poor teachers should be at the discretion of all the parents. In other words, direct responsibility, not cronyism, but tenure. People would be respected by word of mouth, and they'll command top dollar for their services.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's. I like to get into motivation here.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, please continue.
Point 3, primary and intermediate education should be mandatory, while secondary should not. Help should be available to students whose parents failed to give them a good foundation, but it should be done separately from the other students so they can focus on learning. So in other words, we're not trying to be a psychological healing organization, but just to have something available to help the disadvantaged, because we can't be so idealistic that we think that all parents are going to be good, and healthy, and their relationships are intact. We just can't assume that, but we should have collectively a way of dealing with that doesn't involve, they would send those kids to places where they could get that catch-up education, and how that's funded is going to be a charitable thing. If the people really value this, they will, and if they're not being taxed to death for education and government bureaucracy, there's going to be a lot more money for that sort of thing. Homework, number 4, should never be busy work and only assigned if a student needs extra practice or the work is an individual project, which cannot be carried out in the classroom. If the lesson can't be taught in allotted time, it needs to be improved. I don't think there's anyone in the world who loves homework. And if you go back to the history of education with John Dewey and the humanists who really set this up after the Prussian model, homework was designed to prolong the time that children are not being influenced by their parents. That was the whole purpose of the long school day, the extracurricular activities, and the homework at night. So they had very little time to be influenced by people outside of the school system. And they literally said that they saw teachers as priests of a new religion. So taking children away from their parents was one of the main motivations for assigning all this homework. It wasn't to make anybody understand the lesson better, and it still isn't. Number 5, replace age grade levels with subject by subject certificates of mastery. A student may easily master math but struggle with grammar, so the two should not be tied together. Now, I agree that at some point you're going to be held back with math if you can't read well or read carefully, and vice versa. But I don't think they should be tied as every subject is a grade, that you have grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6, specifically, we should get rid of first grade, fourth grade, and replace it with primary math, intermediate grammar. For example, at the end of required education, a student would not say, I graduated high school, but I'm certified in all my required courses. Rather than strict boundaries between grades or even high school and college, there should be a continuous flow of individual course certificates. This encourages lifelong education and discourages class warfare, in quotes. 7, testing should be a demonstration of mastery, not a regurgitation of spoon-fed facts. One size does not fit all. One form of testing does not work on all students. If the time wasted in social engineering, entertainment, and fluff courses were spent on actual teaching, the teachers would surely have the time for more personal assessments. That is to say, everybody has long known not everybody is a test taker. Not everybody wants to sit in a chair for 6 hours a day. I remember my one of my nieces. She was a very active kid, and she came home from her first day of school, and her mother asked her how it went, and she said, "We sat and we sat and we sat." This is not good for people. Number 8, eliminate government bureaucracy and control. Replace it with a board of parents, teachers, and business leaders. If you got to have a board, they're, like you were saying earlier about standards. I think that's probably going to be a necessity. Replace tax funding with trust funding or other performance reward-based arrangements. The money no longer required for bureaucracy will make it affordable to everyone, even without tax support. Left alone to compete, the educational market will also improve standards by itself. I personally will play an excruciatingly awful song on the violin out of pity for the unemployed, control freaks, and social engineers. I should really be more direct and say what I really think, huh? Number 9, let parents choose the locations and times their children will be in school, just as they do now with other extracurricular activities. There's no divine law etched in stone that mandates a school day of 8 to 3 or whatever it is. Make education fit life rather than force-fitting life to education. Attendance issues will handle themselves as they already do for other activities. If you really like what you're doing, you'll be there. And if you're paying for it, you'll be there. And then the last one, likewise, let teachers set up practices the way physicians have always done, perhaps forming groups or associations that share a building and coordinate schedules. If they offer quality service, business will boom. And that's what I thought about that. And then I have a little link just bashing Common Core.
Actually, one of the things that really stood out to me was like the homework part and about taking time away from parents. That was interesting. That was good. I enjoyed hearing that. I hope everybody else did. Yeah, did you want to add anything else, Level Up? I think, like even Sunny said, you covered all the bases. So we'll see if anybody has anything else to say. But
she's a hard act to follow.
Don't. Yeah, we should have waited until the end. But no, I'm just okay. But
I want to respond to that. That was awesome. Great list. If you can post that or have that to share, that would be awesome. And also the thing that you said at the beginning really caught me was the fact that school is just this thing that you do and then you're done with, and it's not like that. Like your whole life you're learning, and that is that you made that also I share. So if anyone else wants to jump in, I think Sunny.
Oh, yeah. Well, thanks, Level Up. Thank you for joining the VC and sharing that with us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And if anybody else is listening and wants to join us and jump in, please feel free. Everybody's welcome. And we, just like to have a conversation and get to hear everybody's thoughts and look at what we learn when we do that. So, Sunny, are you around?
Yeah, I'm here. How's
Awesome.
the mic?
You're a little low, but I can still hear you.
Okay, how's that? Is that better? Check. Better.
Get louder.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think it changed at all, but
could be louder, really?
Yeah, you're coming in a little low.
What's your input volume set at?
They're all the way up now. And when I speak, it's going into the red on the level. So
that's not good. One of your inputs is too high.
Let me just check something real quick. Let me check. Is this better? This better?
Not louder.
No.
This better?
No.
No. Okay, hold on.
We can still hear you. Maybe if anybody's listening on YouTube, as long as they can hear you on there, I mean, it's okay. I can just turn it up. You're clear. You're just coming in low, right, Glatt? Is that what you're hearing too?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Oh, and Slayer, it's the same question. I posted it earlier. I can post it again.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. So I kind of have a long answer.
Well, he's at 100 on my side.
It's a two-part answer. It's kind of a complicated question. So would you repeat the question one more time, please?
Oh, yes, of course. Okay. Is there a subject or something that is not currently being taught in schools that you think should be, or is there something that is emphasized too much that shouldn't be?
Okay, so yeah. So I think the first part of my answer is I think the first thing that needs to happen, well, the first idea was about the Board of Education, but that's not really what the question was. So I'm going to stick to the question. What should be removed or what should be done? What could be done more and what could be done less? Is that pretty much it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think, first of all, there needs to be some way of determining what these children's skills are in the very beginning, because they're not doing any of this. And I can say from my own experience, I'm good at a lot of things, and I was a smart little kid. No one sat down with me and said, let's see what you really like to do. First of all, what do you like to do? Nobody asked me those questions. They just sat me in a class, taught me a bunch of stuff that I didn't understand why I was learning it. And for me, I needed to know why, first of all. If someone didn't tell me why as a little kid, then I just assumed it wasn't important if they didn't tell me why. Why was I doing this? Why was I learning this? How is this going to help me when I go out and play or whatever I was doing as a kid? Okay, so first of all, we need to find out what children are good at, what their skill set is inherently within them. This is something that is not done in current education anywhere that I know of, other than maybe homeschool, family school children. So if you don't find out what children are good at, you're going to have a bunch of people that are growing up not liking what they're doing, being put in these slots that they don't like, and they don't understand why they're doing it. How much energy are you going to put into something that you don't know why you're doing it and you don't know what it's for? Yeah. So you're going to have a bunch of people that are disjointed from what their actual skill set is, and out of place in a society where they've just been put into a box because it was available. So they're teaching all these things to kids. They're not teaching them, in my opinion, how to go out and use it in the real world. So we need builders. We need people that know mechanics. We need people that know how to, crunch numbers. But I think more we need people that know how to do real things. Think about this country. All of our industry's been sent overseas. We don't have it like there used to be people that were builders here, people that could run machine shops and construction companies. I mean, we have a lot of that still, but all this is being shipped over. So we have a bunch of people that are being trained to be cattle, to go to your job, don't speak up, don't say anything, don't talk about what you're good at. All you have to worry about is what we tell you to do, what we tell you to think. Now, this leads me into the second part. Second part, the Board of Education, the Nazi Board of Education, needs to be disbanded, outlawed, and tried for crimes against humanity. But on a softer note, they need to be just disbanded and replaced with community-based boards that will govern. They're the the parents are the consumer, not the children. The parents are the consumer. The children just get the brunt of what this system creates. Like, the children don't have any say in how this thing is set up or what they want to do or what they're good at, or the geniuses that are sitting in there that are just stifled and don't get to build anything and don't get to accomplish their life's most rewarding life's goals. So we need people that know how to build. Everybody should be able to, like, go into courses where they build things, measure things, do some kind of work with their hands, gardening, watching how plants, be a horticulture or botanist type person or something like that. So the people, like these children are already here that have these skills that our Creator gave us as a gift. We're so unique. So, like, this is just a waste of all of our time, and it does nothing but just cause this, like, degradation of the human spirit. And then you look around you and it looks like crap. Like, it could have been so much better. Like, who decided all these things? So that Edward Bernays, like, eugenicist, Agenda 21, Rockefeller education, all needs to be cut loose. It's got to go away. And we're the only ones that are going to be able to do that. The current parents right now and the future parents are the only ones that are going to be able to make this happen. So big changes need to happen. And I know this talk is revolutionary. They would silence someone like me. But I don't give a shit, because I've lived a really long life. And if they did take me out for speaking up, I'm okay with that. I really am. I couldn't think of anything more noble than speaking the truth and being honest. If it is revolutionary, so be it. If we didn't have revolutionaries like me, nothing would ever have gotten done. There wouldn't even be any America that we could be talking about this. So people need to get off their asses. They need to start, I don't know how to work in the system that is so corrupt that, like, it doesn't really seem to matter what we say anymore at all. So I'm not sure what needs to be done, how this is, there's other people that are more intelligent and these kind of things. I've never witnessed the fall of a civilization, but I think that's what we're seeing. It's just being flossed over by all these idiots that are out here that believe the news is right. And you know what? I'm not going to ramble on, because you asked a question, and
hell yeah, dude.
There's a lot that can be done with community groups, these family groups. Cut loose the education system. If they disagree, get together with groups of other families and say, we're disconnecting then. We're disconnecting. Fuck you. Go play tiddlywinks. We're going to defund you, and you're going to go away into the dark recesses of ancient history. That's what needs to be done. These people are just, it's so bloated. The bureaucracy is so bloated and full of crap. It's like the children's education is pushed down by like a mountain of paperwork and red tape and restrictions and guidelines and all this adult shit that the children, who cares about the children education anymore? We just want to keep getting paid and driving our Mercedes while these kids are going to suffer, and their children and their children. And I'll just recede. Thank you.
Thanks, Sonny. Well, yeah, I mean, in the paperwork and checking off all the boxes, right, and not actually focusing on the children and their needs. And I agree what you said in the beginning, to focus on their skills. That is important, and go based upon that, because not every child has the same talents and gifts as everybody else, yet you just blanket treat them the same. And that is detrimental and destructive, I would say, to children.
Good evening, family.
Oh, hey, Get. How are you today?
Hey, Tandra. Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well, thank
Uh,
you. I just want to read out. Slayer answered the question, and then I think Get will probably want to answer. So just let me
Sure,
find.
go ahead.
Why can't I find it? Here we go. Okay. So his answer, he says, I know it's a little off the question, but I think schools should teach students that grades are not all that matter in life. I had so much trouble being in my old school as they didn't care about me at all. Learn like some kind of heartless robot or not. Which, yes, I agree. It's just basically who can regurgitate the information the best, and you get the best grades, right?
That is true. And putting the letters and then like trying to have the best grade point average and all that stuff, that's definitely not something children should be focusing on, right? I don't know.
That sounds like the answer of someone who's the last in class.
Okay, Get, did you want to answer? I don't know if you've heard the question yet.
Sure. So the question is, like, what should be, what should they be
I'll just
teaching
ask
in
it.
school to children?
Yeah, I'll just ask it again. So, is there a subject or something that is not currently being taught in schools that you think should be, or is there something that is emphasized too much that shouldn't be?
Yeah, well, I think they are doing a great job today, nowadays. Thank God to Bill and Melinda Gates. Finally, we reached the point where they teach the truth to the children. They say now, the new trend now is that mathematics is racist. And yeah, it is very important for children to know this. Yeah. You know.
Okay, I was typing. Did you just say math is racist? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
This is
Okay.
what this is Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Some of their organization is pushing this new thing into United States school systems. Yeah.
Well, I
They
remember
started in
back in the day, they were. I shouldn't even say. I think this was when I was in university, so it wasn't that long ago. But they were saying that they wanted to stop using a red pen in school because they didn't want to equate
yeah.
red with bad, right? And the negative, like if
Yeah.
children are getting bad grades, so they're like, well, maybe we'll change it to purple. I'm like, well, is that not just going to trigger them at some point that they're going to become all desensitized and traumatized by the color purple? Like, what a silly thing to even talk about. But that's what they do, right? So what was your answer then, Get?
Well, I say you just need to have a look at the actual state, what they teach, what they tell to children. And if you're a decent human being, you're gonna understand it in no time. It doesn't require like a brilliant mind to understand how messed up this system is. It doesn't take a genius to see that drag queens are monsters, you know?
Yeah, we don't want to talk about
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. So let's keep that. Let's
Yeah.
try to keep it to a specific subject or something that's currently not being taught. Let's try to keep
Yeah.
it to that.
Yeah. But what's their purpose into schools, you know? Just
Wait, they got drag queens in school now?
Okay,
yeah.
well,
What?
But yeah, let's not go there.
My
Yeah.
God.
okay,
No,
well,
that
yes,
bad.
it's something you can look up if you want to see what was going on with that or when that was going on. So let's just get back to the question.
Well, here's another thing that just popped into my mind, and it's the fact that we think of school and universities as like these places to go learn something to like like a place to go learn something when it's just knowledge and information that you can gain and attain anywhere. So like we fall in love with like the grades, like the other guy was saying, or like the certificates, when in reality it's not really about that. You can learn the knowledge and have more knowledge even than the person that has a certificate, because you're more willing to do that without the push of anyone else. So that's another thing that should be emphasized, is that you don't need anyone else to learn stuff. You just got to have your own intuition and follow it. And there's people out there that are trying to teach and give that information away. So just look for other avenues.
You know, one very important thing I think it should be very important, like the way how you classify teachers, good teachers from bad teachers, how you distinguish between them, and they should be paid according to their performances. When you go into a class of a good teacher, all the children know. But in the class of a bad teacher, at least half of them are marginalized and they have no clue. They have a lot of issues. And, you know, a good teacher will also have a inside look in every child's lifestyle home, you know. He should make sure that the child is living in a healthy environment. So yeah, parents have to be scrutinized by these teachers, you know.
Okay,
Definitely
interesting.
accountability should be on the people giving the information, for sure. And we do have, I think, KJ who wants to jump in. Would you like to answer the question?
Yeah,
Are
hey.
you able? Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. I'll let Redford Bear ask the question. She has a better voice than me.
Oh no, but thanks, DC. But no, you can ask. But KJ, hi. It's nice to hear you. Thank you for joining us. So our question today is there a subject or something that is not currently being taught in schools that you think should be, or is there something that is emphasized too much that shouldn't be?
Well, with my experience, I feel like you should be taught more like real life type stuff, like taxes and how to pay bills and certain things like that. I went through that course, but they didn't do that great of a job, and I feel like a lot of public schools don't do that great of a job with that. So I would say that should be taught more.
I completely agree. I didn't even know that they even offered courses like that. I mean, well, clearly they're not very beneficial, but I didn't even know that they offered them. So that's interesting.
Yeah, well, what I got with it was, I mean, better than nothing, but I still feel like they should have done a better job with it.
Yeah, definitely.
Or it's like they move on with the. I was gonna say, or like they move on with the information. It's like you learned it once with the presentation, and it's like, okay, and then they move on, and you never hear that information again. I feel like it could be like reinforced more than once, and yeah, it would actually stick more. So that's another flaw, is that you learn it once, you move on, and sometimes it gets reinforced, but sometimes not. So
that is a good.
Yeah, very true.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they teach you that in school, right? The repetition, get it in your brain, and then you never really, use it again, really. Awesome. Well, thank you, KJJ. Anything else you wanted to add?
No, thanks for asking.
Okay, thank you for joining us and for answering.
Sure.
Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to join in and answer the question? Maybe Incray. I haven't heard from you in a while. How are you, if you're there?
I'm driving. I don't know how you guys can hear me.
Well, we can. It's not the best quality, but I mean, if you'd like to answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, Sonny spoke my mind, basically. I would add on more phys ed, actually, and maybe some outdoor survival skills. And I don't know, I'll probably get rebuked for this, but yoga.
I didn't.
Probably, I can come up with.
DCO, maybe you can hear him a little better. Can you hear him?
I think he said yoga.
Oh, okay.
Well, I said yoga among other things.
Oh.
More phys ed. I know I'll probably get rebuked for saying that, but more phys ed, outdoor survival skills, maybe like some natural medicine, but that's, I don't know.
I agree. I think that.
Agree with those. Sorry, go for it, DCO.
No, I was just gonna say I agree in the sense like if you're saying yoga in terms of being healthy and staying fit, I think that's definitely critical. And then also being able to survive out in the wild, which also gets into exercise. You can't survive. You can't if you're not fit. You'll have a harder time surviving. So that's my point.
Yeah, definitely. Flexibility that translates into your personal, like into your real life. That's my philosophy. But more outdoor survival skills and everything Sonny said.
Yeah, I definitely the survival skills, the natural medicine, those, that's for sure. That's super important.
And more music.
I think it's more important to be knowledgeable than fit for a better survival. For example, if you go eating forest berries, you can be fit all you want. If you run away from the bear, he's gonna catch you. There's no way you outrun a bear. But if you play dead, he's gonna just leave you alone, you know. Maybe he will scratch you a little, but he will just leave you alone. And this is knowledge, how to deal with medium and animals.
Miguel answered. He said that in Portugal schools, they don't teach about how to get a job in the real world. That's something we learn by ourselves with ups and downs. And he has to go. So we'll hopefully catch you later, Miguel. Thank you for answering and participating in the voice text. It's always nice to see you. And Ingray, thank you. Thank you for answering the question and for participating.
Oh yeah, jobs in the private sector, yeah.
Oh, we have Sleepy Joe. You're just VC verified. I think even in the text chat, are you able to unmute?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good,
I think we spoke before, right? In the check-in?
Have we talked?
I think so.
Maybe in the VC Ver.
Yeah, I think we checked you in. Yes, yeah, definitely. Because your name. Remember I sent you that gift that was really
cool? Oh, yeah.
So anyways, welcome back to the server. So how are you doing?
Pretty good. Just listening to you guys, just doing some work around the house.
Oh, would you like to answer our question that we have today?
Sure. Yeah, what's the question?
Okay, so our question is there a subject or something that is not currently being taught in schools that you think should be? Or is there something that is emphasized too much that shouldn't be?
I mean, I think emphasizing actual logical reasoning, and sort of learning how to question things, these are sort of skills that are completely not taught. Basically, you're taught that there's an answer sheet to everything provided to you by authority. And you basically, to be a good student, you just have to learn how to regurgitate the answers to all these questions, which are predetermined. So it's not actually teaching you problem solving. I think problem solving is really a skill that's not emphasized enough, at least in the American education system. Sorry, was there another part to the question?
Oh,
No, I think
it's
you
a
answered.
good answer, I would say.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I agree with that too. We definitely get the. Sorry, I got a child yelling in the back.
All good.
And as far as a subject that is taught too much,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, off the top of my head, I sort of think maybe certain aspects of history are like overemphasized, or they're taught in the wrong way, or with some political sort of agenda, and it's mainly for the purpose of either shaming or like it's somehow some kind of indoctrination. I think there's a lot of time just spent on like certain historical subjects, but with a clear political agenda. So I think that should be de-emphasized.
Definitely. I agree with that one. Good answer. Thank
Yeah, I
you.
would say they teach too much also the globe model.
Oh,
Okay, but wait, Gabby, you know our question, we always try to keep it away from flat earth, right? Because we talk about it all the time, so we want people to come up with other things.
But
so we don't want to get down that road.
That's a
good
point.
Yeah, they teach a lot of theories,
Red for bear
which
is
are not
porn.
scientific.
Sorry, Sonny,
Go
what?
ahead, Sonny.
I was just going to make a funny statement. I said, Red for bear is pouring on the maple syrup this morning.
You got that right, eh, bud? All right, so back to sorry, what were you saying, Sleepy Joe and Gabby Get?
Oh, I just remember like the first day I walked into kindergarten, like there was like a poster of like the Earth. That's like they really get you, like the NASA cartoon of the Earth. It's just like from day one, that's the first thing they get into you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So it's hard not to mention. I mean, but that's
I
the
know.
obvious.
See, that's the fun part of the question, right? We gotta think of something else because that's always the answer that most people go to. So that's why we can bring it up, but we always try to move it on to something else, just because we'll all give the same answer in that situation.
I mean, with like with topics like evolution, all these like scientific theories, like they really should emphasize more their theories, but they really present them as these are like complete facts. These are completely known. So then that's what people say. They'll regurgitate when they're older. They'll just say, "Oh yeah, this is a fact of reality. It's like this is the Earth is a globe, or we're monkeys."
Because you're not allowed to really question those things, right? Because you're right, it is taught as a fact, and if you don't, it's very interesting, right? So if you don't answer the question correctly, they have all the answers for you. So there is no really, the system's not set up for you to be creative at all and to express yourself and think for yourself, which I mean, I think we all know that.
And somehow they use techniques like they sort of ridicule you, but they sort of do it in this sort of ritual public humiliation. So like somehow they get everyone on the same bandwagon. In the classroom, if you answer these questions wrong, like then all the other kids will laugh at you, and the teacher is kind of orchestrating that. I mean, they have all these techniques. Yeah. It's like self-reinforcing. I mean, they really get you. It's like a cult. Like they just get you into the cult very early.
Mm-hmm.
That's bullying, terrorizing. It's an act of terrorism. Yeah.
But teachers are usually, but many of them are bullies, right? I mean, it's like they have power over,
But do they know that they're being bullies, right? Because, like, I don't know. I always try to look at the flip side. Like, they don't know that, right? What they believe, what they're doing is right. What they believe, what they're teaching is what they were taught because they've been taught never to question anything.
Well, in pedagogy, actually, you see, all the teachers, they follow pedagogical classes. They learn how to learn children. And this science has been corrupted infiltrated.
Yeah, but
And
I
they
think
are
you're
actually
missing what I'm
using,
saying,
they
Kepiget,
are,
dude. Like,
they
I
are
don't think
using,
they're aware of that, right? I don't think a lot of people are aware of it.
well, the teachers learn in these universities that these methods are methods of efficient methods for teaching children, but they are actually methods of terrorism
Okay, but
disguised.
do you understand what I'm saying? Because I think you're missing the point on what I'm saying.
What were you saying? Yeah,
Okay,
can you
so
repeat?
I get your point, and yes,
Yeah.
okay, if that's what your statement is, but what I'm saying is these teachers don't realize that.
Yeah,
They
they
think
don't.
that what they're doing is okay. They don't
Yeah.
realize it.
They wholeheartedly believe that they are
Right.
doing good. Yeah,
Good. Exactly.
they
Yeah.
don't question. They don't
Exactly.
even question their techniques. Yeah.
So that's why it's like it's, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, how can you fault I'm at the point where it's like, well, how can I fault something that doesn't know? Like they just don't know. What am I supposed to do?
Right, and
What
it's almost by design. The fact that they put them in a group and group dynamics, it always happens that way. Where if you're the odd one out, you're gonna feel like you have to go with the group, and that's kind of psychology. So it's not like they're doing it on purpose. It's kind of the psychology of being in a group and being the odd one out that you don't like. If you were teaching one on one, it doesn't happen as much because you have the ability to ask a question without really anyone judging you. So it does play into a little bit of the design of how a classroom is and how many students you have in the classroom, that kind of thing. So. That's my point.
Okay.
Mm.
Is there anybody else that wants to answer the question? Oh, Napalm.
Oh, I was just going to give an example of a situation that may arise and reasons why teachers may do some of these things. There was a group from the high school that I went to that they were all cliquey, quote unquote, popular girls that all wound up going to the same university, being in the same sorority, all wound up being teachers and then eventually teaching back in the school district that we attended when we were children. And they continued to perpetuate their cliquey bullying type ways and also seem to favor that behavior within their students. So it's something that they learned when they were in school. They all stuck together and are now perpetuating those kind of behaviors in through adulthood.